I'm on YouTube.
Woo!
Okay,
Hi!
we are live. Hi, everybody.
Hey!
Hey.
Hello,
Hi,
world.
YouTube!
Hi.
Hi, everybody. So let me go give my intro spiel. My name is Angel Arts, and welcome to our very first open mic hangout. This is a little thing that I wanted to try to do in order to allow viewers like you an opportunity to meet and hang out with other players who are very passionate about the games that you are passionate about. Gives you a forum to talk about things and not only be able to interact with me, but also have a chance for you to hopefully meet other cool, awesome people from around the world. So I have here, we have about 9 or 8 other guests. I'm waiting on a 9th person right now. Hopefully they'll be popping in shortly. Just to start, we're going to introduce ourselves in just a moment. But this is open for anyone and everyone who wants to jump in. So if you guys out there want to join in the panel, I'll be rotating people in and out of this hangout in a revolving door fashion. If you're interested, all you have to do is to just send me a private message with your email address, and I'll add you to the queue. And as we go down the list and start refreshing our panelists, I will try to invite you onto our hangout, and it should be a good time. So just to give people a warning, this is the Dragon Age Inquisition specific hangout. So if there are anything in the game that you don't want spoiled for you, this includes all of the DLCs, including Trespasser. Just be aware that we're probably going to touch on some major spoilers during our discussion because, again, it's pretty much open forum. I did ask the people here to try to not put too much of a focus on things like the graphic novels or the novels or books because some of you might not have read those yet and might not be spoiled by that. But just to warn you that they might be brought up. So just be aware of that. And I think that is pretty much it. Oh, and I do have one request. If you could please try to be gentle with me when it comes to Cullen romance spoilers, because I haven't actually started that playthrough yet, and I'd like to be blind. I'd like to be blind to the Cullen romance
Neither have I.
if possible.
Yeah. I have actually changed. I think you should take as a female. Yeah.
Well, we can talk about that more if that's the question you wanted to ask.
Okay.
Esperada17 is. I did send you an email, Esperada117. So please check your email if you want to jump into the hangout. At least I think I did. Or if you haven't, send me your email again, and I'll try to add you onto the queue if you have. If just resend it to me. I'm also waiting for Crown V. Crown V, if you're watching. We would love to join you. If not, the other spot, I did send a message. If I don't hear from Esparta or Crown V in a moment, then I will add Mad Eeyore. I'll send Mad Eeyore an email to try to join us next. If you guys are watching this from the YouTube view or the YouTube channel, click on the Be Part of the Conversation. There's like a little overlaid link thing that says be part of the conversation. That'll take you to the actual Google Hangout portion of this, which actually allows you to interact with us more directly because it'll give you a chance to ask us questions, to pose questions and topics that you want us to talk about. And if you guys do that and you see a question or topic that you are interested in us discussing or mentioning, give it a thumbs up or a +1 so that it's bubbles up that specific topic or question up to the top for us. Other ground rules is if you guys do come on, please, first and foremost, be respectful to each other. We're all, good people here, and just understand relatively. Just be aware that if you do come on, please be prepared to treat everybody's opinions equally, including your own. If you're definitely welcome to disagree with another person, and you're welcome to debate topics, just please do it in a very respectful way. And those of you who have been on my channel for a while, you know exactly what that means and what that entails. does anyone from the panel have a general question about how this works that they think I didn't touch on? Does it sound like I explained everything?
Yeah, pretty much.
Sounds okay.
If you don't have a
Everything
webcam,
is good.
if you don't have a webcam, a microphone is fine. And then if you have to excuse yourself during the live stream, it's actually better for you to not ask for permission, to not announce it, because it ends up distracting whatever's going on around you. So just quietly go and do whatever you need to do and then just come back. And if anything on your end starts interfering, like if somebody comes up to you and starts talking to you, please mute your microphone, again, so it doesn't disturb what's going on. So now that that is all good and done...
Actually, Hark, I have a question.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead,
Sorry.
Sarah.
For the so you were talking about having the different rounds where we switch people out. Is that going to be like at a set time? Are you gonna kind of say at some point in the conversation, okay, we're having our second round. Do we want to swap people out?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to eyeball that. I'm gonna be gauging that. I'd like to try to swap people out on an hourly basis.
Okay.
That's my goal. But at the same time, I want to try to make sure that everyone on the panel brings up one topic if they want to bring up one topic to talk about before we swap them out. So for the first wave, I probably will try to swap out 5 people. So yeah, it's a good question. I don't know how to give you a solid answer, but
No, you don't need to. I was just wondering whether it was like, oh, whenever we feel like it, we drop out, or whether. Okay.
Oh, I'll kick you out.
When you put it that way.
Awesome.
On average, I'm shooting for like an hour per session,
Okay.
and I'm not like completely wiping everybody clean. I'll probably keep some people on and bring some more fresh faces in. Okay, so I think that is it. So let's go ahead and introduce ourselves to the rest of the viewers, the panelists. I would like for each of you to please tell us your whatever name you want us to refer to you as, whether it's your real name if you're comfortable with it, or an online name, as well as where you're from if you're comfortable with divulging that information, and finally, what is your personal favorite in general class and race in Dragon Age, in the Dragon Age universe? Class and race. Who would like to go first?
I can be last.
I can go first.
We could do it in order of the people on the Hangout, like left to right or something like that.
It's different from...
Different.
Oh, it is.
Everyone.
Hark, you're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, I will try to do my best with that.
It just
Dude,
happens sometimes.
You have to pick.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. I don't have much control over that, unfortunately. So hopefully it'll even itself out.
It's out in the
If I
internet.
had an Ethernet cable, it'd be a little easier, but I don't. Sorry.
So how about all the ladies go first?
All right, we'll go have the ladies go first.
Ladies first.
Since she was on last time, I will start with Jess.
All right. Well, I'm Jess. I go by I'm Hell of Games on YouTube and stuff like that. I have a little bit of a channel there. I'm from Arizona, and my favorite race and class is Elf Mage. Female Elf Mage was always, that's what I started with in Origins, and that's what I finished with in Dragon Age Inquisition, so female Elf Mage.
Okay. Why don't we go with Shadow next?
Okay. Hello everybody, my name is Shadow. You guys are more than welcome to call me by Michelle though. I'm come from Wisconsin, and my favorite race and class has to be a Quinari Mage. I just love how you can be such a big tall person and just say hello, just smack everybody with magic. Just the popularity of it is just great.
Okay. Thank you, Shadow. How about you next, Sarah?
My name is Sarah. Sometimes I go by Duchess Nukem on YouTube and stuff like that. I'm from Virginia in the United States, and it's kind of boring, but I've always played every character as a human warrior in all of the Dragon Age games as my first playthrough.
You're in good company.
It's not boring.
Sarah
It's not boring. It's awesome.
Sarah also is one of my coworkers, so I asked her if she would be interested in joining us today, and she's a super cool person, beautiful person inside and out.
Aw,
And,
thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, thank you for humoring me and joining us.
No, I'm happy to be a part of this. I've been putting off becoming part of the Angel Arts community for too long.
Okay. Welcome, Esparta. Glad you could join us.
Hi, sorry for the difficulties. I didn't know how to use this.
It's okay, no problem. Esparta, I'll get to you last so you can get yourself settled here. We're pretty much just introducing ourselves to each other. So why don't we just go? I'm just going to start calling people out. So Carla, why don't you go next?
Hi, my name is Carlo. I go by Carlton on Tumblr or in DeviantArt, but in YouTube, so there's nothing much there. I come from Australia, actually, and my favorite race as well as class would have to be, I gravitate towards elven mages. I started that with Origins. I tried to do that for Dragon Age 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oops.
And yeah, I've finished that with Inquisition, so hopefully in Dragon Age 4 I get to do the same sort of thing. I mean, like, it's sort of like the signature for me. So anyway,
Okay.
yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Carlo. How about Mr. Nuts?
Hi, my name is Mr. Nuts. My real name, I believe, is in my window thingy. I'm from Portugal. I'm 15 right now. And I guess my favorite race and class are Canary Mages. When I started playing Inquisition, I went as a female Canary Mage, so I could basically be discriminated by everyone. And I guess that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Mr. Nuts. Jack, why don't you go next?
Hello, my name is Josh. And my favorite class and race is definitely Elf Rogue. I almost always play whenever I can play them, and I love elves a lot. And in Origins, I play Dalish because, hey, it's cool.
You played, I'm sorry, say that again. You played Dalish because?
I played Dalish because it sounded cool. I didn't know anything about it. I just went into a complete mind, and it just sounded cool.
It's awesome how things like that work out, just because you're curious.
Yeah.
Christian, why don't you go next?
Yeah, my name is Christian. I'm 21. I'm from Sweden, and my favorite race in Dragon Age Origins was Elf. I started playing Dragon Age because of you, Hark, and my favorite race in Dragon Age Inquisition is, of course, Elf and Kunari, actually.
Elf and Kunari, okay.
Yeah, I pretty much like anything that looks demon-like.
Okay.
I like pretty much see like anything monster.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's me.
Okay. Thank you, Christian. Why don't you go ahead next, Red Bull?
Hi, I'm Ben. On YouTube, I'm Red Bull Gives You Wings. It's an old web joke from Tauren Paladins. I am 19. I'm from California, but I'm studying in college in New York. My favorite racing class has always been Dwarf Warrior. I was a Idukin, a Dwarf Noble Warrior in Origins, and I am a Dwarf Warrior in Inquisition. And I just always like the idea of being able to rip people limb from limb, although I really wish there was an option to do that in the middle of Wicked Eyes and Wicked Hearts and just say, screw all your legions, I'll just kill you all.
If only.
And last but not least, Esparta.
Okay, On Origins. Oh, my name is Jaime Esparza.
And where are you from?
I'm from California.
From California, okay.
Yeah, from Cali. On Origins, I played a warrior elf, just because I always liked the elven type of race. It was kind of the race that besides human, I didn't really like humans as much. But on Inquisition, I chose a human, and I became a warrior just mainly because of the helmet. I like the helmet. So.
Oh, wonderful!
Wow, cool. Can I have that?
You were just waiting to do that, weren't you?
Yeah.
That dragon was hard to take down, though.
It was. So I had to beat him up pretty much just to get this. So I mean, it took forever. You know, hammering and all that. It took forever.
Beautiful. Okay, great. Well, if anyone who is just logging in and doesn't know, my name is Angel Arts, also known as Hark. You guys are welcome to call me either or. I will respond to both. I'm from the East Coast of America, and my favorite race in class, again, just because it was my very first warden, was an Elven Mage. Again, I like the idea of playing an underdog, because elves are definitely, at least in this time frame, the lowest of the low of the races. And having a mage and being prosecuted just for being born with something, I can kind of relate to that. So I sort of gravitated towards that. So, okay, because several people have been asking, because I know that some people might have been logging in late, if you are interested in joining onto the Hangout, I can only have 10 people, including myself, in a Hangout at any time. So basically, like I said, I will be revolving people in and out. If you want to be added to the queue, and you didn't give me and you didn't send it to me prior to this, please send me a private message, a YouTube private message with your email address telling me that you are interested in joining the Hangout. And throughout the Hangout, I will make note of that and add you to the queue. And my goal is to get through every single person on here at least once, depending on the interest. So, okay, now that we've introduced ourselves, why don't we come up with a topic? I want to start with topics that the actual panelists want to bring up. So, does anyone in particular have something that they want to kick us off with? I think I see. All right, why don't we start with, I see both Esparta and Red Bull. Let's start with Red Bull, and then we'll go to Esparta next.
All right. I'm gonna be honest. I spent a little too much time thinking about this.
No problem.
So it's a question about Dragon Age 4.
Okay.
Which is, what kind of party members do you want in Dragon Age 4?
That's a good question.
If I'm gonna be honest, I'll just answer that myself first.
Sure, go ahead.
I want a Sarabas, like a genuine Sarabas. I know that that's going to be complicated because what's going on with the Kunari is a little iffy, and big spoilers for Trespasser. I had to kill the Iron Bull in my game, so that's...
That stung.
I kind of don't really like the Kunari that much, but the main reason why I want a Sarabas party member is because we've gotten a good look at basically one of almost every kind of mage besides an actual Sarabas. Like Morgan and Solus have been, the apostates. Vivian and Wynn have been, the pro-circle mages. Meryl is, the blood mage who has no idea of, consequences. And Anders is demonically possessed terrorists. So, okay, sorry.
No, I love it. I love it.
But the main reason, and Dorian is, Tevinter awesomeness.
Yes.
The main reason why I want a Sarabas is because we only got one look at what a Sarabas lives like from that one side quest in Dragon Age 2.
Yes, that's true.
We don't have any idea what it's like to live in that kind of philosophy. And I feel like it would be very similar to a pro-circle mage, but it would give us the opportunity to interact with a philosophy that, besides Sten, we haven't really talked about in the at all.
So mostly because restrictive, or more restrictive. Cerebos is way more restrictive.
No, I understand that, I know, but I want to hear it from somebody who lives within it, because to them that's the only way they've known, and that might be something that they want, because like the guy in Dragon Age 2, he killed himself rather than leave.
Would you
He could have lived like an apostate, but he killed himself instead.
Would you want a Canary that's heavily invested in the queue, or one that kind of questions the mage's places in the queue?
I personally prefer one that's heavily invested in the queue, because I like the idea of creating situations like we had in Dragon Age 2 where you're forced to choose between party members. And like, I'm imagining that at some point in Dragon Age 4 we're probably going to have to decide, I'm going to guess, between either the Imperium or the Canary for who's going to fight Solus. Super spoilers. So I imagine that if we're going to have Tevinter party members and Canary party members, that we can only have some of them. And plus, I want to get more pro-circle mages as party members, because I think that a few too many people ignore the very good points that characters like Wynn and Cassandra, Vivian and Wynn bring up, just because they aren't very approachable. So having a Sarabas, a character who is kind of, you know, in a very wooby status in the world of Thetis, talk about how they like their situation might be enlightening to some people.
I actually have a question about this, and I don't know if this is canon or not, but in that side quest in Dragon Age 2 is one of my favorite ones, and that guy didn't talk, from what I remember. Is that right?
Yeah.
He
shot.
He say like one line or something?
He grunted.
But
at the end, he talked a lot.
But and so the guys when you're fighting in Trespasser, I mean, obviously warriors don't talk, but they at least have like bark strings or something that they yell out. And those Sarabas that we encountered I never heard them talk, and I'm wondering if that's part of what a Sarabas is that they don't.
I think they sew their mouths shut so they can't like cast spells.
Yeah.
If Sarabas are caught using blood magic or otherwise communicating with demons willingly, they get their tongues cut out. Otherwise, they have their mouths sewn shut, except for when they're being fed by their Avarad.
Yeah, right. They think that if they allow them to talk, they can like let demons come out through their words and stuff like that. They're just really sketchy about the Sarabas.
That's why the Avarad will attack you immediately in Dragon Age 2 if you're a mage. If Hawk or one of the party members is a mage, because they perceive the fact that you're talking to them as an attempt to influence them because you're in communication with demons because your mouth isn't sewn shut.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering, I mean, in terms of having a party member, where you think, like, I mean, knowing that now, I'm wondering, like, in terms of the character development, okay, so we're assuming that this guy either doesn't talk or he talks, and if he talks, I mean, what would be the story behind that? I mean, so from what you're telling me, there could be a Sarabas who doesn't have his mouth sewn shut or his tongue cut out because they don't think that he needs it or something?
May I respond, or am I hogging too much?
No.
Does anybody else want to respond to Sarah before Red Bull? Otherwise, go ahead, Red Bull, then.
I don't know at what age they do that. It might be a point where they're young enough that they could get out of the queue before that happens, or something, out of the land. I don't know. It's kind of a mystery.
You were making it sound more like it was something that they do if they're afraid of you or for a specific reason. Like if you were a Sarabas who didn't give them any reason to fear you other than being a mage, like is just being a mage enough for them to do that to you?
Yeah.
Not enough for the tongue cutting part.
Yeah, the tongue cutting is just if you overstep.
This mouth sewing thing, though.
The mouth thing, yeah. I think that it could. If you remember at the end of that Dragon Age 2 quest, Katogen calls you a boss Avarad, which is a boss leasher of the mage. So theoretically, a situation could arise where the player character in Dragon Age 4 could become a boss Avarad, and thus would have jurisdiction to remove the things binding the mouth of the Sarabas party member.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, me too.
I do want to. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think that was Jack, right?
Yeah.
I just said I'd be down with that.
Yeah.
I want to go back to Red Bull's original question about what type of party members do you want to see in Dragon Age 4. Does anyone in the other panel who hasn't been able to speak yet want to chime in? Want to give their...
Yeah, I would really like to see some people from the College of Enchanters versus people from the Circle. If that is a thing, and because the world is so wildly varied, it seems like it's going to be difficult to make it come together into one solid world. Because Vivian, Cassandra, and Lily are very, very different divines. And they do extremely different things.
I agree.
But if the college
what kind of
campus is still a thing, I'd like to see some party members from it.
That's a good idea. Some representation from there. Someone else who hasn't spoken yet, who hasn't had a chance to speak yet?
I personally,
We'll go to Sparta next after Shadow. Go ahead, Shadow.
I personally would like to see some of the older party members come in, like Fenris.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people want Fenris back.
Yeah.
Fenris
Yes.
is my bag.
Yes, then from Dragon Age Origins.
I'm thinking maybe Morrigan as well should come back as a possibility. I would like to see Cullen again.
Am I the only one that really wants to see Nathaniel Howell again?
Yes!
As a character.
Nathaniel was my bro!
I love Nathaniel Howell.
It was so cool.
How about a Sparta?
For me, I kind of want to see like what is the remnant, the seekers of the truth. Tell you the truth, because we only got Cassandra, and she explains some parts of it, but I would like to see someone else from the seekers kind of come in and be like, I was a remnant, the seekers. I didn't go with this crazy dude that killed and put back to Illyrium and went with Corypheus. Kind of want to see something like that.
Yeah, the Seekers are really interesting. I mean, that if you do like Cassandra's side quest, that whole, all of the lore books you pick up and stuff, I mean, the whole organization sounds really interesting, and also the whole thing. I mean, this is obviously a whole separate topic, but the reversal of the right of tranquility, that thing, and how you become a Seeker, that whole thing. I mean, I would really like to know more about.
This might be a little off topic, and I promise I won't go very long with this, but Cassandra's side quest is a really good example of why, of a good way that your choice of quests earlier on in the game is positively affected, because a lot of it doesn't really make sense if you sided with the mages, but if you did Champions of the Just and you found out that Lord Seeker Lucius was actually just an envy demon, then a whole bunch of it makes more sense. But that's another topic, so I won't go very far.
Carlo, how about you? Who do you what kind of a character do you want to see in the next Dragon Age?
I'd actually like to see an Avar party member. I mean, like, I know we had...
Navarin. Okay.
Yes. I know we had, like, the DLC with Jaws of Hekon, but, like, actually having, like, a character from, like, you know, that place, or probably from another tribe, come in and probably give us more of an insight to, like, their culture and, like, know who they are as a character and where they fit in that culture as well. And like, what I find most interesting with the Avars is that like, they regard everything as temporary. So like, if that character is romanceable, then what would that mean in that case?
That's true.
Female or male character?
Whichever.
The Skywalker, they should bring him. The guy that you meet who's looking at the rifts and then you can recruit later, they should bring him in.
As someone who romanced Cassandra and then made her divine, I think I know what you mean about temporary romance.
Yeah, the same thing here. I did the same thing.
That was so upsetting. Oh my gosh. It was so sad.
Mr. Nuts, do you want to give your choice?
I would kind of bring Scout Harding back as a fully romantic
Harding.
Yes, Scout Harding.
Harding.
Absolutely.
You can already kind of romance her, but it's kind of secondary. It's not that deep as the other romances. So I would kind of bring her back.
Oh. Sorry, I think they were trying to just like test out the waters with like dwarven romances, because they haven't done that before, and like they went ahead and like made a Kunari romanceable before they made before dwarves. So
yeah, there was that comment. There was that comment from what's his face, the main writer guy. I can't remember.
Mike Laidlaw.
David
Gager.
And that the super. I mean, it was unnecessarily controversial thing about dwarf romances when people were asking why Varric wasn't romanceable, and he said, "Oh well, if we're gonna have sex scenes, then like it would be weird or something." And I remember him, and it wasn't the thing like, "Oh, we can't do the animation." There was some like weird comment that he made, and then people came in and were like getting really mad about him. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, because I was gonna
I
say.
remember
What-
an incident like
What
that.
is the comment?
Yeah.
That he did it?
It was. He was saying that it was weird because a lot of them have kind of like childlike features, and so that when they were discussing it on the dev team, that it, or not on the dev team, on the writing team, that it made a lot of people uncomfortable because it would make people feel like they were romancing children. But if that was the case, then why would they let a dwarf player romance other people? I mean, it
Like
didn't.
Iron Bull.
Yeah.
Right, like why would that?
Iron Bull. Yeah.
It didn't make a lot of sense to me, but I'm like,
Might have
yeah,
been
I have
something
wondered
Dragon
why
Age
they
did.
haven't done dwarf romances in the past, because I mean, it's been 3 games now, and
That's true.
they haven't really done anything with that.
And you can pretty much see that the dwarf children are small. You can pretty much think that the dwarf children is smaller than the grown-ups.
Right.
Why don't you?
Yeah.
I definitely want to touch more on that romance topic in dwarves. So if we can table that, save that for a little bit later. If you want to bring that up, Sarah, I think that would be great.
Yeah.
Let's
I
can.
have
sorry.
another idea.
Okay.
How about a defector from Solus's army?
A defector. Solus's army.
Yeah.
because
I never thought of that.
Because at the very end, during the Trespasser epilogue stuff, it says elves are disappearing. So
Yeah,
about a
that's-
defector who thinks this is actually a horrible idea. Especially if you're fighting Solus. Solus is the antagonist.
I like that idea. That's a really cool idea. How about you, Jess?
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good idea. I think you might have some trust issues with that person at first, if they come from the army. Since they already had spies in the Inquisition, you might be like, I don't know, you might be just coming to spy on us. I don't know how I feel about that. But depending on who the new character, like the new player character might be, I'm not sure.
Who are you interested in? What type of character are you interested in seeing in the next game? NPC? Party member?
I'm not sure.
That's
not
okay.
Sure. Like,
Christian, do you have? Okay.
I like your guys' ideas.
Christian, how about you?
I would like to see, because you brought this up in your Dragon Age tabletop. Maybe we can see some mixing of the races.
Perhaps.
That would be cool. That would be really cool.
Like the
Fainriel.
mixing with.
Fainriel was.
Yeah, but
I mean, Alistair was technically a half-elf,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Wasn't
Yeah,
Liliana too?
and then I killed his mom.
No.
Go ahead, Christian. Finish your thought.
we talked about maybe mixing of a Canary and elf in the other hangout. That would be nice to see.
For me, because I think Red Bull actually missed a mage type, I think it would be really fascinating to have a tranquil in your party. And because
Wow.
there does now seem to be a way to make someone untranquil, that could be a major choice for you. Sort of like, do you make Cole more spirit, or do you make Cole more human? There might be a choice where do you make the tranquil go through
That's a good
the
idea.
untranquiling process, and it would be really. It's first of all, it's a great story, especially it would give the actor a great opportunity to go from emotionless to emotional. That'd be a wonderful thing for an actor to do. And I want to make sure that their story is such that it actually is hard for you to make the decision, because you might think at face value, oh yeah, absolutely, make him not tranquil. Tranquility is awful. But if you put in their backstory that they actually were a very venomous mage who like killed all these people and like didn't seem to have any remorse, and then they became this tranquil, and maybe you didn't know that at the beginning, and you thought, oh, like that tranquil is like such a nice person. I would never have thought that tranquil would hurt a fly. And then you learn these awful things that the tranquil did, and then there's this like opportunity to make them not tranquil, knowing their past. Would you do it? I think that would be a really interesting choice to make. As far as existing existing characters, a lot of people wanted Krem to come back as a playable character, and I think having Jennifer Hale in my party would be amazing. Personally.
Yeah.
I really like that idea. The problem is that I don't mean to like be a downer or to hog the time. It's just that with a lot of these people talking about like bringing back returning characters, the thing is it's too dependent on people's individual storylines. Like Krem is dead in my game because Iron Bull is loyal to the Qun for all the good that did me. So I much regret about that. But I mean, I would be happy and I'd love to see Sten and Krem come back, for example. But think about how much money it would cost them, and there might be like a full third of people who just don't have them.
Yeah, there's too many variables.
That's very true.
The one thing about the Tranquility that might be another risk is because they're not sure exactly how efficient it is. Because they said they've tried it on a couple people, but they eventually went insane. So I don't know. It might be a big risk.
Because they have all their emotions and feelings flooding back all at once.
Yeah,
it sounds like it would be real
You
problematic.
are right.
I'm sorry. Who's trying to? Somebody's trying to speak. Who's trying to speak? Oh, Jack. Okay, go ahead, Jack.
I was going to say, you are right, though, that the right Tranquility is supposed to be an idealized punishment that you use so that you don't have to kill someone. It's supposed to be merciful in terms of, well, this person was such a horrible person, we don't want to actually execute them, because that would be horrible. So, tranquil. Of course, it was abused, but if in Park's, what Hart was suggesting, that would be exactly what it was used for, the merciful punishment.
I sort of see it like, if you guys remember getting Anders, recruiting Anders and trying to,
Carl.
Carl, yeah.
Carl.
Yeah.
That was so sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I wonder what the Kunari's view on Tranquility is, because as far as I know, they don't do it. Because they sew the mouths, and I wonder if they think there's a really bad side to doing it. I bet they probably, they're pretty smart. They figure out things pretty fast.
Unfortunately.
That would be interesting to. That would be interesting for them to explore that, because if the next game did take place in Tevinter and you did have a Tranquility member in your party, it would be really interesting to see if there was any opinions of the Kunari on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think they would have a Tranquil because the Qun system is for people to be placed in the different warrior baker slots. But if you made someone tranquil, that would
change how they were born. Yeah.
Yeah, you couldn't really place the person in any slot.
But they already did.
But at the same time, I don't think they place mages in baking positions and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
but,
if you're a mage, you're.
Plus, they already have a kind of right of tranquility. Remember, they lobotomize prisoners.
Yeah. Yeah, but
another reason why I hate
you can't you make anyone tranquil?
I think it's just
not,
because Cassandra became tranquil before she became a seeker, but I'm not sure exactly how it affects on non-mages. I'm sure it affects them the same way, but I don't think they just do it to anyone.
Yeah. I do want to try to move on to a different topic. So, Esparta, who has been waiting very patiently, why don't you bring up your question or topic?
My question is kind of, what do you guys would think if, let's say, the Dragon Age, it weren't Tevinter, if you had a chance to kind of regain the allies of the Kunari, would you? Or would you let them kind of fall, or would you kind of try to get the allies of the dwarves? Like, kind of the thought of, like, everyone go at it, dwarves, elven, Kunari. I think it's going to be a big war in the new Dragon Age, in my opinion. But which side would you choose?
Oh, so you could... are you asking if you can't choose... that you can only choose one?
Yeah.
Or... Oh.
What are the sides that you're proposing? Like, what are our options?
Like, getting, let's say, the Kunari on your side. Let's say you somehow convinced half their army to kind of go with you, and either you choose that or you kind of figure out if you can get the Dwarven, like from forgot their capital. What was their capital called?
Orzammar.
Orzammar.
And Kalsharo, I think, was the other one.
Yeah, like you get the dwarves to kind of come to your side. It's kind of like that choose your side type of thing for your army. That's like I'm proposing. Which side would you choose?
Like
Well,
similar
you could
to
go
the
with
whole
Galra.
getting a Templar or Mage sort of thing. That
Right,
they did
like
in
Templar
Inquisition.
versus Mage.
Yeah. That idea kind of came to me just because it would be kind of cool just for you to be. I don't know if you're gonna be the Inquisitor or someone new, but it would be kind of cool. Like, okay, we can might be get the dwarves or get half of the army to convert to us from the Kunari side. I think it would be kind of cool. Trying to figure out which tactical area are you going for.
I would probably side with Tevinter versus the Kunari, just because at the end of the Trespasser DLC, I disbanded the Inquisition and wanted to help Solus reverse his idea, and I think the Kunari would want to kill him no matter what. And I think maybe in Tevinter with them as an ally, they might be able to help me like work with the elves a little bit more or something. I'm not sure, but I think the Kunari would just be totally hostile towards any of ideas of helping.
That was what I was thinking too, actually.
Especially with Dorian in such a high seat too, that could be
plus
helpful.
he's my bestie, so I have to go to Tevinter.
I'm also curious about depending on, I mean, if you were sided with the Templars, what the deal was with sending Calpurnia. If you sent Calpurnia to
yeah, she just
I let her live.
Yeah, so
I let her live, but she just disappeared. I'd love for that to affect
I hope she's a good influence over there.
Yeah, she seemed a little iffy, but I would be interested to see if she, because I was hoping that when in Trespasser, when Dorian came back, that he would mention her or something, but he didn't. So I'm curious.
At the end of the day, the Kunari are far worse than Tevinter. The Kunari is a totalitarian state where they kidnap people and put them if they disagree with the state. It's not a good place to live. So the Tevinters are lesser of two evils by far.
I mean, ultimately, if you're going to be siding with the Kunari would be siding with you out of their own interests. So, and it would be a little bit, like the situation would be really iffy, getting their allegiance.
True. It might be weird because when you side with the Divine too, it'd probably a good move to side with the Kunari if that was the case, because they want to stop Solus, obviously, and that would be your cause if you sided with the Divine on that last Trespasser decision. But at the same time, I don't think the Divine wants to work with the Kunari, but maybe Leliana might.
Well, that's interesting, actually, because in my game, if I may interject, in my game, Cassandra's Divine and the Kunari are technically allies with the Inquisition, even though they freaking attacked me in the Iron Bull. And in my epilogue, they talked about how they actually asked the Inquisition for help in the war against Tevinter, and Cassandra hadn't made a decision yet. So I don't know if that's going to affect anything in Dragon Age 4, but I'm going to be honest. If I have to choose between Tevinter and the Kunari, I really don't know, because on one hand, Tevinter is a mage supremacist state that has slavery and rampant blood magic, and I don't really like it. But on the other hand, the Kunari are the Kunari, and they made me kill my best friend, the Iron Bull. And the fact that the Cune exists made me kill the Iron Bull. So I really don't know who I'd choose in that decision, because they're both pretty terrible options, in my opinion.
BioWare is really good at giving you one bad decision versus another bad decision.
Yeah, there's no lesser evil.
Everyone remember the Harrowmont versus Balin thing?
Oh my gosh.
You
That
go with
was
the
really gray.
You go with the dirtbag who can actually rule, or the nice guy who doesn't know what to do.
Right.
You're always the bad guy in the end.
I have just. Is it okay if I go?
You wanna pose a question or?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Pose a question or topic.
I just thought about what about having the ancient dwarf as an ally with their weapons and the Titan can help with Solus.
The Titan. Mm-hmm.
What
Yeah,
was the names
because-
of the ancient dwarves again? I don't remember the names.
I didn't play Descent, so.
Oh,
I don't remember.
either.
yeah.
The Shabertal.
Shabertal. Thank
Yeah.
you.
We haven't exactly seen how the Titan looks like because I don't think we really need to. But if we just have the Titans help with maybe some forces and weapons, because I don't think the ancient elf have ever thought about or seen that kind of weapons that we saw in the DLC.
Have you guys seen Lady Insanity's video on the Titans? Her theory about it?
I haven't yet.
I haven't had a chance to.
Not yet.
I didn't play the DLC, so.
I won't spoil anything, but she has a pretty big theory about Titans and how they're probably individually connected to some of the characters we've seen, and they think that the Titans are somehow controlling some people in the world.
Oh, wow.
Sort of like the
Wow.
Hall of Sorrows and Mythal.
Yeah, somewhat like that. And so they think
see
the
that.
elves were actually fighting the Titans back in the day because they thought the Titans had an like sort of a unnecessary rule over the dwarves. So they thought that the elves were fighting them to try to free the dwarves in a sort of way.
So
That makes sense, because the dwarves already have no connection to the Fade, so Solus making the Veil wouldn't destroy their civilization like it would have the ancient elves.
Yeah, so it's a pretty cool video if you guys. It's not that long.
Does anyone else want to bring up a question or topic to discuss?
I would.
I'm sorry. Did you say something? Go ahead, Jack.
Yes, I would. I really want to talk about Vivian.
Vivian.
She's my favorite
Okay.
character.
I think we all really want to.
She's my divine.
Yeah, she's mine.
She is my absolute favorite character in this game. Probably my favorite character of any Dragon Age game.
She's one of my favorites, too.
She's my
She's
favorite.
cool.
I love her so much.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything specific you want to talk about Vivian? Because I know that there are a good number of people who can't stand the woman, but there's also, but she also has her fans too. There are Vivian sympathizers. So did
She's
you
so
want to?
strong.
I want to talk about perhaps some of the reasons why people don't like her.
Why
And
the way
talk
they don't
about-
like her? Okay.
Yeah, and then talk about why I disagree.
You want to start then, Jack?
So one of the things that I hear people talking about all the time with Vivian is that she wears her ambition on her sleeve.
On her sleeve.
Yes, which that's absolutely a thing in Orlais, obviously, but she wears her ambition on her sleeve, and we get in our society we kind of don't like ambition. And when we see people who are really ambitious, we kind of think they're not really good people. Indeed, the Slytherin in Harry Potter, of course, is supposed to be the evil house, and one of their main traits is ambition.
Mm-hmm.
That was all.
Does anyone else?
That was all.
Does anyone else have a thought on Vivian?
yeah, I like the way.
Oh, you go first.
Go ahead, Christian.
I like the way the way she can insult people with not really insulting them. Yeah, and the voice actor I really
Yes.
like.
Yeah.
Candy laced venom. I call it candy laced venom.
Harvey, what do you think of Vivian?
Me personally,
Yeah.
I personally like Vivian a lot. Like she definitely can be very condescending and very nasty to people, but I kind of knew that going in that that's what she was like, so it didn't really surprise me. Because I know that she gets a lot of stuff done. It's sort of like, it's almost like Donald Trump, like, because Donald Trump is not. I don't want to get too political here, but Donald Trump is. He can be abrasive to people, but he's very successful. He's very ambitious, he's very successful, and he knows, at least in terms of business, not necessarily the presidential election, but I'm talking about business standpoint, he must be doing something right, even though he may not necessarily be the most pleasant person in the box. So but there's something like entertaining about him as a person, especially when you watch him right now in the presidential election. Whether you like him or not, whatever your opinions of Trump, you kind of have to. You can't. One thing you probably have to agree is he's not a boring candidate. He's very entertaining. He's not a boring candidate at all. So, and I can say the same thing about Vivienne. Anyone else want to chime in about that?
Back to Vivienne.
Oh, Sarah.
Yeah.
Let's set Sarah up. Sarah, go ahead.
Sarah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that I know a lot of people who, at first I was kind of like neutral on Vivienne. I mean, I thought some of the stuff that she said was kind of bitchy. But then I heard from other people, oh, there's like a lot more to her, so I decided to start trying to befriend her in game. And then after doing her personal quest, I mean, the tides were turned. She was then my favorite character after that. That personal quest really made a huge difference, for me at least, in helping me know she wasn't just this ambitious person who would do anything to get anywhere. It was like she actually cared about things. So it was more like she is a human being on the inside. She cares about people, but she's also ambitious, and it made her so much more of a realistic character rather than kind of a one-sided, I'm just an ambitious lady who likes to go out and get stuff done and kind of insult people along the way. So yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to mention the personal quest because I thought it was great.
Personal quest is very good. It gives for human taste.
Well, I like just as a disclaimer, I do like Vivienne. She's one of my my favorite characters, but I think the usual argument I come across with people who don't like her is because she seems very very veiled, and she does in a way make you understand where you sit with her, but it takes some thought and consideration on considering what she'll probably want to get from you, depending on who you are as a person. And with that personal side quest, I was under the impression that even though I've given her the White Wyvern's heart, that it might have been poison, and she was actually administering some sort of poison to her husband so she could actually gain something out of his death that way. So that's it's from what I can understand, it could be left up for interpretation.
Now, the reason I don't think that's the case is because she was his mistress, and she wouldn't have anything to gain if he died. It would all go to his either brother or his wife died as well, but it would either go to his brother or sister. Yeah.
Or his kids.
Yeah.
No, she absolutely genuinely loved him.
Yeah.
She happened to get something else out of loving him, then so be it for the better.
Yeah, and just the way she spoke about him, I don't know.
Yeah. And then when you can ask him, you can ask her after the fact, after he passes away, how you can just keep going back and asking her more about him. And she really, I don't know, the way she speaks about him just made me really sad.
I know, poor thing.
Anyone else have any thoughts on Vivienne?
The one thing I liked about Vivienne was that when you side with the mages, when you talk to her, she'll ask you, "What do you think about tranquility? What do you think about this? What do you think about that?" And you'll kind of see her point of view. Like we said, I want some of them to be my prisoners because they wrongfully went to the wrong side. And she'll be like, "Are you sure you should do that?" Like she'll disapprove, and that's kind of like you'll kind of slowly get into why and she'll keep talking about how she wants to rebuild the mages into where their peak, where they were segregated, they weren't put down, they weren't looked upon bad, they were just mages. Some of them there are some bad eggs, but she's like, that's not the majority of them.
Yeah, I think that's a big misconception about her. A lot of people think that she wants to restore the circles to like what they were in basically Ferelden, because that's what we know. But she really wants what she had. She had that freedom, and she was trusting. She was trusted, and I think she thinks that all mages could be at that point. And she knows that there's gonna be, a risk of corruption, but she thinks she can handle it.
Shadow,
she turned that position. She turned that position of Court Enchanter into something far, far more than it ever had been in the first place. She wants all mages to be on that level where they're not as feared or looked down upon. They actually have a place in society.
Yeah, she wants them to be educated individuals.
Yeah.
Don't know how much I agree with that, but I don't know if that's a discussion we should have.
Oh, I think Shadow, were you trying to say something, by the way?
Yeah.
From the moment that I was introduced to Vivienne, when we were talking with that pompous guy, I'm not gonna get too much into that guy because he literally pissed me off.
The Duke guy?
Yes. I just froze him. I'm like, oh my god.
I love you.
It's exactly what I wanted.
And then you could just tell her, just like straight up kill him.
Yes. I love that with her. She was great.
Yeah, the voice actor for her was amazing. I love her to death.
Yes.
She was also in Game of Thrones.
Oh yeah, she was.
Yeah, she's Alaria Sand.
Oh wow,
That's awesome.
She's over in Martell's.
Yeah.
I'm a Game of Thrones fan. I didn't even know that.
So yet again, she's also mistress to another powerful guy who dies.
Yes.
So she's used to the role. Okay.
Does anyone else have any other Vivienne thoughts before we move on to the next topic? Okay, who in the panel would like to bring up the next topic?
I have one. Try to shorten it if you can, because I know there's a lot of decisions. But what is like your canon playthrough? Like, say just a couple decisions. Like, your origins was give her the racing class, and like if they sided with the mages or the Templars or the elves or the werewolves, stuff like that.
Just for Origins or for all of the games?
For across them.
Pick just for the interest of time, pick one major decision from each game. Just one major decision of each game. Okay. Whichever one spoke to you.
Yeah.
And we'll leave it at that. Does anyone want to do that?
I'll go first if you want me to.
Go ahead.
Hark, is the microwave too loud?
No. Everything sounds fine to me.
For mine, my canon origins was a female Kuzland who ended up on the throne with Alistair, and she sided with the mages and freed the mages. My Hawk was a mage who ended up with Fenris and also sided with the mages at the end. And my Inquisitor was a elven mage who sided with the Templars.
Yes.
Yep. Elven mage who sided with the Templars and Romance Cullen, which was very fulfilling.
We're gonna get so much hate mail for that.
Which topic are we on now?
Not from me.
I'm Hella Games asked if people wanted to share one major decision from each of the games. During your canon playthrough, pick one major decision in Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition.
And who your canon character is.
And who your canon character is. Yeah.
I didn't finish my playthrough on Dragon Age Origins.
What would you play as?
I played as an elven warrior.
Cool.
Yeah.
It can be kind of a trudge sometimes. I mean, I know I had to start that game over multiple times before I actually got myself to play through the whole thing. I think there's like a hump you have to get over before you Especially
Yeah.
in the
The deep roads.
Yeah,
The deep roads never end.
I thought the fade never ended. I thought
Yeah,
it was
the
the
fade
fade.
there's a
Mod to skip
a
it.
mod that
Skip it.
to skip it. Yeah.
a reason I have a problem with the game is because I am dyslexic.
Dyslexic?
I have
There's
yeah.
a lot of
Same here.
So I think
Mhm.
I have hard to learn to read Swedish. So when I have a different language,
It's gotta be awful.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I can read, but when it's complicated or big words, I can't really read them.
The same here, dude. Same here. I have that problem. Yeah, I see things backwards.
Oh.
Yeah, so.
So,
I'm kind of in the same.
Let's
Sorry,
let Shadow go first. Let Shadow go first.
Okay. I'm kind of in the same boat as Christian, but I actually have things planned out in my canon.
Okay.
Like in Origins, I was an elven mage that, on complete accident, we'll make this my major, I killed I killed Connor.
Oh.
I did too. I'm sorry.
Actually.
It was an
It was a
accident.
complete accident. I didn't
So
know what I was
depressing.
doing.
Oh.
I tried to go through the door, and then the Desire Demon showed up. I'm like, oh no,
Oh.
I have messed up today.
You just had to loot that estate fully. You just had
Did
to
you get that
loot.
really depressing? Did you get that really depressing scene where you have to either kill Connor or let his mom kill him?
Yeah.
Yes.
I got that too.
How
I reloaded the
many-
save and then looked up how to save him before because I was like, no, this must happen.
which one did you choose? You kill him or the mother?
I was torn.
Red Bull.
I didn't know whether to let the mom kill him or me, and so it was like, my mind was exploding. So I was like, I don't want you to go through the pain of killing your own son. I'll do it. Just don't hate me.
That could be like when what's the name of in Walking Dead? The
Kenny and Duck.
yeah.
Oh god. Don't remind me of that.
Try not to give away spoilers from other games, please.
Okay, sorry.
Oh god, no.
Got sad ending.
Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone. I messed up royally.
It's
And then-
okay.
And then in
It was-
like,
It's organic.
That's what replays are for.
That's what
What
replays
did
are
you-
for.
What did you choose, Red Bull?
Wait, Shadow wasn't done with her other playthroughs. I was gonna.
Yeah, yeah.
I can go after.
Yeah, Shadow, did you want to share your other playthroughs, or are you?
yeah.
Go ahead.
My plans. I'm definitely going to be siding with the mages because honestly, Meredith is absolutely crazy in 2. And then in 3, I'm going to do something a little different. With Iron Bull's loyalty quest, I'm probably going to just say fuck you, Kyun, and just go. and just disobey the Kyun, because Krem is just too good.
I love
Krem is
Krem.
just too good.
The cannons aren't worth it. That's a good call. The cannons are not worth having to kill him.
Yes.
Is that what they said the canon is? That you go with the Kunari?
No, what I mean is that
He means
the
physical
fact that
cannons.
the Kunari have cannons and
Oh,
gunpowder.
Yes,
I see.
yeah.
You have to kill the Iron
I
Bull.
thought you said,
Yeah,
oh, that's
right.
that's what was supposed to happen.
Anyways, in my playthrough, my dwarf noble warrior, I put Balin on the throne. It was a terrible decision because if any of you played the dwarf noble origin, you know what Balin does.
Oh yeah.
Have you?
Yes.
Okay, spoilers to the dwarf noble origin. If he basically gets you exiled and frames you for murdering the brother, so then you have to go ahead and put the guy who kicked you out of your own city on the throne.
Yeah.
In Dragon Age 2, and I also ended up with Morrigan. I romanced Morrigan in Dragon Age Origins. In Dragon Age 2, I was Hawk, who ended up with Isabella, who I'm gonna get lynched for this, but I really very much agree with. She was insane near the end, but I very much agree with Meredith. And also, Kirkwall is an unlivable city, so I annulled the circle in Dragon Age 2.
Okay.
And in Dragon Age 3, I
agree
was
with
a
Meredith
dwarf.
too.
You agreed? Who agreed with
Dragon
Meredith
Age-
as well? Sorry.
I agreed with Meredith too.
Oh, okay. Jack did too.
I'm fine with
Same
that.
here. Same here.
And I mean, I could get into why, but that's not a discussion we're gonna have.
Yeah. We'll get if somebody else wants to bring up that topic, we can. Go ahead.
And then I guess the big decision in Dragon Age Inquisition that you guys can all probably guess who I sided with in the Mages versus Templars thing. So I was a dwarf warrior who exiled the Grey Wardens.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to explain?
If you want to, I exiled the Grey Wardens as well with Andy.
I honestly did it because at this stage I figured that I was never really super big fans of them because I worked with them in Dragon Age Origins, but it wasn't really my choice. It was either that or die in the Deep Roads. But the other thing is that they got this mentality of everything we do is justified because blights, which means that we can commit mass blood magic ritual sacrifice, we can break laws, we can recruit ex-cons, and it doesn't matter because blights. And I was honestly sick of it. We need them because blights are bad, but we don't need them to feel welcome for it. Mm-hmm. It messed up enough that I honestly can feel, okay, you guys are kicked out if we don't need you.
My reasoning was like, someone needs to watch these people. Like, I don't want them to go off and do something else. I was like, I need to watch these guys. I need to make sure they're doing good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I exiled the Grey Wardens. I'm sorry, but please don't hate me.
No problem.
It happens.
I understand.
I like your playthrough.
What?
I agree. I like your playthrough. I agree. With everything that you did.
Does anyone?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Who wants to go?
Oh yeah. In Origins, the one thing that I really remember about Origins was that I was playing a male, and I had the romance with Zevon, and I wanted to get the romance with Alistair too. So I used the mod to get the romance with Alistair, and so then I had both of them going at once, and then I wanted Alistair to stay with the Grey Wardens because I had the romance going with him. So I purposely did not let him go on the throne just so that he would stay with me.
Oh God, what happened in Inquisition?
I was so heartbroken that first Elven Mage playthrough where I romanced Alistair, and then at the end I was like, you can be king, and he was like, he came in for that talk. I was so mad.
I didn't make him king, so I was like, heck yeah, like you're a Grey Warden and I'm with you, then it's all good.
I kind of wanted to make Honora queen, but at the same time I was like, you know what, Alistair, I think you could be a really good king. I know you don't want to do it, but I think you can adjust to it. But then on my canon, the only way I want him to do that is if I'm with him.
Yeah.
My lands meet was a total disaster. I tried to keep. Oh no, we're going to someone else. Never mind.
Yeah.
In Inquisition, the one decision that I wanted to talk about that nobody else mentioned was the well with Morgan. I actually chose to take the well rather than let Morgan take it.
Yeah,
I did that also.
Yeah, I did that also.
I did not trust her at all. She's not a trustworthy person.
I trusted her, but I trusted her, but I didn't want her to have to pay the cost, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't have enough willpower to resist that much power right in front of me. I was like, I gotta have it. I couldn't resist.
I trusted her because I was scared. I didn't know what it was going to do to me.
I mean,
I don't want it.
Well, especially at the end of Origins, where she comes to you and she's like, well, yeah, I had an ulterior motive the entire time for being with you. She's not someone you trust.
I mean, it was a pretty easy decision for me in Origins.
I trust her to do something that won't ruin the world. I trust her to, like, keep things stable, but I don't trust her to, like, do good, like, go out of her way to do good.
She's kind of selfish.
She can be, yes.
I love her, but I don't trust her.
Before we continue on, I do want to in the very near future begin the first rotation. So I just wanted to say the people that are currently on standby, because I do want to bring in 5 more people onto this. Crown V, hopefully you're feeling better, Crown V. If you can jump on the next rotation once people bow out, including Mad Eeyore, Efren, if you're there, Efren. I'm not sure if you are. If not, Sage Fox, you're also next, and Barton Kendron, and possibly Herenia Hope, depending on Efren's availability. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 6 people. So just be on standby. I'm going to send you guys a link through email. Just keep an eye on your email, and in a moment I'll ask 5 people from here to bow out and we can bring more people in. So does anyone want to continue answering this question? It looks like Esparta wants to answer this question. And then Carlo will go after him.
For my origins, I was a female elf, and I romanced Alistair, and basically me and him became king. I mean, I queen and him king. For Dragon Age 2, I went with Meredith, and for this is kind of ironic, but for Dragon Age Inquisition, I disbanded the Templars.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
That's cool. I haven't seen anyone do that.
I disbanded them, and at the end, there was no more Templars. They don't exist.
Why did you disband
Andy disbanded them too, actually.
Oh, did he?
Mm-hmm. He disbanded them.
I'll have to
Still salty about that.
They're part of my army. So
I have to catch up on Andy's Let's Play.
Andy did a lot of things that many people don't do, which I kind of like.
Is it okay if I cut in here, or do you want to stay on topic?
Well, I think Carlo wanted to answer. Carlo wanted to respond to that.
Oh, okay. I'll make this quick. So, in my series, Alistair became king for Origins. I sided with the mages in Dragon Age 2, and Morrigan got to the well in Inquisition. So, just to quickly run through. And also, as a coincidence, I actually made all my canon Inquisitors or players redheads as well.
Cool.
With all mine too.
Did anyone else want to answer that?
Can I go next?
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, Mr. Nuts, go ahead. Answer that question.
In Origins, my warden was a human mage, a male, and when I came to Redcliffe, I offered to go to the ritual to free Connor, but I chose to keep him possessed because my warden really liked to deal with demons. He liked to do dark things that many people don't like. Then in Dragon Age 2, I was a female mage that liked to do everything she can to survive. So when the Kunari invaded Kirkwall, I chose to give Isabella to the Arishok to keep the peace. And then in Inquisition, like I said, I was a female Kunari mage, and she didn't like to be kept in a circle. She liked her freedom, so I chose to side with the mages and free them, and then I made Liliana my divine. That's pretty much it.
Cool.
And was your Liliana inspired or
Steel.
Oh, she was stealed. I hardened everyone in my Let's Plays, in my walkthroughs.
I was trying to make Liliana nice, but no, it didn't work.
She kind of went full psycho in my opinion.
got the thing in mind. Yeah.
I kind of dodged it.
I do want to talk about Liliana, but I'll save that for a separate topic if we get around to it.
I think everyone answered, so if you're...
Yeah.
Okay. So before we go to the next topic, I do want to rotate some people in before we move on. So if you have already, for those of you on the panel, if you've already asked your question and you plan on hanging out with us for a while, if you could volunteer to bow out. Otherwise, I'm going to start calling on people. So just
I'm going to bow
I'll
out.
bow out.
Okay.
How do I do that again exactly? Just leave?
yeah, just leave cancel out of your browser. Just X out of your browser.
Or you can hit the little red phone.
I
The red
have
phone
one
at the top.
Okay, I guess I'll be back at the next wave or something, I hope.
Okay. Sparta had a question.
So if I bow out, we can come back.
Yes, if you bow out and you think that my goal is to get through everyone here once.
Okay.
And then assuming, depending on how many people I get, if we have time at the end, because I'm pretty much good for another 4 or 5 hours. If we have time at the end and I've gotten through everybody, then I will give an open first come first serve. Anybody who wants to come in now, you have the link. Come in. First come.
Okay, I'll bow out.
Okay.
Alright, I'll bow out too.
Okay,
So you guys
that's
will be a few
2.
hours.
Just leave. Just leave call.
Yeah, just leave the call. Just
See you soon.
I'll see you guys again.
See you guys.
Bye. Thank you, Hark.
Bye.
You're welcome. Are you also buying out, Sarah? Or okay.
Yep,
1, 2,
there
3,
she goes.
4, 5. Okay, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need one more person to bow out, or 1 or 2.
I don't mind if nobody else minds.
Are you sure? Because you haven't had. Did you have a question?
I can
Yeah,
ask a
if you
question
haven't-
real quick.
Yeah. If you haven't asked a question yet, I want you to stay.
Oh, okay.
If you have a question, and Carlo, you haven't asked a question yet, have you? Or have you?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, Jack already asked a question, so Jack, if you could be so kind to bow out, at least for now, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you back in, unless you're not going to be around in a few hours.
I'm leaving in an hour.
Okay. Christian and Jess, since you guys were on my previous live stream, if either of you could bow out, that would be fantastic, just to let other people, hang out.
Yeah, I have a thing to ask.
Yeah, if you want me to, I can bow.
Yeah, because you asked your question already, right? And Christian.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, if
All right.
you definitely would love to have you back if we are rotating people back in. So.
Okay. All right, I'll see you guys later.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you.
We've got a few more fresh faces here. Hi, Crown. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Are you feeling better? I'm having a hard time hearing you, Crown. I think you're muted again. It's okay. Herenia, nice to meet you in person, Herenia. It's been a while. I'm not sure if I can hear you, though. Check your microphone. Just make sure that you're not muted, or make sure that your microphone's connected. And I see I think Jack Skellington is off his camera right now. Sage Fox is on.
Hello, Sage.
I shouldn't be off the camera. It says it's on.
More people are jumping in. There we go.
Is it okay if
Yeah, Christian, what we're gonna do is I'll let you ask your question next, if that's okay, and then you can bow out after that, so we can put in one more person. Okay?
Yeah.
Hi. I think Kendra. Hi, Kendra. I think you're muted too. Yeah, I can't hear you guys, unfortunately. I can't. All of the people who just came in, unfortunately, I can't hear you for whatever reason. If it doesn't work, try going to your settings. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Hangout, but if you hover your mouse up near the top of this call and click on settings, just make sure that your microphone is set up.
How about now?
I hear someone. Who's that?
It's Crown.
It's Crown. I hear Crown.
Yay! Okay.
Okay, cool.
I still.
Am I muted?
Oh, I just heard someone say muted. Who's that?
Me, Sage.
Oh,
Fox.
Sage. Sage is on. Yeah, Sage, you're on.
Yay!
Kendra and Herenia, I still can't hear you guys, unfortunately. Check your settings. If checking your settings doesn't work, try to, I guess, refresh your browser or leave the call and come back in. I hear somebody. Who is that?
You hear me?
Yes, Kendra, I hear you now.
Yes.
You're a little faint. You're a little faint, but I can hear you just barely. And then Herenia, we're still hopefully going to get Herenia in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so currently we're full, so I'm trying to see. I think Mad Eeyore. Okay, so it looks like Mad Eeyore. If you're watching, feel free to jump in after Christian leaves, because he's just going to ask one question before he bows out.
Kendra, try going into your computer settings in your, I think it's a volume adjuster. I don't know what type of computer you have. I have a Lenovo, but
I have a really old HP.
Okay, there should be an audio manager where you can adjust the microphone volume, the actual recording volume. There should be a setting in there for you to be able to turn it up so that we can hear you. I don't know if it's going to affect.
You guys can't hear me very well at all?
I can hear you fine. It's just softer than everybody else, but I can hear you. I can make out what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, let me see if I can fix it.
Okay. If not, I think we'll be okay. And then hopefully Harenia will be able to. I think Harenia is changing some hardware, changing some things. Thank you guys, by the way, if you're watching, viewers out there. Thank you for your patience as we try to get ourselves set up with all of this. What we'll do is, while we're waiting for people to get set up, I will have all of the new people introduce themselves in a moment. But while people are trying to get themselves set up, why don't we do that? We'll stall and let Harenia have hopefully a chance to get things set up. It's okay, my dear. It's all right. You're okay. It's okay.
Mine won't get any louder.
Kendra, you're fine. Keep trying. Can you see the Harenia? Can you see the settings cog up at the top? Are you able to see that? Okay, so that's not working out for you. If you have other microphones, it looks like that's what you're trying to do. Try to swap them in. You make sure you set your settings to use whatever that microphone that you're using is. If any of you guys on the panel think you can help by chatting with Harenia online through the chats, so it doesn't interfere with what people are saying vocally, that would be good to try to help her out by typing. And if you don't know where that is, if you hover your mouse to the left hand, you should see the sidebar pop up, and then at the very top there's a chat. There's a chat button. Hit that, and you should be able to chat with Harenia to try to help her with her issue. So while we're waiting, let's introduce the other newcomers who came in. Please tell us what your name you would like for us to refer to you as, if you're comfortable with your real name or your online name, whichever you choose. Tell us where you're from, if you're comfortable with that, as well as what your favorite race and class is in general in the Dragon Age universe. Why don't we start with Crown?
Oh, hello, people. Such a delight. You guys can just refer to me as B. That's totally fine. Let's see. Dragon Age Inquisition was the first thing I played, but I've always loved elves. I'm elves all day, every day, and I'm mage all day, every day.
Okay.
Currently, I'm residing in the hot, hot desert of Nevada. So hot, so desert.
Okay.
Much wow.
Thank you for joining us again, Crown.
Thank you for having me.
Kendra, why don't you go next?
All right. I'm Kendra. I live in Arizona, another desert dweller.
Hello.
Although I live up in Flagstaff currently, and it's coldish. My favorite class in Dragon Age tends to be Elf, but I've fallen in love with Canary with this game.
Okay. Sage, why don't you
I
go
always
next?
play a mage.
You always say a mage. I'm all up on mages. I'm fine with that.
Mage life.
Sage, how about you?
Yeah, I'm Sage Fox, and my favorite class is probably Elf Warrior because I like smashing things, and I live in nice, cold Montana.
Oh, jealous.
Oh, Montana.
Yeah, it's nice and cold here too, so I feel you.
Okay. How are you doing there, Harenia? Still, you okay? Okay. All right. Right there. Keep trying. It's all right. Hopefully we'll be able to get things figured out. If maybe, have you already tried restarting your browser, like coming out of the call and coming back in? That might fix it. Try doing that and see if that works. Pop out and pop back in. Okay. Hopefully she will be back for us. While we're waiting on that, Christian, what question did you want to, or topic did you want to bring up?
I would like to see the how do you say the character you are in Dragon Age Origins. Maybe we can have him or her be in Dragon Age 4, voice acted. That would be really cool to meet your Dragon Age Origins character in.
What? The question is, what Dragon Age Origins character do you want to see again?
No.
More than
The warden.
Oh, the warden.
Yeah.
What?
You
So
That would be very, very difficult. That would be very difficult, I think, because there's so many different ways you can play the warden. There's no way they're going to get everyone's canon wardens in there and make everybody happy. It would be very, very hard to do that.
Maybe.
You
go.
I remember me and my sister were talking about how they would do that, and we always thought about you just choosing your gender and race and having them as a mute always wearing a helmet. That way you don't have to worry about it. Because your character never talks anyways in the first game, so why not keep that as a thing?
I actually thought about it. I thought about if your warden makes the ultimate sacrifice, you might meet him in the Fade, his spirit, kinda. Unless he's a dwarf, so he doesn't really go to the Fade when he dies.
Yeah, the dwarves go to the stone when they die. Maybe you see him in the stone. I don't know. that just came out of nowhere with me.
I actually just ordered Origin, so I haven't had a chance to play it yet. I'm excited.
Good game too.
Yeah.
I guess I would like to see the warden voice acted, but I don't know as to if BioWare would be able to do that per se, because there's so many things that could have gone wrong in Origins where you don't even have a warden in the next game. So, like people said, make the ultimate sacrifice. So it would be incredibly difficult for them to do something to that extent, but we would all love to see it.
I'm not sure I would, because you remember when Hawk showed up in Inquisition, you can have Hawk be a blood mage, romance a blood mage, be pro blood magic, and still hate blood magic in Inquisition.
Yeah, true.
I'm not entirely sure I would want to see what they would do with a warden.
Yeah.
I think for me, like with bringing the warden back, or like my warden back into the game, I don't know, at least for me, like that story was over, and you know, just seeing him back there again, I would be thinking, wait, aren't we done with you? So, but I don't know, that's just me personally. So
I really like
the
letter that you did in Inquisition.
Yeah, like that was a nice touch. So, and like just seeing that sort of thing maybe is just like is satisfactory enough, and like it's all about focusing on like what's current in like the next game. So.
Anyone else before we move on to the next topic? All right, I do want to make sure that Carlo and Mr. Nuts asked their questions too. So was it Carlo who had the next topic, I think?
I'm still thinking up of mine. So,
okay. Mr. Nuts or Shadow, do either of you have?
I guess I can ask a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Nuts.
Do you guys prefer the Templars' views on should the mages be locked up in a tower or should they live free? Are your views about that?
I agree with both of those sentiments. Because I think that if a mage proves that they're not going to be deadly, that they can go live with everybody else, with several caveats. Because here's the thing with mages. Because the thing with mages is that it's not their fault that they're dangerous in Dragon Age. Because they can become possessed by demons at any time, more so than regular people. And that's not their fault. Right? So they should be rewarded if they can prove that they're not, that they can control themselves enough that they won't be possessed by demons. However, they need to be able to do that in the first place.
Right.
So I agree with both of those things.
Right.
I can see the point of having circles. Sometimes I definitely don't think it should be a mandatory way of life for mages. I believe, education is key. I understand the fear of magic because, unchecked and uneducated wise, you have this potentially very destructive force, and if you don't know how to wield it, yeah, a lot of people can get hurt. But I think I was kind of for, because like I sided with the mages in mind, and I was like, you know what, I think you guys should rule yourselves. I think who better to know how to rule yourselves than you guys. I think they need just a bit more freedom and not being kept on that leash. But I think if somebody chooses, if they want to go to the circle, then by all means, I think that's great. I think that the circle definitely does need to be overhauled, because there were definitely some abuses in it, but I just think it shouldn't be a mandatory thing for somebody to have to go into the circle. I think there should be other options for education.
Did you have something to say, Kendra?
Yeah. The thing is, I remember in Dragon Age Origins when talking to Wynn, she was talking about how she was taken to a circle at a very, very young age by Templars. And that's how it usually happens. They're practically ripped away from their families and probably never see them again. I think rather than having the actual circle of Magi, it would be better to have them go as a school, and that's how they're tested. And then after they pass their harrowing, they're free to live how they want, because once you pass the harrowing, you've pretty much proven you can hold off demons, and you know what you need to know. So it should be more like, I guess, a boarding school than anything. Not necessarily a prison.
Like Hogwarts.
And I hate the idea of kids being ripped away from their families just because they have magic.
Well, just so everybody knows, because I didn't know this until somebody corrected me. It depends from circle to circle whether you're actually pulled away and break ties completely from your family. Because that is that is very much a Ferelden thing, apparently. But with I think Vivienne mentioned that like a lot of the circles in Orlais, they don't necessarily do that. And you still get to continue ties with your family, but again, it's a circle to circle based thing. Yeah. And I think Vivienne wanted. I think she said she wanted to try to go towards giving mages that kind of freedom of actually keeping ties with their loved ones, because she had a loved one. I mean, she had a husband. I mean, herself. So.
Right.
If you make Vivienne divine, she actually gives mages more freedom than they've ever had before. It says that in the epilogue slide that they have a lot of freedom under Vivienne.
Yeah,
Christian, go ahead.
I think Vivienne in general is probably the best option for divine when it comes to balance, because Cassandra would. I haven't had Cassandra's divine yet, but I would imagine she would be more traditional with these circles. Liliana says no, just go for freedom all out. Vivienne has a nice balance. Issue with Vivienne as divine, she kind of glamorizes the position a bit too much, and she doesn't care about the religious parts of it. She's more about the influence of it, the political part, not the faith part.
I think I didn't have Lenny Allen was my divine. I think I remember seeing the epilogue for her, and I think that they do have their two separate colleges, or either Cassandra makes a sort of college for them and she offers the free mages, the choice to come into theirs if they decide to stay in their own. But I think that's an option with her if she's divine.
From what I understand, the mages themselves created the College of Enchanters so they could learn. And then after the Trespasser DLC, Vivienne reinstates the Circle with some other loyalist mages, and they're kind of in direct competition with each other.
Yeah, I think that's kind of almost a consistent thing between all three divines. You still have the two, either the Circle of Magi and then the College of Enchanters. I think they're both, no matter who you make divine, they're both still existing. I guess it just depends on how well they get along, who's divine, how much turbulence there is.
I feel like that's going to be a thing in the next Dragon Age game, because that's so consistent across all three. And that'll be very interesting, seeing two rival colleges like that.
Christian, if I could ask you to bow out so I can add somebody else to the slot, that'd be great. Thank you for joining us, Christian, and hopefully we'll be able to rotate you back in. Bye, Christian. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. So, Mad Eeyore, I did send you a link to join us. Hopefully, Herenia will come back. And Mad Eeyore, if Mad Eeyore ends up not being able to log in right away, the next person who's on the list is Escala Shepherd. So, Escala Shepherd, I'll send you a link if Mad Eeyore doesn't come soon. Okay. So, does Shadow or Carlo have a question or topic to bring up?
Yeah, I've got a question now.
Go ahead.
So, in the hype leading up to like the Inquisition's release, like, what were your hopes for Inquisition before, they actually revealed, like, oh, it was this kind of game. So, and what were you hoping for Inquisition, but didn't actually see realized in,
I like that question. I like that. It's a very good question.
I was kind of hoping that it would have more in the way of, well, you need more power to be able to do this thing. You can't go over here until you have more power because you're not powerful enough. You're still really small. That kind of thing. It had a little bit of that, but not nearly as much as I wanted it to have.
Mm.
If you know what I'm talking about.
Like, in the sense where you have to, like, do all these side quests to collect power, but it didn't feel...
What I was hoping for is that you start out really small as the Inquisition, and you grow bigger and bigger and bigger, and as you grow, you can do more things, right? Which is something that was in the game, but it wasn't nearly as much there as much as I wanted it to be. That's all.
What more did you kind of want to see as far as, I guess, growing the Inquisition's power?
Well, maybe more in terms of side quests. You can do more things. You can do more side quests when you do. I don't know how else they would have implemented it.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just for main quests. I kind of wanted it to be for a little more than that, and unlocking areas.
Oh, I see.
I don't know.
Oh, sorry. No, it's fine, because I think it's interesting because I know some people who have played other Dragon Age games before, and then they got to Inquisition. They felt like there were way too many side quests. They're like, it's just too much. I feel like I'm never going to finish. Yeah, I loved it, though, because I feel like I love long games, and this one, it's like I felt like there was always something to do, and I didn't want it to end, so I kind of got to take my time and savor it. So I was fine with all the amount of quests that you could do on the side.
What exactly was the question again? I couldn't quite hear it.
It's like before you got the game and in the months leading up to its release, like what were your hopes or like what were your expectations of Inquisition before you actually played it?
Okay. For me, my biggest hope was that it would be better than Dragon Age 2. Mostly in regards to the companions. One thing I loved about Dragon Age Origins in general was that we really got to know our companions, we really got a connection with them. Alistair, you fall in love with no matter who you are. You missed out a lot in Dragon Age 2 because you have very, very limited ability to talk to them. You can only talk to them about certain things at certain times. Whereas I'm happy, really happy they brought back with Inquisition is that you can just chat with your companions, learn about them, rather than just having random cutscenes here and there like, oh yeah, I'm a sulky elf slave. Or I'm an angsty wizard with the spirit inside me. It didn't flow as nice in Dragon Age 2, and that's something I was really hoping would be fixed in Inquisition, and I'm so happy it was. Just the ability to communicate with your companions more.
Like in moments of downtime where you can just, just, what was that? Just socialize with your companions.
I love that part.
Yeah.
When she was all into the book. That was beautiful.
Especially when she was reading like bits at the end at Trespasser.
Oh yeah.
What a pleasant surprise.
That was amazing. Her doing the impressions. Oh my god.
Vivian's was my favorite. So. Yeah. I think with what I was hoping for Inquisition, like although yes, it exceeded expectations for me. Like what I would have wanted to see were the origin stories for each of your player characters, like what you saw in Dragon Age Origins, leading up to the Conclave. So, like if you're playing, sorry.
No, I'm saying yeah. A lot of people have said that.
Yeah.
The thing, I think the reason why they didn't do that is because you have to. It relies on amnesia, because you have to find out what happens later in the fade. Right?
Yeah,
You
that's
have to
true.
find out about the divine being held by Critics, and if you had the origin stories, you would find that out at the beginning. And you would miss the big reveal of Critics being the main villain.
I might be partial, but I kind of was hoping I'd actually be able to marry Dorian. When I found out you could marry other characters, I felt a little gypped. But it's okay. It's okay.
There's always the next game. I could say something about that.
He leaves you. He leaves you. That's horrible.
He does, but I think it's okay because compared to other romances, it could be worse. It could be rogue. Yeah, exactly. At least it's not a tragic soulless romance.
I gotta say though, if you were in a Trespasser DLC and you had Bull and Dorian together, the ending slideshow is amazingly beautiful and so touching.
I didn't even know that was an option to put those two characters together. I want to find out how that happens.
Get them together. You have to have them in your party all the time and just run around until they flirt.
Love it.
It takes so long to get those two together. I only managed it once out of my, I think, 20 Inquisition playthroughs. But the ending slideshow is so beautiful because Bull stays with the Chargers, but he can't go to Tevinter with Dorian because they won't let a Canary into Tevinter with Dorian. But
they go with like
meeting
meet
each
on the
other,
borders.
and Bull saves Dorian's life. It's a beautiful thing. It made me cry.
I want to welcome another viewer. Hi, Aeschylus Shepherd.
Hey. Hey guys, how are you?
Hey, Aeschylus. It's been a long. I've known you for a while, Aeschylus Shepherd. It's great to finally see you face to face.
Yeah, it's great to meet you guys. You guys have such great and interesting perspectives. It's incredible.
You didn't tell me you were so handsome, Aeschylus. By the way.
Well, I had to keep my secrets, all right?
Aeschylus, why don't you introduce yourself, tell us if you're comfortable with it, where you're from, and what your favorite class and race is in Dragon Age.
Well, hello everyone. First, I want to say congratulations on your marriage. I want to wish you a happy and joyous
Thank you.
Life with your new husband. That's the
Thank
first
you.
thing I want to go off the bat quickly. So I'm from New York, and let's see, I'm East Coast like you. And let's see. In Dragon Age Origins, I played a warrior, a human warrior, and in DA2 with Hawk, he was a mage, siding with the mages, and with DAI, I played a mage, sided with the mages. So there you have it.
Go mages.
Yeah, sorry. But the warrior in DAO was just so amazing. They just love shield bashing. It's my favorite thing. I was like, knock him down. It was very gratifying.
Aeschylus, do you want to answer Carlo's question? His question was there anything that you were hoping for in Inquisition but didn't get it? What were you hoping for in Inquisition that you didn't get?
Getting to marry Dorian. Come on. I got ditched. My sister, I felt so bad for him. I'm like, I'm sorry, man. I led you down the wrong path. But I was happy that Colin got it, and I was happy that Sarah got it. I'm glad that there were some guys that got it, but I really felt like I screwed over my Inquisitor because I was like, I know you really like him and stuff, and here he was ditching you. I was like, oh. It was sad. It was sad. I was really upset for him because he was really in love with them. Like he was willing to go to Tevinter, and he's like, not this time, Avitus. And I'm like, really?
Oh my god. I want to talk more about the whole jilted romances thing when we get to my boyfriend is stupid conversation. I'm all for that.
Oh yeah, and Solus too. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Was anyone from the first group has not asked a question yet? Did you ask a question already, Mr. Nuts? I don't remember if you did.
Yeah. It was the mage. Should they live in the tower or free?
Okay, and then Jack, you already asked a question. Yeah, you asked about Vivienne. Before we move on,
so I'll be leaving.
Oh no, you can stick around, Carlo. Oh, do you have to leave?
I'll drop out of the conversation so someone else can actually go in.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for volunteering. You didn't have to do that. But but thank you. So with Carlo bowing out, that's very kind of him. I'm going to pull in. I can hear static. I hear something. Is that you, Herenia? I can hear something. I hear static though.
Yeah, I can hear
too.
her. Like, I can hear her.
So
like,
something's
running in and
happening. Something happening on your end. I just can't hear your voice.
It's coming.
It's coming.
It's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. Mute24, I'm about to send you a link into the Hangout. Anyone else, if you've just joining us recently, if you would like to join us on this Hangout, wait, I hear something. Is that Renia? No, not yet. Oh, I'm sorry. If you want to join us on the Hangout, send me a private message on YouTube, a YouTube private message with your email address, and I will add you to the queue to rotate you in on the next wave, if possible, into our Hangout. So Mute, if you're watching, I'm about to send you a link. If Mute doesn't get on within the next few minutes, I'm going to open it up to Quentin and Karamis Girl as well. So
Okay.
while... wait, did somebody... See ya, Carlo. Thank you.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye bye. It was nice
See ya.
talking to an Aussie.
I do want to get to a question from the audience since we haven't done that yet. So at plus seven votes, I guess the question is, what do you guys think will happen to Flemeth and Solus? I'm guessing this is for the next game. What do you think is going to happen to Flemeth and Solus in the next game? Is the question.
I actually wanted to talk about Solus a little bit.
Me too.
Let's talk about Solus a lot.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Solus.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, you can talk about Solus. Talk about. Yeah, if anyone can answer that question first before we get into a detailed discussion about Solus, that'd be great. Answer that question first.
I was kind of confused because oh, I'm sorry, Shadow.
Go ahead. Was that Shadow or who was trying to talk, or Kendra?
Oh.
Oh, I'm not sure.
I wasn't trying to talk.
I think
okay,
Kendra. It's Kendra. Kendra, go ahead, let Kendra go first. Go ahead, Kendra.
Okay, I was gonna say what I think is going on with Solus and Flemeth, I don't think Solus is the actual bad guy in the next game. Because Solus is so smart, he must know there's other ways to bring back the elves without destroying the world. He's so smart, how could he overlook something like that? He made the veil, why not expand it to take in part of the crossroads or something like that, rather than just destroy the world. But Flemeth and Mythal, who are supposedly things of justice, when they were speaking to Morrigan and the Inquisitor in the crossroads or whatever, they were not very justice, they were very vengeful, which reminded me a lot of what happened with Anders in Justice. And I'm thinking more like Mythal is working through Solus and using him, rather than Solus being the one actually doing it.
That's an interesting perspective.
Yeah. I was confused because I don't know, is Flemeth dead? Or because he absorbs her at the end and her body kind of petrifies. So is Flemeth dead and Mythal, he just absorbed Mythal's essence out of her? Or what do you guys think?
When she was touching the Illuvian, it looked more like she was putting something in it, and we know she can put her soul into things such as the amulet in Dragon Age 2. So I think she put part of herself in the Illuvian, so she is able to come back, so she's not dead.
Yeah, I think that's a really good. Yeah, I don't think she's completely dead. She's on a long-term mission.
Right.
She genuinely never dies.
Yeah, there's actually a leak if you look through the dev notes, I think, in DAI. I don't know. I don't want to spoil it for you guys or if you want me to share it, but her story's not over. Let's just put it that way.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, no, she's going to be playing a major role, I think. I think also Solus, you know, the question you said earlier about whether he's really the big bad, I think we're going to see a lot of the gray coming into the game now. A lot of gray areas where it's not going to be just black and white anymore. So it should be really interesting to see what they do with it. And I'm hoping they'll introduce more gray instead of just black and white, you know, mage or Templar. But I definitely think Solus is on a mission. You have to remember, he's been planning this for a long time. And I don't think he's going to deviate from that plan. And Mythal knows that. So she's definitely playing into his agenda.
I don't think the Mage and Templar decisions have ever been black and white.
I thought it was. For me, it was. For my Inquisitor, it was.
think it was more black and white in Dragon Age than in the other games.
Yeah.
Oh, I hear something from
Verenia.
Arenia. Oh, I hear you.
I can hear her very faintly. Oh my god!
Children's
Barely.
Yeah, it's very soft, but I can make out barely what you're saying. It's very, very soft.
Shout a lot.
Yes, now I can hear you. So, hooray!
Yay!
I didn't mean
Imagine
to.
you doing the Kermit.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Kendra. Could you mind, Kendra, if I just hold you for a second so I can introduce Herenia and our mute as well is here. Herenia, why don't you just speak as loud as you can. Tell us about where you're from, if you'd like to tell us where you're from, and how you want us to refer to you as, and what is your favorite class and race.
Okay, well, you guys can just call me Herenia since my name's Jess, but I know there's another Jess, so just call me Herenia. But I'm from Indiana. If any of you guys are from Indiana, that's cool. And
It's my home state.
What?
Home state?
That's my home state. Yeah.
And my favorite race probably has to be elves because I've always been obsessed with elves, you know, like Lord of the Rings, so elves have always been my people.
Elves.
And mages, just because I've always loved magic, and if I was a person in real life, I'd probably be a mage because I can't fight with a sword at all if I die.
Well, I'm so happy to and honored to meet you finally, Herenia. I've talked with you back and forth, so it's great to put a beautiful face to the end of the comments. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Mute, welcome, Mute. Hi.
Hi.
Can you please introduce yourself? Tell us if you are comfortable with it, where you're from, and what is your favorite race and class in the game.
Okay. I'm from Indiana.
Yay!
Born and raised here. I am 14. I go by about 15. She female pronouns, and you could call me Mute, I guess, or you can call me Perry. A lot of people call me Perry.
Carrie, you said?
Yeah.
Perry. Okay.
Perry the platypus.
Oh, Perry yes, I love Perry the platypus.
Favorite race and class have always been elves.
Elves.
Is the best. I always play mages because magic rules. That's infamous. I have a link. So yeah, hello everybody.
Hi, Mute. So, the question again, Mute, just so you can get settled, is what are your thoughts on what will happen to Solus and Flemeth in the next game? That is a question, and I rudely interrupted Kendra. I'm sorry. If you could start over from the beginning of your thoughts, Kendra, go ahead.
It's fine. I was just going on to a different spiel about how mages and Templars were not always black and white, except for maybe in the second game. But my original response to what happens to Flemeth and Solus, I think Flemeth is using Solus, and Solus isn't quite in his right mind. That's it in a nutshell, pretty much.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Herenia. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I can't really, I don't remember who said this, but they made a really good point. Someone put this on Tumblr. When you talk to Solus, and he talks about how, when he finally awoke and when he, saw the people in the world, he said it was like walking through a sea of tranquil. If you guys sided with the mages, and you know how you went to like the dark future and whatnot, someone pointed out that essentially the world of Thetis right now is Solus' dark future. Like, he perceives this as a future that wasn't supposed to happen, so he's wanting to essentially find a way to reverse all this. But if you were like friends with him, or if you romanced him like I did, Silabelle and Kane right here, it starts to become more complicated because now he's grown attached to this world where he wasn't supposed to grow attached. Like, the future Liliana, when Dorian tries asking her questions, she keeps cutting him off because she's like, you don't need to know this information because you just want to get out of here. So that's basically how I feel about Solus, is that he sees this world as just a bad future he's trying to reverse. But Mythal, though, she's actually, unlike Solus, she's still been alive through this world through Flemeth. So she has more of a connection to it than he does. So and she still cares for the elves a lot. Like, she still sees elves as her children. So I'm wondering if what Solus wants is actually what Mithal wants. And the fact that he now has her power, I wonder if there's going to be some sort of power struggle between them.
That's a good point. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
That's a really good point. I've never considered the idea that this future is actually Solus's dark future.
Yeah.
I've never made
really cool.
the mage story in that. So I've never liked Solus. Let me just say that. From the first time I've been in Inquisition, I knew he was no good. And I laughed very hard. I laughed very hard when I got to punch him. But when at the end of the game, when we find out what happened, I immediately thought, okay, Solus is actually the real big bad of this game. Like, Corypheus is not even the main villain. Solus is the main villain. And Trespasser confirmed that even more to me. I love the idea that Solus would be an antagonist. I think he's a brilliant antagonist because of what he wants to do. I think that would make it a brilliant game. I think he was already the antagonist of Inquisition. You just didn't know it. But I think he would make an excellent, straight up, I'm really the antagonist kind of thing. I look forward to seeing that.
Yeah, but I think Corypheus is definitely was the antagonist for Dragon Age Inquisition. It just gets revealed later that, Solus is really the one who kind of gave Corypheus this orb and that gave him the ability to do all the bad things that he's done. So, and if you look in that alternate future, if you pick the mages, you see the world of what it's like. It's just death and destruction. It's worse than even what. See, at least Solus is trying to do something good. He's trying to restore the elves of magic and the Fade, and he's trying to do something good in his mind. Where Corypheus, there's no good in his ending. Just death and destruction.
I just realized.
He wants to restore Tevinter. Corypheus wanted to restore Tevinter as he knew it. Which is exactly the same thing that Solus wanted.
And I think that there's a big
thing is
difference.
about,
sorry. Kendra and then Herenia. Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say something about that's kind of been going on through all three of the games so far is our main bad guys are always doing what they really think is what's good for their people or whatever. In Origins, Logan was trying to protect his soldiers, protect his country, because he looked at the Grey Wardens as bad. In Dragon Age 2, Orsino was trying to protect mages, and Meredith thought the mages were a danger to the people. In Dragon Age Inquisition, Corypheus thought that this world was wrong, they had been lied to, there is no maker, so they deserve a new god, and that would be him. So I think Dragon Age 4 would be the same with Solus / Plymouth, whatever. They're doing what they think is best for their people. It's always like, the whole thing is the road to heck is paved with the head. That's the entire Dragon Age series.
We do see you, Shadow, by the way.
Can you guys see me?
It's a strength of Dragon Age.
Hey, Shadow. Yeah, we see you.
Hi, Shadow. We see you. Sorry.
Hi, Shadow. You finally see the face behind the gloriousness.
Yeah.
I'm using my phone. I don't have an inner camera, so I can't see you guys.
Okay. The audio was a little bit better with what you had before, but we'll try this.
Let me see it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a little bit better. I think Herenia was next, unless somebody really needed to piggyback off of what Kendra just said. Does anyone need to piggyback off? Okay, Herenia. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you gonna say something, Jack?
I was just gonna say that's what the strength of the Dragon Age games. The villains are not purely evil. That they're actually doing something that they believe is right for their people.
Yes.
Not just for themselves.
And that's what makes a very good villain. Not, your typical twirl my mustache and tie you train tracks kind of villain, like an actual backstory. Herenia, go ahead and tell us your thoughts.
Okay, so thing between Solus and Corypheus, I think that there's two really big differences between them. One is, obviously, Corypheus had no qualms about the people he had to destroy to get what he wants, whereas Solus, clearly he does not want to have to kill people, but he sees that there's, no other way for his plan to go about. Second thing is, in regards to how they were going to tear down the veils. In the dark future, if you side with the mages, you see when you finally get out of the dungeons that the breach has essentially expanded and has become the sky, and like the veil's basically gone. But Solus, as you can see, is not very happy about that. So it's clear that if his plan has succeeded, that's not what he was going to do. Clearly, his plan of tearing down the veil is different than just letting the breach expand. I think it's kind of like the difference between actually shutting down your computer properly and just holding the power button. So obviously, Solus's plan, perhaps, we're still assuming that it's going to cause some damage, but just given his reaction to Corypheus's of shutting down the veil, we're assuming that it's probably less destructive than just letting the breach expand, though there's probably going to be some destruction involved. So clearly Solus's plan, he wants to have the least amount of damage as possible, just given who he is, especially also the fact that he was so concerned about letting the people live without being under the Qun. So it's clear that he takes no pleasure in killing people, and that if there is a way to take down the veil as peacefully and less deadly as possible, even if it's still deadly, that's the path he's going to choose.
Well, we saw what happened when there was just a rip in the veil.
Yeah.
What would happen if the veil was gone entirely?
I think it's just a matter of how it goes about. Like I said, we're assuming that there's a different way than just letting the breach expand. So I think that he has his own method of taking down the veil. So it's so complicated.
He's not. I think he's expecting it to really, when he takes down the veil, it's going to destroy this world and this land. I mean, it must have been pretty horrific when he actually put up the veil. So if you look, when you go through the different places in the Trespasser, and you go through those like in between places or like the crossroads, you see all of the destruction that the veil has caused, and you figure when he undoes it, it's probably going to be just as dramatic and just as destructive and just as horrific. So I don't think he has a nice way to take down the veil. It would be, of course, we all would want that, right? We would rather have it where it was kind of like gently done, right? So I just don't know if there is a way.
But taking down the veil, he knows that taking down the veil is going to kill everybody.
Yeah.
He knows this, and he's still willing to do it. He still wants to do it. That's his goal.
So they must have.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just kind of want to get everybody, how do you think exactly when he takes down the veil, do you think it'll just be like, there's going to be like the fire will rain down from the heavens, or is it just going to be, there's going to be so many different spirits that'll kind of be let into the other side, that's what the chaos will originate from? How exactly do you think that it will cause chaos?
It looks like Herenia wants to respond to that. I'll let Herenia respond to that real quickly. Go ahead.
I'm sorry I'm sort of taking over the conversation.
No, it's okay. You've been patient this whole time. So we'll give you a little bit of a slack, cut you some slack. Go ahead, Herenia.
Okay. So when he talks about the rising of my people will be the end of yours, like I said, a friend of mine on Tumblr pointed this out. Maybe it's not that there's actually going to be physical destruction. Well, there's probably going to be, but perhaps he's also just speaking of. It's not Thetis that's going to be destroyed. It's just the Thetis that we're used to is going to be destroyed. Like the adding of the Fade and Spirit is going to obviously cause a power, displacement in regards to magic. Mages are going to obviously have much more power. Tevinter will have much more power. And just this new addition of spirits into the world is going to cause, things like war and just people fighting it out and stuff. So I think that there's probably it's not just going to be like a humongous fire. I think it's mostly going to be everyone's like trying to handle this new magic that's in this world, and everyone's just going to fight amongst themselves and cause their own destruction. Meanwhile, the elves just kind of silently wait for the fires to go down. They just take over where everyone else killed themselves off.
Herena, do you remember when the Sandals prophecy about when he comes, he'll open the skies, and everyone will be like they were before. Everyone will have part of magic. I think that's what's going to happen. People are going to have the power to have magic again, and they're not going to know what to do with it.
That's what I've been thinking. To be more along the lines of that, and also something else. When he put up the veil to kind of trap these kind of destructive, tyrannical old gods down there. So what's going to happen when they're lit loose? I'm wondering what his plans were to handle them. So that's probably also going to the Avenurus.
I see that Mute raised a hand. Mute, if you could, Mute, if you could please respond to that.
I just don't know how to respond. That like feeling like I'm interrupting. So
No, go ahead. Give us your thoughts.
This is sort of, I guess, but this is one thing kind of. I'm gonna sort of get into the religious aspect of Dragon Age because wasn't when Solus put up Veil, wasn't it supposed to it was supposed to keep out everything, but how did but wasn't the religious aspect of it was that the Maker raised the Veil, so like the Golden Palace and everything, how would that affect everything, especially due to the fact that especially due to the fact that sort of like all the spirits that are sort of passing out, it's usually like that, how it's supposed to cross to the Veil to be used by the Maker's side. Well, what about the Maker? Like, is he real or not good at that?
Anyone want to respond?
Well, we know that the Veil was not done by the Maker. It was done by Solus. But like Giselle had said to the Inquisitor, if you don't believe in the Maker, saying, well, you have to, if you believe in your, I can't remember the exact word. No, it was the Divine in the Fade. She's like, well, if you believe that we are all the Maker's creatures, then he put you in this path for a reason, blah, blah, blah. So, in theory, Solus is part of the one of the Maker's creatures, or that he created. So anyway, through Solus he created the Veil. There's this like loopy logic that they've applied to everything.
I actually think
let's let Sage go, and then Kendra. Go ahead, Sage.
I think BioWare confirmed they're not going to reveal if the Maker is real or not, because that's kind of like a real religion that they is. They want it to keep like that. You just never know.
Mm-hmm. Kendra, did you want to respond to that too, or?
Yeah, I was thinking that more like, because with the Elven legend of their gods, obviously they got them wrong. They were not gods, they were mages who listened themselves up to that part. I think it's possible that the Maker and the Chantry was a similar thing in which the person they consider to be the Maker of the original legend was actually Solus, because he's the one who raised the Veil and all that. And we know the story of Flemeth and Mithal and how she was a friend of Solus and they were very close. What if it's more like, not Flemeth, because Flemeth was a long time after the legend started, but what if Mithal and the Red Wolf were actually supposedly the original Maker and Andraste? What if that's how the whole legend started with those two?
This whole thing about that, I never thought about it. It's just another one of those things where... Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Harenya.
No. Well, you go first. Mine is after that.
Go ahead.
I was just saying how, because I didn't even think about how, the religious chaos that this whole thing could bring. There's just so many different ways that, as far as, this being, the Raspberry people being the end of yours, that, once people do find out, what are they going to do with it? Are they going to be like, well, no, I believe in the Maker anyway? Is there going to be infighting between people who don't believe in the Maker? How's this going to affect elves? Because they're like, well, this whole time this thing's been blowing with elves, so are elves going to take, in a sense, 5 steps backwards in the way that they're treated? It's interesting to think about.
Anyone else?
What if the game developers are the Maker?
In a way,
BioWare are the Maker.
We are the Maker, just like the Sims.
I had a weird theory. I was thinking the other day how if you think about how the player plays the hero Ferelden, Hawk for a certain time, and then you're the Inquisitor, that essentially the player directs or is steering the future of this world in all of the actions that you do. So in a way, you are like, almost like you're possessing that character in the game, and then, directing them what they're going to do, who they're going to romance. You're influencing their direction. So.
Demons.
Yeah.
You're tripping out my mind right now.
You're the Maker. Be ready. gonna ask you lots of questions.
I don't want this responsibility.
It's too late. You played the game.
We are reaching the quarter after point again, so I do want to ask if Mr. Nuts and Shadow, since you guys have been with us from the beginning, if you could just bow out so I can pull some more people in. Thank you guys for hanging out with us, and again, if you guys are still around and we're still going on, you're welcome to come back again. So it was nice meeting you guys.
Bye.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Herenia?
So, well, this was something, I don't know, I just thought about this. So, you remember those things that Solus wanted you to activate, said to, like, help strengthen the veil? You know, the
artifacts.
According to him, he said that they were created before the fall of Arlathan, which now we know means they were created before he made the veil. So, if that's the case, what the heck were those things really?
I have a theory on that. Do you want to hear it?
Yes, please.
Okay. I spent way too much time thinking about Dragon Age.
So,
I believe those orbs that he's activating is his way of, when he takes down the veil, it'll do it evenly at the same time.
That's a good idea. Like homing beacons of some sort?
Yeah. I'm sure he probably had placed them throughout the world. So when he created the veil, he probably used it to pull it up, and now he's going to use it to take it down.
Yeah, sort of like if he takes down the veil into Vinter, then the shockwave will go to all those little nodes so that they go across status.
Exactly,
Jeez.
that's what I'm thinking.
Jeez Louise.
In a way, the Inquisitor is helping him take down the veil and doesn't even know about it.
Indirectly.
Theory. We'll find out. DA4.
Curse you, egg!
Wow.
Yeah.
Shadow, if I could ask you to bow out, unless you have one more point. If you have one more point, then go ahead and say it before you bow out.
I never asked a question.
Oh, you never asked a question. Okay.
No.
Okay. Do we want to? I don't want you to. I want you to make sure you ask your question. And does anyone have anything else specific to Solus that you want to talk about now before we move on to? Okay. Go ahead, Shadow. Shadow, go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, so this does relate somewhat to Solus, but it's
Okay.
a different question entirely, sort of. It's the dialogue between Solus and the Elven.
Are you cutting off?
Yeah, you cut off there. It was between Solus and.
The female Elven Inquisitor romance.
It was very
The
sad.
dialogue between two of them in the Trespasser DLC.
So what was the actual question? I'm sorry.
The actual question was, is that, does anyone here have any thought as to what they would actually be saying to each other in the Trespasser DLC?
You're cutting off. Can you type it in the chat? Because I can't hear you.
Because I really want to hear it.
Me too.
Sounds good.
I will answer all the Sylvain questions.
Exactly.
Can you guys hear me a little better?
Yes. Yeah. Ask it one more time.
With the Solus romance and the Trespasser DLC, what do you guys think that they are saying to each other in Elven?
I know.
Oh,
I
Herenia,
translated that.
Herenia says she knows. What is the translation?
Well, when you try to redeem Solus, and you romance them, I believe it's something like Allah vir Suladin. She's basically saying, Solus, our love can find a way to endure this path that you're taking.
Mhm.
And then he responds with, I wish it could. And then my heart proceeded.
And then you cry 1,000 tears forever.
Yeah. Cry all the tears.
Yeah.
The Vir Melisson is just coming out of my eyes at the point.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
beautiful.
I thought of something that's relevant. Okay.
Ooh, what?
That one quest, what was it? It was where you go into the Fade. If you have Solus with you, and the Terror Demon, you start speaking Elven to him, which got me thinking, does he know that Solus is Fen'Harel?
I think
I
he
was
does.
like,
Me too.
And I think he's laughing at Solus seeing the state that he's in, knowing that he used to be all powerful. So I think the demon is just mocking him.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Did anyone else want to respond to Shadow's question? Okay. Are you good, Shadow, then?
Bye, everybody. Goodbye, everybody.
All right. Wow, thank you for joining us, Shadow.
Bye. I'll probably come back on my computer.
Okay.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. So if you were watching, I just sent an email out to Efran, to Mad Eeyore, to Quentin, and Karamis Girl. If any of you guys are watching, there are slots open available for you if you want to jump into the Hangout now. If not, if I don't see you guys jump on anytime soon, I'm going to extend the invitation to Gavin McHale, Katie, Kat Kyle, Kat Kateli. Let me get your actual, like, it looks like Gavin Flynn. Let's do it. Gavin Flynn, Nilius, and Hannah Fullstone. You guys are next on my list. So keep an eye on your email, keep an eye on your inbox if I don't see any more people filling up the slots, and I'll be sending you a Hangout link. So sorry about that. Did anyone else from the panel have a question or topic that you are burning to ask? If not, I will look at the audience questions.
I kind of do.
Okay. Let's get Mute ask the question.
This is for the player specific, I guess, depending on the choices you make in the seat. For the Dark Ritual, this is for Dragon Age 4. But what about Kieran? What if you can have him as a companion, considering the fact that if he chose to do the Dark Ritual, he would have the soul of an old god, which you know the Teventers and their old gods and stuff like that. So how would that really work? Like, especially due to the fact that he would be like, I would say probably like, I don't know, 17, I guess, because I sort of did calculations about his age, and I was like, yeah, I wanted to know.
Well, remember, even if Kieran does have the soul of an old god, Flemeth ends up taking it. So regardless of what choices you make, Kieran won't have the soul of the old god.
So I forgot about that.
But it's a good question. I don't know if anyone else had any other additional thoughts on it.
I was just thinking that if you had Kieran with you, he would be so young at the time, because I'm guessing they're not going to wait another 10 years or so to go after Solus. They're probably going to try and get to him as fast as possible, considering he's about to destroy the world. And Kieran would be so young. I imagine if you had Kieran as a companion, you'd kind of have to come with Morgan, because a mother's going to watch after her kids.
Does anyone know how old Meryl was in the beginning, though? Because she had to still be a
14
teenager.
during Trespasser.
Hey guys.
Hey, Karamis Girl. Hey, Karamis Girl. Why don't you, for those of you who don't recognize her, she is one of the members of the Alpha Squad, of which I am going to be releasing the next video for the main Mass Effect tabletop campaign Alpha Squad. That'll be next weekend. So you'll get to see her playing there. Karamis Girl, why don't you introduce us by telling us where you're from and what is your favorite class and race in the game?
I am from Kentucky, actually. I've lived here my whole life. As for my favorite class and race, the first time I played Origins, I think I had a female elven mage, and I'd gone after Zephyrin. So, I think it's going to be my favorite race, because that's the first one I ended up picking.
Okay. Does anyone have... This is really irrelevant, but Jessica, you're really pretty.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I got my hair cut short.
Aww, it's cute. I like it.
Thanks.
Does anyone else from the panel have another topic they want to discuss? It looks like... Go ahead, Herenia.
Okay, so we know that up until now, dwarves have not been able to be mages, but I don't know if I'm stupid on this or not, but I've been seeing a lot of hints that dwarves might have used to be mages. I don't know, like when Dagna is looking at that thing, she's giving this really cryptic talk, and I'm not exactly sure what it means, but it's almost like she's saying that I don't know, that dwarves used to have more of a connection to magic than they used to, and I've always had this theory that dwarves might have been used to be able to be mages, but something just caused them to stop being mages, and I'm wondering if maybe the veil had something to do with it. I don't know. It sounds silly, but does anyone else think that? Especially with Sandal. I
think it does because I think it's Solus had mentioned when you talked to him before in the Trespasser DLC that most everyone has lost their connection to the Fate, so I'm guessing maybe he meant like dwarves too.
He didn't exclude them, that's for sure. You're right. Did you play the Descent DLC yet? Did you bring that up?
No, I don't. I haven't played it yet.
You really need to play it. I don't want to spoil it for you, but something big is revealed in that.
Yeah.
I've seen a playthrough. I think I've seen Hark's playthrough of it.
Oh, so she knows what happens.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to ruin anything for anyone, you know. So you discover that Volta, who's one of the characters, actually can do magic at the end of the DLC. So yes, dwarves will be able to do magic from what we can tell, but it's tied to the Titans though. So I think it was mentioned earlier, Lady Insanity has a really good theory on the Titans and why the elves are fighting them. Strongly encourage you to watch it. It's on her channel. Really great theory. Don't know if I agree with it, but it's really compelling.
We have another new viewer. Hey, Gavin.
Hello.
Hey, Gavin. Nice to meet you. Gavin, if you want to introduce yourself also, tell us where you're from, if you're comfortable with that, and what your favorite race and class is in Dragon Age.
I'm from Ireland.
Gavin, do you have red hair? I'm just curious. Are you a ginger?
I do indeed.
Oh, Gavin. Gavin, you're my new best friend. Oh, instantly, I have like instant love for Gavin. Sorry, I'm partial. And what is
so are both of you.
Yes, I'm already
Irish though.
I love people from Ireland. They have their accents are they just get me right there. My husband's not here, right? Mark greatly approves. Gavin, and what is your race and class choice?
My favorite race is dwarf, and my favorite class is rogue.
Rogue. Dwarf rogue. Very. I don't think anyone has said that, so that's good. It's good to have some representation. We have another viewer. Is it Nilius or Nilius? Ooh. And I'm not sure if I can hear you. Nil, can you test me something? I don't think I can hear you. I think we're having.
I think I can hear him. It's barely. Might want to turn your volume on your microphone.
Yeah, I can't quite hear you yet, Nil. So if you can.
I think I passed my curse on.
So let us know if hopefully we'll be able to get you situated with your microphone. So welcome. I forgot what we were talking about before you guys arrived. What was the topic again? Or did we move on?
I don't think we had one.
Oh, dwarves and magic was one, something like that.
I actually have a little question for you guys that I was thinking of while I was watching this before.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
It's actually about Dragon Age, the future Dragon Age game. What kind of background, if they do an origin thing like they did for Origins or Inquisition, what kind of background would you like to have your main character be or have?
We can go by the classes into Vinter because they.
I don't know if I can be heard. Yay!
Oh, there you are. I can hear you.
Can I be heard now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Before we answer.
That's great.
Before we answer Jessica's question, introduce us to yourself. Tell us your handle or your real name, whatever you're more comfortable with, and then where you're from and your favorite race in class.
It's Nilius, and my favorite my favorite race has always been dwarves because I'm very short and slightly on the heavier side.
I'm 5'1". It's okay.
I'm 5'2". And I'm slightly heavier. Oh man, I'm really nervous.
It's okay, no problem.
And my favorite class to play with them is rogue.
Okay.
Because they're really fast and I'm not really fast, so I like to play as something fast. But if they would be able to be mages, I would definitely play a dwarf mage. I bet that would be adorable.
Awesome. Yeah, Nilius and well, I'm gonna say I've got some suspicions on Scandal when it comes to dwarves and magic, so I've got an idea with that. Jessica, could you again repeat your question?
Okay. It's for Dragon Age 4 or whatever it's going to end up being. If you had to pick, if you got to pick your race and class like you did in Inquisition and Origins, what kind of background would you like to have your character be able to have?
Okay, background your character would like to have in Dragon Age, the next Dragon Age game. Anyone want to respond? Oh, let's let Gavin. Go ahead, Gavin. Let Gavin respond.
I would have my character be a guardsman because I love guardsmen.
And I love it, Gavin. I love it when you talk. The way you say guardsman.
I actually have an answer for that question.
Gavin's like.
let's all type our messages in chat to Gavin and let's have him speak for us for the rest of the time.
I actually have an answer for my question.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and share your answer.
I think it would be interesting to play from like an elven slave standpoint, especially if you were like a maid.
That would be interesting.
What I was gonna say.
Definitely.
I definitely agree with Jessica.
You mean one from Tevinter, you mean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tevinter background would be pretty awesome.
Go buddy with Fenris.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I was about to make a comment about Fenris.
Oh, he was my first romance interest when I played Dragon Age 2.
I brood over his brooding.
I saw that Herenia was trying to raise her hand up. So Herenia, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah. In regards to what kind of things we can do in Tevinter, I think it'd be cool if we could play around with the different, like the class system that's in Tevinter. You have the Soparati, the Altus, and stuff. So what if, like, as we're, we get our gender, our race, and our class, and then what if, depending on what race we have, and whether or not we're mages or not, then certain classes will be available. So, like, let's say you're just, let's say you're a human warrior. You could choose to either be a slave or a Soparati, but let's say you're a human mage, you could choose to be like an Altus or something like that, so they could add in the class system as well.
Mm-hmm.
That would be interesting for them to do. It'd be something different, especially.
2 class systems. Get very confusing.
That would be great, actually.
That should be very interesting to see it, especially if it did actual origin story like in Dragon Age Origins.
I see Nil has her hand raised. Go ahead, Nil.
Yeah, it would be interesting that if you were able to have like 2 different types, like you could be a slave or you could be a person from a royal standpoint, that this may not be able to be done from the graphics they have, but if you were like royalty, you would be a little bit on the heavier side because you're well fed, and if you were a slave, you would be on the thinner side.
That would be interesting if they could pull that off.
Mm-hmm.
What's starving them? I don't think they're starving the people there.
Well, I'm sure they're not fed by like kings.
That character models for Dragon Age 4.
Okay.
That character who? What did you say? What was the last thing you said?
Oh, I said fat body types for Dragon Age 4.
Oh, body types. I see.
Yeah.
That would be
nice
pretty
to have
cool.
a lot of
Nice
more
to
different
have.
body types.
Yeah. I agree with that.
May or may not be shaking.
But you know that so many people are going to start playing around too much with the boob slider.
I can see that happening.
If they do a boob slider, then I want like a freaking penis slider too. It has to be equal. You can't just have boobs. We're gonna need to objectify women. I want to be able to objectify the men too.
That's
true. Like
There you go.
They can add that in.
I don't mind being objectified.
They need a booty slider then too, then.
Wow. Okay. That might happen.
Wow.
Who wants to go after that?
What's the rating on this chat? Is this PG or are we going to NC-17?
Anything goes right now.
Oh man.
Might have to bleep it afterwards on the video, Mark.
Did anyone else want to respond to Jessica's question about your background? If you could choose a background for your next character, go ahead. Go ahead, Kendra, and then mute.
for our next character, I would really like to play like an escaped Cerebos from the Canary.
That'd be cool.
Like one that still has the collar and like maybe a cutout and maybe like her mouth sewn shut so that like just something that's like she was obviously a Cerebos. And she escaped from them, she got free, and now she's off to help these people. You know, I just would love to see what an escaped Cerebos would be like, because they're supposedly so dangerous. How dangerous would he or she really be?
And maybe they could. Oh.
No, go ahead, Neil. Go ahead. You can piggyback off of that. Maybe,
okay. And maybe if they still stay close to the hewn, they could keep their mouth sewn shut to show respect in a sense, and that they won't be completely strayed away, I suppose. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, the thing in like Dragon Age 2, they showed that the Cerebos have a control rod very similar to golems that control their collar and whatnot. I'm guessing the Inquisitor is going to be a part of the next game. Obviously, she or he is going to be leading the charge on this, or at least organizing. So what if the Cerebos gave their control rod to the Inquisitor instead? Or what if she was a gift from the Canary to help them? Something like that.
Mute, I think. I think I said mute, and then Gavin will go next. Go ahead, mute.
Is it, yeah, I agree with the background. Like, I think that would be entirely, like, really cool. I was thinking about maybe for the humans, like, maybe they're part of, like, the Imperial Chantry, like, maybe, because, Winter has a Chantry, and it's, like, it has the Black Divine. So, like, maybe if you were, like, a human noble, maybe you could be part of, like, of that Chantry, or you could be part of the Orlesian Chantry. When, like, for different ones, I guess, you have, like, different accents, I guess. Because Tevinter has a certain way of speaking, and so does Orlais. Because and especially if like they can, because they don't agree with each other, the Imperial and Orlesian Chantry. Yeah.
Gavin?
Oh, I just wanted to know what we were talking about, because I could step out for a minute.
Oh yeah. Oh, we're talking about if you could choose your own background for your character, just like they did in Mass Effect, for example, or your origin story in Origins. For your next character in the next Dragon Age, what kind of background would you want to have?
I can't just define it to one background. I would like do something complicated where he was a dwarven castless that escaped and just like bought his own bar, and now he's having random adventures.
Anyone else want to answer that question? Backgrounds?
I would like to be
Sage?
an elf slave. An elf slave.
Elf
but then,
slave.
I would like that.
But then they discover they have magic, so they can get out of it.
That would be cool. Herenia, go ahead.
So, for background, in regards to dwarves, because we don't really know too much about how dwarves interact with Tevinter, I think an idea to incorporate them could be if the dwarf character was from Kal Sharok, and maybe, like, let's say they're like a part of a merchant or whatever, but anyways, they had some reasons to go to Tevinter, so maybe that could explain the dwarves. But honestly, I just want to see Kal Sharok, because we've heard about it so much, and it would be just so interesting because it's the only other dwarven city aside from Orthamar, and it would be cool really seeing like just how much different it is. But so yeah, I'm thinking for DA4 that if you're gonna have dwarves, that they might be from Kal Sharok.
All the merchants. I'm down for that. I'd pay all my money.
If you have coin, dwarf has goods.
Just take
my money.
Just take it.
Join BioWare. We all need to join BioWare.
I wish.
For real.
I'd be their test group. We'll just all have to be their test group or we'll lead the charge.
There we go.
Agreed. We got to be a test group.
It'd be cool that, like, since I've seen a couple Tumblr theorists talk about how, like, Dragon Age was the past of Mass Effect, which really for some races it could make sense, but for a lot, not really. It would be cool if they had something like the Asari, because that would introduce, because everyone refers to the Asari as female, even though you could technically count them as non-binary race. That if they could add a non-binary race into Dragon Age, it could help with the representation, like they did with LGBT characters such as Krem, Dorian, and Sarah, going against different things.
Golems. Mi-corazón, mi heart.
Yeah, golems. Shale was an awesome character.
Shale was awesome.
I love Shale. I miss Shale. Shale, why can't you come back?
Shale, come back.
Be my friend.
Shale is a companion Dragon Age 4.
Actually, I was about to say, maybe we'll run into Shale because she was planning on going to Deventer at the end of the game.
We also need Krem and Dagna as companions. Dagna has a romanceable character.
That'd be cool.
I need a cute little sassy dwarven female, or Turian in the next Dragon Age. I don't know. Something.
Dagna and Sarah supposedly are together.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
Oh, I was thinking it was Harding and Sarah. I couldn't remember if it was Harding or Harding.
Harding.
Harding doesn't have a bun, does she?
I never do this.
Yeah.
It's a lie.
Why you not love me, Harding? Why?
There seems to be a lot of debate on whether it's Sarah with Harding or Sarah with Dagna, because it was a lot of people thought it was unclear.
Mine was definitely Dagna.
I thought it was Harding because of the hairstyle.
In the note next to Sarah, they say that there's a picture of her and Harding together. So it's
dog.
Mine said Dagna. Maybe it depends on I don't know who or everything, but mine was definitely Dagna in mine.
Let me message Patrick Weed and let me see what he says. I'll let you know if it's replied.
Nil is raising her hand. Go ahead, Nil.
There is also the point that I've heard from other people. I haven't seen it yet because I'm still on my first playthrough of Romancing Sarah. That evidently, if you flirt with Harding in front of her, she'll approve. So I don't know if that means anything or not. I don't know.
It seems confusing. It's really confusing which one.
OT3.
I'm pretty sure it's
Just
Dagna.
make it OT3.
I'm pretty sure it's Dagna because
I bet that
the
pan out.
picture of Sarah with the dwarf girl has a bun, and Dagna's the one with a bun. Harding doesn't have a bun.
True.
I guess Harding could technically count as a bun because it's kind of like a braid most of the way up, but there's a little bump.
Yeah, but
It could also.
It's definitely like a sock bun.
I'm wondering if that also could be like the artist's interpretation. I don't know. Like it's really hard to be able to see one way or another because I don't know if BioWare officially said one way or the other. Kendra, go ahead.
I was going to go back to the original question of what would be a good origin. What about either an Ash Warrior or a Fog Warrior?
Oh,
that would be awesome.
That'd be cool.
Especially the Fog Warriors from Saharan because they would be in the area. They're fighting Tevinter and the Canary.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That is a very good one.
The Fog Warriors, right? One of those.
Gavin and then Harenia. Go ahead, Gavin.
Okay, if you had to pick a character that was of two of the races, which would it be?
Oh, is this a new question? Or are you answering?
Kunari. Oh, new question.
A new question? Harenia, did you have something to say about the previous question?
Sorry.
I was thinking that like a Fog Warrior or an Ash Warrior would be cool, or maybe even an Avar, because I actually heard that when they were first making Origins, they were going to make one of the human Origins be an Avar, but they scrapped that. So I think it'd be really cool because it's not stated that the Avar are just in that area, and also, you could send those Avar from the Falamar to Tevinter, so maybe you could play as one of their tribesmen. I think that.
Neil, did you have something with this topic?
Going off of what Harenia's topic is kind of like, I don't know if it could count as it, but you could have like an elf raised by humans or a human raised by the Dalish. That'd be pretty cool.
Kind of like what was up with Sarah.
Like the I forgot her name, but in one of Leliana's stories in Dragon Age Origins, she tells you about a woman that was raised by the Dalish because she was.
Oh, it was the story of
abandoned.
Aveline.
Yes, Aveline. I couldn't remember her name. But you could have something like that, and that'd be pretty cool, I suppose.
Does anyone have anything else to say on this topic, on this specific topic or question?
Just a comment. I think that all the character ideas that you guys came up with would also make amazing companions also. I just want to throw that out there.
They could.
True.
Yeah. They could.
Anything else? Okay, go ahead, Gavin. Ask your question again, Gavin.
If you could like mix races in it, what race would you be? Like Kunari elf, Kunari dwarf.
Kunari dwarf. That'd be interesting to see.
The horns
Like short Kunaris.
You'd be normal size.
They'd be like him.
I think an elf and a Kunari would be really cool. Just, taking like the really softer race with the big and bulkier ones just to see what you get.
That'd be interesting. Like shake them into a bottle.
So I wonder if it'll be the same thing, because we know that when you mix elves and humans, they just look human.
Right.
They may be a bit prettier, so I'm wondering if that's just with humans and elves, or if the same thing would happen. Kind of like in Pokemon, whatever the female is, that's what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
I don't remember what the official lore says, because in my Dragon Age tabletop campaign, for those of you who watched it, I did mix races a lot in that campaign, and somebody corrected me by telling me that you can have an elf and a human, have a child, but that child's gonna look human with maybe, like you said, maybe look a little bit fair in the face.
I think humans are dominant when it comes to like traits. I think
that could be
I don't remember
the
others,
case.
though.
Yeah, that could be. It might be more of a dominant trait kind of thing.
Because I think I remember looking on the Dragon Age wiki about something like this, and I think it's what they said that on the.
Even if that were the case, even if you still looked more of one race than the other, I think from a background standpoint, having mixed parents, depending on who your mixed parents are, could be interesting.
My dad's the king of the Ferelden, and my mother is a high-ranking member of the Q. Don't mess with me.
Ouchies.
Gavin's very
Intimidating.
alpha male.
Don't intimidate.
Not really.
No.
Or maybe
I would die.
Anyone else want to answer that question? Oh, go ahead, Kendra.
I was going to say Kunari elf, mostly because I remember reading a Dragon Age fanfiction about a Kunari woman who had been raped by a Dalish elf man. And the Dalish clan condemned him, took her in, and raised her child as a Dalish, even though he looked mostly Kunari. It was a very sad but beautiful story. I can't remember
I want that to be the companion for Dragon Age 4. That sounds pretty cool.
You want that background?
No, I want him as a companion. Look at the romance and heal his heart.
It was a beautiful story and a very beautiful character. I remember he did fan art. The writer did fan art on him, and he was just a beautiful little Kunari guy. He was like 17 in the story. It was so sad.
Oh.
Can you remember this? Can you?
Kunari
I'd
cuddles.
love to read it.
Harenia, what were you saying?
Oh, well, I was just telling her if she could write the name of that fanfic in the chat, I would love it. But I don't know. I think that hybrid, if not your character, it would be an interesting especially like a mixing of backgrounds. Like, what if you're a Navaran living in Tevinter, or something like that, where maybe your race is different as well. I remember you were saying, in Ark, when you were creating art for the first time, when you were talking about the voice actors, how you said it'd be really cool if they, had more accents, like an Orlesian accent or a Navaran accent. So this is probably going to be a massive undertaking, but what if they did allow you to have different accents so you could actually change your background, like your ethnic background?
That actually would be interesting. I would love to, if we could, I'd love to give my character an Antivan accent.
Or even if there was no accent, I mean, it's not necessarily the same thing, but it would help with variety if they had a pitch slider. So you'd keep the same voice actor, you'd still have maybe two voice actors, and just be able to change their pitch slightly so you can make it higher or deeper. I think that would help diversify people's Inquisitors.
I would just like to hear like a really tough Kunari warrior with a high-pitched voice.
Mike Tyson of the Kunari world.
Or like a canary that just whispers. Like, you would have to actually go to his enemies and whisper what he's saying.
Go ahead, Neil.
A pitch slider and a volume slider would work, because sometimes a character's personality could say like they're a soft speaker that whispers, or they have a loud boisterous voice. And sometimes when you make characters, the voice just never fits them and you have only 2 options, so then that doesn't work out. And for me, I had to recreate the whole character. Fit the voice.
Process, yeah.
I did take pictures of the one that I made because it is awesome, but I had to fix the whole thing because it was this scrawny little elf boy that I was meaning to romance Dorian with, and then the voices were too deep because the guy was supposed to be cute and small. But I went through and I had to make I made a human, and it turned out pretty cool.
Niall, did you keep the saves? Because if you have the Black Emporium, you can go and change the voice.
Dorian makes any man's
Oh, I
any
can't.
man's voice.
I can only play on Xbox 360, and for some reason it doesn't want me to download things. So
Weird.
it's just sad.
That's sad.
weird.
I cry every time.
If you get the Xbox One, then you can upgrade it. And hopefully
I am saving up for that.
Excellent.
So.
Something that would be interesting would be if they also added like an actual age to your Inquisitor, or your character. I mean, like in Inquisition, they're pretty much saying all your according to lore, your Inquisitors are somewhere between the age of 18 and 25. But then Solus, who's obviously a couple thousand years old, Blackwell, who's an old guy, Bull, who's not exactly young. I mean, there's this young person getting together with all these old people. It's a little weird, so I would like it if they can actually give you actual age, not just skin texture, but like you can choose the age of your Inquisitor. You can maybe choose a different
So that
voice
it fits
makes
what
them
you
sound like
look.
they've been smoking for 30 years or something like that. Just something to actually give them actual age rather than just the look
That is
of
interesting.
a young person's voice.
That is interesting.
Well, you can definitely make them look older, so that's good. So you have that diversity.
But I think what she's saying is in dialogue, if it actually changes how people treat you, because you might treat an 18-year-old differently from a 40-year-old or a 45-year-old. So
Like I'd love to make a Win character who's this wise old woman who people respect, but
Right.
just because she's old and she's been around for a while, that would be awesome.
Herenia and then Gavin. Go ahead, Herenia.
Okay, well this reminds me. Alright, is anyone else slightly bugged about the fact that Iron Bull states that he has a thing for redheads, but there's no way for him to comment if your character's a redhead?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I am annoyed with
That's why I
that.
purposely made my elf and a redhead when I romanced
Exactly.
him, but he didn't say anything. I was like, really?
Same.
It's just like, why would you put a line of dialogue that says, "Oh, I like redheads," but then not put any dialogue that will notice the red hair that a character has?
Yeah.
Or give you a dialogue option to say, I'm a redhead.
I would write
Yeah.
it all.
Have you though? Have you had an Inquisitor that's done that?
On your race.
Okay.
It's the muscular arms and horns.
I'm sorry. What were you saying, Herenia? I think I spoke over you.
It's alright. Well, I was just gonna say, like, if it's a matter of the technology, like, even in Skyrim, like, people will make comments on your gender and race. It's, it's simple things like, what are you doing, elf? But it's still there, so I'm just thinking something as little as, him commenting on the red hair, is it that hard? I'm not a programmer, so I wouldn't know, but I think that something like that would be very interesting if they added things like, if people can comment on your appearance, because it's clear that they can have technology, like with hawks, let's say that you make a black hawk, your family, their looks are going to change to match yours so that you're not just the random black guy with a white family. So it's clear that they can take appearance into it, so I think it would be cool if someone could, make comments saying like, oh, if your character has red hair or if they have darker skin,
Right.
so something like that would be cool too.
Nil, is what you're about to say related to what Herenia was saying?
It's related. Oh wait, maybe I forgot it. No, I remember it. It has something to do with like the hair topic.
Okay,
type.
go ahead.
And if your character is constantly wearing a helmet, even if you have it on hide helmet, like since after Iron Bull says the thing about the ginger piece, or if you romance him, he can ask like what hair color do you have, or can you take off your helmet right quick, or if with any character that has a preference for hair or something.
Like me.
Yeah.
Like me.
Like you. Definitely like you.
It would at that point it would be just how much attention to detail. That would be an attention to detail kind of thing for the developers.
And since people are constantly like, oh, put the game out already. Put the game out already. We don't care. But then there are bugs everywhere, and people are annoyed. Like, why didn't you fix this? Well, you were one of the people that were rushing them and testing them about when they were going to release it.
Good point.
Gavin, go ahead and make your point. And then Kendra. Go ahead.
Oh, I can't remember it now.
Oh.
That happens a lot.
I have one.
Was it a question, Gavin?
Yeah.
Or you're not sure? Okay. Why don't we go to Kendra, and then if Gavin still doesn't know what he was going to say next, then we'll go to mute. Go ahead, Kendra.
I was just going to say, it's kind of related to hair, not exactly to the question or whatever, but I was going to say, I was really disappointed that the hair didn't move in the game. I mean, in Dragon Age 2, they at least gave it some movement a little bit, and Sarah's hair moves. The Inquisitor, if you have her hair in a ponytail or whatever, it just looks weird with it standing out like it's made out of plastic. It just, I don't know, that was just something that bugs me. Random tidbit.
Yeah.
More hair options.
More hair options.
Yes.
More hair.
Definitely.
Yes.
A better short hair option would be great.
It was nice.
Can we get like different eye colors? We already have like different eye varieties, like maybe a cat eye. That'd be cool.
What was Herenia saying? I'm sorry.
I don't know, like, I think it was cool that they decided to make the hairs gender neutral, because let's say you're like, oh, I really like this short hair that they had for the male, but I want it for my female, but because they did that, we ended up with a lot less hair options, like, especially in Dragon Age 2, like, we had, like, all of the hair, and because we also had the hair from Dragon Age Origins, too, that came over.
And I personally want, since they allowed for, the big giant color wheel for the eyes, I want them to do the same thing for hair. Like they should have done that for hair. I really wanted one of my characters to have, the blue anime hair.
I just want a good brunette hair color. Just a good dark brunette, not like gray or really yellowish brown.
Mm-hmm.
Because brown seems like a basis, because they had it both in Origins and Dragon Age 2. So why can't you have it in your third game where you are more skilled and have a lot more options for different things except for hair?
Yeah, let's hope that the next Dragon Age game will... Don't mean to cut anyone off, but I'm just hoping that the next game they'll have more time to actually build, individual assets. I think one of the biggest complaints I heard, and I think we're talking about here, is we didn't have the ability to customize our characters enough, especially with hair, because it's such a personal choice. And if you're on the PC, thankfully you're able to go onto the Nexus, and there's a lot of great mods out there with eyebrows and hair, and I was like shocked with diversity, and I'm just hoping that in the next game they'll actually have it in it.
Also, wardrobe option before.
Yes, please. Wardrobe options. Mute. Yeah, go ahead. Let's go to mute. And what did you have? What did you have to say?
I thought of a question related to the majors for Dragon 4.
Okay.
Inquisition, there wasn't very many options for magic. Like you only had like 5 of them. But like I really wanted to have entropy.
Entropy.
Yeah, I really wanted that. You had only the option of like lightning, fire, ice, and then like the sugar spec, and then the rift. And like I wanted to see more because I remember one of the trailers. I saw other ones. There was one like Disorder, if I remember right, which was really cool. So I was like, we need more options for magic.
Anyone want to respond to that? Kendra? Oh no. Okay. I agree. I agree with you. Mute. I agree with you. More mute magic options. I miss. Yeah. I like this. I love the specializations that they gave us, but I kind of miss. I love being a force mage personally, and you kind of got that from the Rift Mage. Rift Mage had a lot of those abilities, but the force magic, especially in the Dragon Age. I'm sorry, the D&D Dungeons and Dragons setting was always one of my favorites as a mage. So, you had your hand up. I thought I saw Nil, and then Brenya after Nil.
I have a new question. So if Brenya has something to continue,
Brenya, did you have something that related to what we're talking about?
Yeah, I played as a Rift Mage, and I really liked it because I felt like it really fit my character. But I was a little disappointed that a lot of the Rift Mage's spells were old spells from Dragon Age 2 and Origins that were just decided to become Rift Mage spells. So I feel like, you know, not only did they take away a lot of spells, but they just retconned already existing spells. So more magic and more original spells, I think, would be really nice because, you know, because especially for me, after a while, I started running, like, I kept getting, you know, more points so I could spend on spells, but it was like I was running out of stuff to spend it on because there weren't enough spells to go around. So that's all.
I think Nil said that she had something.
I have a new question.
Okay. I think. Well, why don't I? Can we go to Sage first? Because I think Sage has a topic. Is that right? Sage, why don't we go to you and give us a question or topic you want us to discuss?
So, since in Descent we learn lyrium is Titan's blood, that would make all magic with lyrium blood magic. And also, since it's red lyrium, that might mean a Titan's infected with the blight.
Oh.
I think about that.
That is interesting. Thoughts on that, anyone? That's a very interesting point. Go ahead. Would you say something, Gavin?
Dwarf blood mages.
Dwarf blood mages. Yes,
Wow.
dwarf blood mages.
I went from 0 to 100.
Canary blood.
I agree. I think that's really interesting. There's a lot of stuff with the Ascent DLC that brought. I mean, we talked briefly about dwarves being able to cast magic. I was talking, I think, during my actual playthrough whether or not there was some connection between the Titans and the gods, because I think historically, at least, and even in real life, when you say Titans, I think that was what they referred to as gods or demigods in Greek or Roman mythology. I don't remember
the
which
Titans,
one.
I think those were like Gaia, for example. I think they were like the first ones before. Before or after Zeus, I can't remember exactly.
Kendra, were you going to say something?
My sister's a huge Greek mythology nerd, so I actually know quite a bit about the Titans because of my sister.
Okay.
But they were there, and they were what gave birth to the gods, specifically one Titan and whatever, and they found out his kids were gonna kill him, so he ate
Kronos.
Yeah. Kronos.
I think it still was.
His kids, and the kids killed him from the inside, and they became gods.
I remember that.
About the whole all magic being blood magic because lyrium is the Titan's blood, I think even if like people found out about it, the Chantry would deny it because then, or the Circle would deny it, or mages in general would deny it because then it would just cause another crazy thing to blow up around them.
Which is probably the reason.
Deny it and ignore it, kind of like they ignored the fact that they can reverse the Rite of Tranquility because it causes too many problems.
And we also saw that with during Descent when they were talking about the Shaperit and the memories and how so many things from the memories seem to have been either omitted completely or altered over time. So, yeah, historically that happens even in real life. Other thoughts about what Sage was asking about? Okay. Does anyone? Gavin, did you remember what you were? No. I'm sorry, dude. All right. Does anyone have another topic that they would like to discuss? I think
Neil had one.
Neil had one. All right. We'll go to Neil, and then we'll go to Crown, and then we'll go to Kendra. So that'll be the order. Is that okay, Kendra?
Yeah,
I
that's
want
fine.
Okay, I want to get to Crown because because Crown I think is one of the earlier people, and I'm about to rotate people out again.
I actually had to write mine down because my bookcase almost fell over.
Oh no.
Okay, what is the topic?
It was what makes a likable character, because if you look overall, I'm not pointing at very minor details. If I were to get a random person that never played Dragon Age, they would say, I've actually done this, they would say that Solus and Fenris are similar in personality, but yet Fenris seems to be disliked, while Solus, for some reason, everyone is obsessed with him.
What makes a likable character?
Hair.
Hair?
Well,
so people
have
are people are attracted to those
some people are partial
shiny
to
heads.
that, yes.
Them, those
Go ahead,
smooth,
Kendra.
shiny heads.
Go ahead, Kendra.
I was gonna say, like, what makes a likable character, like your difference between Fenris and Solus. I did something similar too, and they said the reason why they like Solus better is because Fenris was more of a stereotypical fruity guy. He complained about his issues, and that was the whole reason behind his being there. He hated mages, he hated slavery. That was kind of his only character. Part of that was writing issues and the fact that you don't get to know your characters. Solus, the difference between him and Fenris, yes, they're very similar in a way, but you get to know Solus more. He explains his ideas, he explains why he agrees with this, why he disagrees with that. He has his ups, he has his downs. He's more of a multi-dimensional character, where Fenris is more of a one-dimensional character.
Yeah, so a more human slash detail.
Character makes him more likable. The more you can see about them, the more you know about them. Yeah. And the more things that you find in them that you relate with yourself, such as Solus making bad decisions in the past, you knew that even before you realized he was the Dread Wolf. You relate to that. Everybody's made bad decisions that they now regret. Or like Cullen, he went through a horrible time and he wants to leave that behind, but he's having a hard time with it, but he's still a good guy, even though he's could have so easily gone the other way. There are just so many angles to him. That's what people like. They like angles. They don't like blank page in front of them.
Yeah, and I think I ended up describing Fenris as a little bit more emo than Solus. That was the thing that kept me from liking Fenris as much.
Also, Solus is smarter than Fenris. Brains are sexy.
I'm not sure who raised their hand first, but we'll do mute.
Being centuries of years old does that to you.
We'll do mute and then Herenia. Go ahead, mute.
This is sort of related to Dragon Age 2 for Dragon Age 4, but I would really like to see more relationships like Seamus and the Kunari when Viscount's son when he went to the Pune. I would be more like that. When I first saw it, I was like, that's so cute. We need more like that. So I was basically
I agree. Herenia?
Okay, so going off of her question about what makes a likable character, I think it's a combination of obviously personality, but also justification for certain personality traits, like their actions essentially. Like I'm gonna use Sarah and Vivian for an example. I don't hate either of them, so the one thing that really irritated me about them was their treatment of Cole, except I can justify Sarah a bit more about how she treats Cole than I do Vivienne, because Sarah, she's not stupid, but when it comes to magic, she's not very well informed. Magic scares her. Therefore, it's understandable why she wouldn't want to trust something like Cole. But even then, her being mean is honestly just mostly her just wanting him to leave her alone. Vivienne, on the other hand, is an extremely educated woman. So you'd think that she'd be able to be a bit more informed about spirits and whatnot. But even then, unlike Sarah, who just wants Cole to leave her alone, Vivienne will go out of her way to actually antagonize Cole and, keep questioning like, oh, when are you going to turn on everyone? Oh, you're going to kill her. Even though she sees that he is yet to do any harm, and also, as a mage, you should probably know it's best not to poke at demons. If you think they're going to hurt you, why poke them?
I have to agree on that one.
So
not a demon. Not a demon.
He's not a demon.
Yeah, so that's why I think that maybe Sarah might, from what I've seen, people tend to like Sarah a bit more than Vivienne, because Sarah's actions are a bit more justifiable by her personality and her experiences, whereas Vivienne, it's almost like, as smart as she is, she should know better. So I think that's sort of something.
Nil?
And if you've been on Tumblr, people are obsessed with LGBT characters, so even if it is a dislikable character from personality, people will tend to love the character because of a sexuality or a gender expression. No, not to offend, because I love Tumblr myself. So that sounded less offensive in my head.
Fine.
I have clever thoughts, and then when they come out, they're just all over the place.
Go ahead,
I get what you're saying. Basically, it's like people are either all. It seems like nowadays, especially the way people express themselves, they're all for LGBTQ or they're totally against it. And when somebody just loves LGBTQ, that's like the main deciding factor on whether they like someone. Oh, look, there's an LGBTQ character. They're my favorite character. That's
because there's
so
little expression.
It's just because they're so obsessed with it. They don't understand that's a part of them, but that's not their entire character.
Right.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way people are acting nowadays. I mean, I'm all for LGBTQ. I'm part of that community. But
Gavin's
I also
gonna throw me out the window.
that that's not the entire thing that makes me a person, not just because I'm LGBTQ.
Right.
Gavin, please don't kill me. I'd prefer not to get impaled. I've seen what happens on The Walking Dead. I'd rather not, thank you.
Agreed.
But that's why I love Dorian so
I wouldn't mind if it was Daryl doing it.
You wouldn't mind if Daryl was doing the poking? Mm-hmm.
Well then.
Yes. Anyway, what were we talking about again?
Likeable characters?
Likeable characters, yes. Yes. Daryl Dixon and likable characters.
Likable character.
Yes, there we go.
Oh no.
Does anyone else have anything to say on this topic before we move to another topic?
I like surprises.
So wait, the question was about likable characters, right?
Yeah.
The difference between Fenris and Solus.
Yes.
Gavin, do you need a minute?
Gavin, you...
Yeah, I just have to. Gavin.
Well, I think Fenris. Well, I mean, just because to me Fenris is always really hostile, angry, and just challenges you all the time. It was always very.
He just needs a hug. He just needs a hug.
I wish you would have been able to give him a hug in the game.
Yeah, and I think with Solus, he's one of the things I wanted to mention was there was a video at the PAX, Dragon Age Past, Present, and Future, and Mike Laidlaw makes a point that they wanted to make sure that Solus was always considered kind, thoughtful, friendly.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ever look at any of the material where Solus, you notice everyone else was looking. Solus was never looking at the same direction everyone else was. And if you ever go back and you look at the material, you'll see that Solus was always looking at the Inquisitor in every single piece of artwork that's out there whenever they showed a group picture. Because he was always looking at what the Inquisitor was going to do, what the decisions they were going to make, and I found that really fascinating when he mentioned it. So I think for Solus, I really liked him because he seemed like he cared, and he really was interested, and he wasn't hostile about stuff. He was willing to, give you ideas, but didn't have a strong opinion on stuff, except for the Fade.
Except for the Q.
Yeah, well,
I was one of the few people that never really liked Solus ever since I first saw him. He just for some reason, he just kind of twinged at my annoyance for a bit. So I tried to look deeper than that, but for some reason, I was just turned off from wanting to be his friend. So that makes me feel bad.
Also,
maybe you in the back of your
Solus.
mind you knew he was up to something.
Did I hear Sage say something? Sage
Yeah, I said Solus is better at flirting than Fenris.
I don't know. I kind of like it when Fenris I mean.
Be honest.
I kind of like when Fenris pushes you up against the wall.
Oh dear goodness.
Fenris is kind of hot. I don't have to say.
When anything even slightly
sexual happens, I just kind of completely cover myself in blankets and run away. I don't know why. I just can't.
Grab the bull by the horns.
When I tried to romance Fenris, let's just say I was barely ever in the room.
You just hit the button and like run out of the room.
Could have just turned off the TV and just let it play.
Kendra and then Herenia. Go ahead.
Okay, another thing that in my mind makes Solus much more likable than Fenris in this case is when with the different romances, Fenris is more like flirty, but it's like, are you sure? Flirty, are you sure? That's Fenris.
Bipolar flirty.
I know I really shouldn't, but I love you so much. But also, it's the fact that Solus's romance is one of the only 2 romances without a sex scene, and I like that because romance
Go
is
speed
about
all the way.
love and the passion and your thoughts and your heart, not about getting between each other's legs.
True.
Soul, you can get into bed with Soul super easy. Solus, it's more like they have their like silly little flirty jokes, like after the you go to the Well Sorrows, your female inquisitor can say, "You're acting all grim and fatalistic to get me in bed with you, aren't you?"
Oh.
Like, I am grim and fatalistic. Getting in bed with you is just an enjoyable side benefit.
And Sage telling anyone.
I love the fact that Solus romance is much more connected to what they feel and what they think, rather than the physical parts. It's much more romantic. It's so much more romantic. And I saw that comment about they do have sex, it's in Trespasser. I think the Solus's correct word was, I would not lay with you under false pretenses. So it's like, she in a way figured he did because she connected with him in an intimate way, but she was like, I did not lay with you. It's like, but you lied to me. So in the Inquisitor's mind, it's more like, she gave him, the Dreadwolf did take her heart, took her mind. Whereas Solus interpreted it as, oh, I took her, as in I took her body. And he was like, I would not do that under false pretenses, but she was like, but you did, but you lied to me. That was the thing.
I want to... Herenia, if you don't mind, I want to get to Gavin before he forgets his point.
Sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
I still forget it. It's just the only reason there's no Solus romance is because if he takes off his shirt, it's just shining. He's like, God.
Y'all be blinded.
So it's sort of like
Wow.
I'm about to age myself. So it's sort of like if you're an '80s kid, it reminds me of the Care Bear stare.
I know the Care
Bear stare.
I remember this.
Their chests, their bellies just shine, and like these rainbows pop out. And it's like
He just got a wolf on his stomach.
Thing is,
He has a wolf on his stomach.
I just had a gay moment. I'm sorry, but
That's alright. That's alright. I approve.
thing is, if you have the was it some of the Canary where you get Canary armor and you give Solus the Canary mage armor, you see he's got some abs. He's got abs.
Literally everyone has abs.
I'm
I
gonna have
cannot
to notice.
expect Cole to have abs. Poor little Cole
I know that you
has been
everybody
doing
have.
some weightlifting without me knowing. Because he looks like such a stick, and then you put him in that armor, and it's like, whoa, what happened? Why?
Wait a minute. Which armor is this? What armor is this?
Sorry, it's a mod where you get some Kunari armor.
Oh, all right. I'm going to look that up.
Ab armor, you get Avar armor, and with Kunari you get a warrior and a mage armor. Avar you get 2 medium armors. And those armors can go to any of your characters. They're pretty good too. They're actually better than the dragon armor
Okay.
that you got in your playthrough with the art.
Gotcha. Okay.
But they're awesome. And I will say this, they look a little weird on a female elf, especially the warrior Kunari. It looks weird on a female elf. Other than that, they're great.
Herenia, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, first I just want to say that when you put that Kunari armor on Cole and you see his stomach, I went, water because I did not expect that. But yeah. But back to the conversation about what makes a good character, because what I like about Inquisition's characters is that they play into your expectations. Like for instance, someone like Solus, you know, we think, oh, he's just gonna be like the cranky bookworm and stuff, but we find out that especially in the romance, like, he does have the moves, you know? And also, he hates tea, and he likes frilly cakes, and we don't really think about that with a character like him. Or Cassandra.
Oh, that reminds me of
that she is such a tsundere. She is a tsundere, and we find out that she's a total romantic and loves romance books. So I think that one thing that also makes great characters is that even if they have like an archetype, like you can tell they fall into a certain archetype, giving them certain traits or qualities that sort of go opposite of that makes them very interesting, because even like, you know, I can say for myself, I consider myself a nerd or a geek, but there's a lot of things about me that are very un-geek-like, because that's how we all are. So I think that contradicting traits make a great characters as well, and I think that Inquisition did a lot with that.
So what I want to do next, because again we've hit the quarter after mark, if anyone who was in the second wave and has already brought up a question or has already brought up a topic of discussion, if any of you could please bow out so I can let a few more people in. I just need 4 volunteers. Has anyone already asked a question that... Otherwise, I'm going to start picking people. All right, Sage, thank you for volunteering. And again, we'll probably keep going for a couple more hours, and I'll open it up again for people to come back. Okay?
All right,
Thank you,
see you,
Sage.
bye, guys.
Thank you, Sage.
I think I've dominated a lot of the conversation.
Okay, Harenia. Are you volunteer? All right, thank you, Harenia. It was great. I'm glad we were able to get you on.
Bye.
All right. And I just need 2 more people. Did I hear somebody else? Oh, Mute, are you volunteering? Are you? Okay, thank you so much for doing that, Mute. I appreciate you coming to hang out with us.
It's okay. It was really fun hanging out with you all, especially because, like, you're one of. All right.
Okay.
Bye.
See you, Mute. All right. So now we're down to 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Does anybody else volunteer? Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and start sending out some more invitations.
Did anyone else have Sten as a favorite character?
Yes.
I really love Sten.
Sten was a great character.
I wish we could have romanced Sten. I wish we could have romanced Sten.
I would have been down for that.
I love the implied relationship between Sten and Shale. Shale got a crush on Sten. I love that so much.
Oh, that's great.
If anyone else, again, I don't know how late you're joining in, but if anyone else would like to join into our Hangout, I have right now 3 spots open. Efren, you should have had the link, and Madior, I gave you the link. Quinton, you should have your link, and Hannah Fullstone, I think. Yeah, Hannah Fullstone. I see Random Rainbow is trying to get in. So if anyone wants to join, send me your private message with your email address, and then watch your inbox, and I will send you an invite to the Hangout. Dark Elf Emsby, I see your request, so I'm going to add you onto the list. I will send you a link, because it'll be cool to have Dark Elf Emsby here. So if I get more requests, I will start picking people currently to bow out for now. So let's. Does anyone else in the panel who has not done so, have a topic that they want to discuss?
This is really off topic, but it's
Okay.
great to meet you, Angel Arts. You're a very, very large inspiration, and it's just fantastic to be able to talk to you. It's great. I never thought that would happen.
Oh no, I am honored to have you guys here, because I'm a very big social butterfly, so it's like, yay, meet more people.
I'm very jealous of anyone that's friends with you. You seem like a great person to be friends with.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel the same way. Exactly the same way as you. Really glad.
Well, what I like to do, what I like to do is, if anyone well, now you have my email, so I'll send you guys a link to my Facebook page. So if you want to friend me on Facebook, and we can keep in touch that way too.
Awesome.
So that's always good.
I may have to make a Facebook page just for you.
You're too sweet. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for being so awesome of people to encourage me to do something like this.
Oh, you're like 78 times awesomer than me.
because I think that there's a lot of risk that's involved when you kind of put yourself out there and start, talking
Yeah,
to
I'm
people.
still shaking.
So I appreciate
haven't
you guys
stopped
doing that.
shaking since the first second I got here. Like I was shaking the moment I sent you a message. I was like, oh no.
No, Neil, you're adorable. You're adorbs. All of you are adorbs. Just as adorbs is Gavin's hair, and yeah.
Oh man, oh man. I
Dark.
feel so complimented.
Dark, you have some competition, Dark.
I do?
Gavin's kind of trying to steal me away from you.
Oh no! Shall not be.
Dark, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to us and tell us, if you wish, where you're from and your favorite race and class.
Hello, I am Dark Themsby. I'm also called Malik. That's my name, and I come from Denmark, which is this tiny, cold country in the butt end of Europe. And well, my favorite class and race is probably the boring human mage. But in Origins, I really loved the Sword and Shield warrior. That was my first playthrough in Origins, and I thought that was really fun because you really felt like you could take a beating, but also your shield bash powers felt really meaty and really powerful.
Not on insane.
Well, nothing can take a beating on insane. Except the enemies.
Or your romance.
I romance Liliana or Elisir in Dragon Age Origins.
Computer, why'd you do that?
I really love Liliana. She's just the cutest. And Elisir, he's also just adoring. So.
Yes.
And well, in Dragon Age 2, that's when I started. I really just think that the mage there is really fun because you feel so powerful with all your spells. And in Dragon Age Inquisition, I'm going to say this right off the bat, I think that game is really boring.
So it'll be interesting to have your input then.
Yeah.
Boring? He's of all Dragon Age you found boring, but you did enjoy Origins, you said?
I really like Origins and Dragon Age 2. I really enjoy the Dragon Age 2 characters, and I think the story is really good because of how.
So let me ask you then, Dark. What is it about Dragon Age Inquisition that you didn't enjoy or that you found boring? I think I have an idea. But
the gameplay is tedious and samey and extremely boring for the reason that because of how limited you are throughout the way the level up system functions, the way that your spells just are so few, and how just you run around in it's a very pretty game and you run around in these very big areas, but it's just you keep on fighting the same people over and over and over again because the enemies just respawn over and over, and you just. Because you are so limited with, for example, with your mage, with your spells, you usually have, for the first 20 hours, you at most have 5 different spells that you can use. And it's just...
Yeah, I did get turned off by the limitation on how many spell slots you could have in your tray. I do want to, for me, I'm not a big open world RPG kind of person. I'm fine. I think the way that they did it in Dragon Age, it was okay for me, and
They did open world really well in the sense that everything you do is connected to the main story by the idea that it gives you power and such.
Yes.
But I still think that the amount of just walking around and fighting dudes because I really like the story in Dragon Age Inquisition, and I think the characters are great. Even though I hate Vivienne with a fiery passion, I think her character is really amazing.
Well, she's a well fleshed out character.
She's a really good.
I hate her.
Like I hate her too, but like I really appreciate her as a character.
I don't appreciate her as a character.
You don't appreciate her as a character?
when I first heard that she was like the trailers and stuff, I was gonna romance and try and do what I did with my Fenris romance, where like I was a female hawk and like a mage, so I'd make him love the mage and like change his opinion of mages. I was kind of gonna do that with Vivienne, but you know, no.
No.
So, Dark, are you a PC player?
I am a PC player.
That's why.
I guess you recognize the shirt.
But that explains why you feel that way, because it feels like the Dragon Age Inquisition was like more of a console game ported to the PC.
Kind of, yeah. The way, like, for the like, it's still as it is now. The way the like trying to do what I did in Dragon Age Origins, I played mostly from the isometric view, and like because that way I can really utilize the tactical like things you could do in that game really well, and that functions like shite on in Dragon Age Inquisition on the PC, as well as like in Dragon Age 2 they dumped down the amount of like the way the tactics function. Like in the sense that you can't like customize your allies as much as you can, like as you could in Dragon Age Origins, and then in Dragon Age Inquisition they just utterly removed that. Like it was just like, hey, which spells will they use?
Yeah, that was really stupid.
Yeah, like there's just like the amount of problems with Dragon Age Inquisition for me just does not make it worthwhile for a second playthrough. I really tried wanting to do a second playthrough, and I just can't. So I haven't even bought any of the DLC because I think the game is so boring that just adding more to it is not fun for me.
Yeah. How far did you get in the game?
I completed it, and I thought the final boss fight was a really shite boss fight because.
Yeah.
I love how we have
you're muted, Hark.
all the fangasms.
Yeah.
We need that.
Yeah. You're muted, Hark.
Can't hear you, Hark.
Sorry about that. I said I definitely. First of all, I said I agree with you about the boss fight. I expected a little bit more, especially since Corypheus in Dragon Age 2 had a far more interesting and more difficult.
In Dragon Age 2, it's a really fun boss fight.
Yeah.
But I think it comes into it falls back into how limited you are with your arsenal. As for example, like I really like playing the Blaster Caster. So that's just like dumping all my stats into magic so that my spells become insanely powerful and just like tossing them everywhere. But like because you can't have a wide array of different damaging spells because of your limitations in Dragon Age Inquisition, then it's just like, yeah.
What I was gonna also say, Dark, is I'm glad that to have a different perspective here with Dark because. We're all here fangasming and fanboying over the game. I do want to hear...
Plus 10.
Yes, and I do want to hear people's thoughts who may not have enjoyed Dragon Age nearly as much and why, and I think that's very valuable feedback as well. Did you have something else to say, by the way, Gavin?
Oh, I was just saying I really missed the Arcane Warrior in 2 and Inquisition. I love that specialization so much. And then they've just... I heard there is going to be an Inquisition. Then they dumbed it down with just a sword, and I was just like...
The Arcane Warrior in Origins was pretty OP. It was pretty OP, if I admit.
Yeah.
But
I think the gameplay in Dragon Age 2 was the most fun.
Yeah.
It was so much fun. I just loved it.
Yeah, that's the fun thing. I'm really one of the outliers because I don't like Dragon Age Inquisition, but I really like Dragon Age 2.
That is interesting.
Yeah, I actually like Dragon Age 2 as well.
I like it too.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, when it comes to the different games, I would say that Inquisition's probably, it gets really grindy at times with all the same things you have to fight. You just go around fighting things in order to get enough levels to move on to the next part, basically. But I like that the actual combat versus story is much more balanced than the other two. In Origins, the story was amazing, combat was really freaking slow. Whereas Dragon Age 2, combat was amazing, story was lackluster. So I like that yes, it got really grindy, but it had a better balance than the other two when it came to story to combat.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say, again, this is the last call to Efren, Mad Eeyore, Quentin, and Hannah Fullstone. I've given you guys the link to the Hangout. If you want to join in, now is your last time. Random Rainbow, if you're watching, please private message me your email address so I can add you to the list. If I don't hear from you guys soon, then I'll make an announcement of anyone who had joined us from the past can jump in, first come, first serve. But before that happens, I want to just give a last call to the last few people. And again, if you want to join in our Hangout, private message me your email address. It is your last time to do that. Go ahead, Nil.
Am I the only one that felt that the Inquisitor Mage or Dorian's Necromancer ability felt overpowered than everyone else?
You mean like the superpower, or like the specialty?
Like when I first, because I never used Dorian on my first playthrough. So when I first got him on my team, it was after Haven was destroyed, so he had all these power points up. So I used them all on the Necromancer ability because I liked the sound of it. Because who doesn't want to raise the dead? That'd be pretty cool.
Well, I don't think you get him until after Haven anyway.
He literally destroyed everything that was in our path.
Wow.
And the mage you can fight from almost any distance.
Yeah.
And it feels even more overpowered than an archer, because an archer you really don't have like fire, ice, and all that such.
I think Dragon Age Inquisition was really designed, like both the story and like how the game is designed is like play a mage by the gods. They really want you to play a mage, and yeah, I do think like that the mage is maybe slightly overpowered, but that's maybe also because of how underwhelming I found the warrior to be. Like, you're thinking if you have a two-handed warrior and just charges in with a giant sword, it should cleave someone in half. It's just like, arg! I did arg! You can barely see a difference on the enemy health bar. It's like,
I kind of missed the part where in Dragon Age 2 when you just spam the A button, because that's what I did when I first played it, because I wasn't used to it, so I would just smash the A button and it would target and it would lock onto an enemy itself. But then when I started playing Inquisition, it completely took that out, and you have to go up to them, and it doesn't rush it for you. It makes even if you play casual, it kind of makes the fighting a bit more difficult because you have to go to the enemy yourself.
Yeah. I kind of like that because like it makes your the flow of how you move your character around a little bit more natural, but I agree. Like it does make it feel a lot different.
Because when I first played it, I had no idea what I was doing, to be honest. So it was a bit finicky for me, and I would yell at the Xbox. Because BioWare is just like, why did you take out the auto target for me? Come on, I don't know what I'm doing. What am I supposed to do?
You start attacking a tree.
Yeah, I literally did that. Like I would randomly be attacking a wall or a tree, and I would get stuck in areas, and it's just like, what's happening?
Because your weapon's bad, the wall health slowly goes down.
That tree really deserved it, though.
Before we sorry, Kendra. Before we continue, I want to welcome Hannah to the chat. Hi, Hannah.
Welcome. Hi.
Hannah.
I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm glad you could join us. Oh, I like your shirt, Hannah.
I love
We're
yours
excited.
That's the reason I play Inquisition right here.
Yes.
I would give all of you hugs, but I can't, sadly.
Okay.
Everyone hug the camera.
Hannah,
Okay, hugging in camera.
Hannah, why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us if you are comfortable with it, where you're from, and then what is your favorite what is your favorite race and class in Dragon Age?
Okay, my name's Hannah. You can call me Hannah. I'm from England, and my favorite race is actually the dwarves. but I actually also really like the mage class. So unfortunately, I've played my share of like elves as well, just to get to know
Just to
the
get
mage. But
Never a dwarf enthusiast.
like my very first Origins playthrough was a dwarf noble, and
Mm.
it was a really gripping origin story for me. I couldn't go back, so great.
Actually, oh, Gavin's about to leave. I was going to ask him a question, but
Oh no. He ran away.
he ran away before I could. Kendra, what were you going to say?
Yeah, it was not important. I can't even remember anymore.
Oh, sorry.
It's alright. It was just something.
Gavin passed it on to you. Whatever's going on.
Kind
Gavin, I was going to ask you, if you're still there, sir. Gavin, I was going to ask you, what was your first origin character? Was it a dwarf?
Oh, no, human noble.
Okay.
Yeah, mine was too.
Yours is a human noble?
I tried to make him look
It
as
was
nice as possible.
in Dragon Age Origins. It was almost because I started out with Dragon Age 2 because I joined the fandom pretty late, and so I got Origins second.
Okay.
And I was very annoyed because I was used to how good the graphics were in Dragon Age 2, and I was very annoyed that you could not make an attractive male character or an attractive dwarf character. Because it would take hours on end to make a decent character. Because at that time I was obsessed with having an attractive character. Because if I'm going to play it, I want to be able to look at my character the whole time and not be like, oh my goodness, go away.
I was shocked at how I was very pleased with how Andy ended up, like physically. I was like, he is a darn sexy dwarf. Like that is one sexy dwarf.
He's not as sexy as Varric though, because like that's just impossible.
He doesn't have the chest hair. That is nobody's perfect. It's okay.
No chest hair. So
Stupid
sad.
amount of time to create my characters. I'm obsessed with how my characters look. It takes me 3 hours minimum, I think, to create a character.
That is
insane.
something.
Forever.
That is something I want in the next character creator is chest hair and amount of like sim style.
No, in the next character creator, they should have a slide for you to test out different lightings, because you know on how different lightings it completely changes the character.
The lips, for example.
They need to be able to have light sliders, so you can check what they look like in dark, lit,
Like they also
dark, others.
Or whatever.
what they also need to do is like if they're going to lock your eyebrow color to a hair color, not just have the eyebrow color stay the same throughout 4 different types of red hair. Like
Because my eyebrows are black, but yet my hair is red,
yeah.
and it doesn't make sense.
No, and also like I actually think they really said that our character creation is like so it's super advanced, and it kind of is.
Kind of.
But it's also really lacking in some parts, especially like how you have to go out. Like if you're like, oh okay, I want to like look at the options for the human characters, like to how they would look. Okay, that's cool. Now I want to check how an elf would look, and then you have to go out completely out to the main.
You completely lose your progress, because that's what annoyed me.
And
is
like
that
it'll also let you have to go through and like 30-second loading screen to get back to the to the top menu, and then if you want to change your gender, you have to go back and then do that before you even start the
you
character
have to
creation.
go
It's just like,
back to the whole thing and redo the whole thing, and then you go back. And I hate it how in all the games you use your you lose your progress. Oh my goodness!
You should be able to
know
save
how they tried
save something like you can
You should save a character model, especially if you've made one you like. That's something I wish they had. Like if you want to take your character through again, I have to try and recreate
That's
her.
something
that's just hard.
Yeah, while the Mass Effect character creation is like lackluster compared to the Dragon Age one, at least they have this thing with the face code that you can just like copy that and then type that in again if you really like your character.
I was so irritated.
Yeah.
Because I started even before I even knew what Dragon Age was, I did Mass Effect, and I was very used to the face code because I would go on the internet because I was too lazy to make my own character. I would go on the internet and be like, and type in, hey, how do you make an attractive shepherd? What's your face code? And I would get one from there. And evidently, and somehow from the computer, it would look completely different on the Xbox, and I just wanted to throw myself out a window because of how ridiculous it looked.
Yeah.
Gavin and then Kendra. Gavin, go ahead.
Oh, I just used the presets because playing an ugly character I find is more interesting than playing just like this godly-looking, handsome man character.
Kendra?
I was gonna say, first time when I first got into Inquisition, I was bouncing up and down my seat, going crazy. I was set on doing a male Kunari mage for my first character ever. And I went to the character creation, and I was trying to do the nose, but he was too big, I couldn't see it because of the sliders. And that annoyed me so much. It was like, I need to see the nose to make the nose. And that annoyed me. I'm happy I finally found out how to zoom in and out. It's very hard to do it on the PlayStation 4 sometimes, I found.
Yeah.
But it's fun as heck.
That's the thing, though. Like, if you want to play Dragon Age Origins, you should play it on the PC because the console ports of that game are utter shite.
I wanted to play it on PC, but I have a Mac, unfortunately, and I can't afford to buy a gaming PC, so I had to get it on console.
Dragon Age Origins is so old that you can more or less.
I've played Origins on both the PC and on the PlayStation 2, and the
3.
graphics on the PlayStation 3, sorry. But the graphics are so much better on the computer than they are on the PlayStation 3.
Yeah.
And it's a lot easier to control and fight. You can't pause on the PlayStation 3. There's no pause
also, which is stupid. Also, on the PC version, you can there are so many like mods you can do, especially for Origins. Like,
Oh yeah, I agree.
the character creation mods for Dragon Age Origins are awesome.
I've never been able to do
you can make a dude with a fancy pink mustache.
Before we
Markiplier alert.
Yes. Before we get to nil, there is one spot left, so I'm now opening it up to anyone who has previously joined us before. If you want to come right back, it's first come, first serve. So that spot is open. Nil, go.
The tongue in Dragon Age, well, goes along with the animation thing we had on earlier. The tongue in Dragon Age Inquisition messed me up because I was talking to Josephine and I was like, oh, let's look at her face because her face is gorgeous. Who wouldn't want to look at her face? She is. I would literally romance her every single playthrough.
I can't wait to romance her. She's one of my favorites.
Yeah. And
Welcome back, Red Bull.
Her tongue actually kind of freaked me out because it would literally phase through like her cheek, and I would not expect that.
I never saw that.
Oh, I play on Xbox 360, so and I was just paying attention to her face, and then her tongue just pops out of her cheek, and it's like I never knew this was a horror game.
Do you guys remember the plastic hair bug?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I never got around to the point where I played it so long ago that I finished it before they had fixed that.
Clark, did you ever get that?
I'm sorry?
Did you ever get the plastic Lego hair bug?
I don't know if it was a bug. I know that I had to lower the graphic settings at first. So the first couple episodes of my Dragon Age Inquisition LP had art with like plastic hair, basically shiny hair.
That pissed me off so much.
Xbox 360 is still just like that, just so you know.
But like they more or less discontinued support for the previous gen console things for the game.
Yeah, pretty much. 360 is still in the state of where a little bit worse than Angel Arts is. And it's kind of annoying because I always see these great pictures and everyone's like, oh, look at how pretty the graphics are. We have like twice as more nature. We have more NPCs. Well, guess what? I only have an Xbox 360 because I'm a poor person.
PC Master.
You know something I'm hoping for?
What?
I'm hoping that the next Dragon Age is not that big of an upgrade. Let me finish the whole thing. Is not that graphics intensive of an upgrade in comparison to Inquisition, because it took me a while to find a computer that could run Inquisition, and I'm not looking forward to changing that again for Dragon Age 4.
That's just how it is, and like
I know, but I'm not a big PC gamer.
Like, while I feel that I'm a PC gamer, like the good thing about consoles is that they give a certain like, this is how powerful we are. This is how much you can make your game look.
I know. It's why I like playing on my computer, but I don't like having to switch out parts all the time.
Gavin, by the way, just said Varric Tongue and Fade Tongue should team up. Take that as you will.
Solus and Bear are gonna make out?
I'd ship it.
Fan fiction. Fan fiction. Let the fan fiction
You
work.
probably want to see that almost more than you want to see Asher and Bloodsong together.
Okay, let's move on to another topic, guys. Who has not brought up a topic yet who would like to? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Kendra. Yes.
I want to know what your guys' least favorite and favorite characters are from all 3 games and why.
I think everybody knows mine, so I won't say anything. Go ahead.
I actually don't know yours.
No, neither do I.
I'll get to it. I'll let everybody else answer the question first.
I have an answer too, but...
Say the question again.
Which are your favorite characters, and which are your least favorite characters?
In the 3 games.
From your 3 games, who's your least favorite, who's your favorite, and why?
Yes, for the 3 games, least favorite, favorite, and why character. Anyone want to go? Okay, go ahead, Neil.
Can I have like 78 favorite characters?
No. In the interest of time, pick one.
Oh, man.
Pick one from each.
Dagna. Dagna's my favorite, and my least favorite, Meredith. I want to throw Meredith out a window, but yet Meredith's kind of cool. It's just the whole red lyrium thing that kind of pulled me off. Or Solus. I just never liked Solus.
Okay,
I'm sorry,
Solus. Are we picking least favorite character and a favorite character from each game, or across all 3 games?
Across all 3. Each game?
From each game.
Each game. I thought you said across all 3.
For each. Go ahead. That makes it easier for each.
Origins would be Shale, and then least favorite, Goldana.
Oh, yeah, I don't like
Alistair's sister.
I don't Goldana.
Yeah, she's a huge bitch.
Dragon Age.
Wow.
I think everybody would agree on that.
Yeah.
Dragon Age 2. Favorite would be Meryl, I suppose.
Yes.
And least favorite, what's his name? One from where the quest where the husband and you get his wife's ring. I forgot his name.
Yeah, like.
I dislike that guy because he's just like, oh, I only care because I'm being a suspect now.
Yeah.
Jerk.
I can see his point of view, but yeah, he was kind of.
Yeah.
And what about for Inquisition?
But I don't like him. In Inquisition, favorite would be Josephine, definitely, and least favorite would be Solus, followed by Corypheus. Because who doesn't
I really
like
like
Corypheus?
Solus.
I mean, who doesn't not like Corypheus? Everyone loves Corypheus. Oh, if you love Corypheus, then that's good.
That's a spin-off.
Good actor.
The Inquisitor ex Corypheus fanfics are going to go crazy now.
I ship it.
Look for what there has to be.
I ship it. Totally ship it.
Oh gosh.
X.
Oh god.
No. Corypheus X a male dwarf.
Plot twist.
Hey, is my voice coming out okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Plot twist. Male dwarf is female dwarf with beard.
My heart can't take it.
Oh my god, you're a brute.
Who wants
similarity is so
Who's next?
Who wants to answer the question next?
I think I will.
Go ahead, Jess.
I think my favorite character is...
For Origins, start with Origins.
Yep, for Origins is between Alistair and Zevran.
Mm-hmm.
Zevron's a good character.
Yeah.
So is Alistair.
Yeah, Zevran is who I romanced first in my first playthrough.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't resist that sexy accent. My least favorite is probably Goldana, of course.
Goldana. Mm-hmm.
Dragon Age 2. I guess my favorite would be Fenris. And I think my least favorite... I'm not sure. Maybe Meredith?
Okay.
Yeah.
And my my Inquisition, I think my favorite's probably Cole or Barrett. My least favorite is, well, obviously Christmas.
Okay.
Is somebody typing? I hear like this pattering noise.
Not me.
That's me. That's me.
It's
I'm
okay.
typing. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You can mute. Just mute if you have to do that. Next, who wants to answer the question next?
Like I said, I have an answer to my own question.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Answer it.
Yeah, you go.
Go ahead.
For Origins, my favorite character is Sten. He's just a great character in general.
Sten.
He's very diverse. And my least favorite, oh god, people are gonna hate me for this, Liliana.
Oh, that's alright.
Oh.
I can understand that.
I can understand that.
Let me,
Go
Gavin.
ahead. Yeah,
Gavin.
yeah. It's okay, Gavin.
My issue with her in Origins is she's way too happy about it. I don't like extremely happy people. And also, she was, in her own way, trying to push her own belief about the Maker on the Warden.
Yeah,
I did not
fair
like
enough.
that.
Yeah, she's kind of.
For Dragon Age.
That's why I like to. That's why I like to pardon her, because then she stops being like that.
Yeah, I like her much more in Inquisition than I do in Origins. Yeah,
I kind of
In
like
Inquisition,
when
she's just like. I think she's really insane in Inquisition. Though. She's
She's
like,
a
oh
psycho.
man,
we all need a bit of insanity.
kill everything.
There's a reason people nickname her the Murder Pope.
Gavin is definitely
This person is standing in our way. How about we like send 6 different assassins after them and like and torture them into?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Alistair even calls her Princess Stabity. Like there's dialogue where she calls her Princess Stabity. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Anyways, what about for Inquisition for you, or for Dragon Age 2?
Now for Dragon Age 2, my favorite character is Varric.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
He was just funny and diverse.
Yeah.
And my least favorite character, believe it or not, was Hawk.
Oh, wow. I actually almost agree with
I
you.
hated Hawk. Because
He was such a screw up.
none of the options are actually realistic in any way. Not to mention the fact that, like, okay, so you could be for Anders, but against Meryl plus Fenris. You could be friends with all these people with all these different ideals, and basically you'd be lying to their face about your own beliefs. I don't like that. I hated Hawk.
Do you think it was the way he was written then, or she was written?
That's an interesting way of thought.
Yeah, I think like in general, like a lot of the big problems with Dragon Age 2 is how uncertain you can be of what you're trying, like what you want to say, and then what Hawk will actually say.
Yeah, that was an annoying part because
If has anybody watched?
I just don't like the character of Hawk. He's
Yeah.
not he, she, whatever. It's just not a very likable character. They put themselves in positions where they really don't belong.
that makes sense.
That makes sense.
I mean,
That's a really awesome
what
opinion.
happened to this world.
Well, do you think Hawk was being put in that position, or do you think they put themselves in that position? Because I feel like Hawk was being put, like, at the very end. I felt like Hawk was being forced to make a decision, and I didn't want to make either of those decisions. And I felt like poor Hawk was being put. My character was being put in a situation which I didn't like either of my options. So I feel like you're being forced in it more than anything.
Yeah,
well,
that
for
makes
me,
sense.
it's more like first of all, going into Deep Roads to help your family. That's one thing, all different, all together in the main thing. When it comes to the second act with the Aeroshock, you're the one who chose to work with Javaris to get to the Aeroshock. You chose that. Hawk chose to work with Javaris, which got you noticed by the Aeroshock, which caused you to become a sort of somehow ambassador between Kirkwall and the Aeroshock. your main choice there ended up affecting that. And then the Airshot called on you to affect all these things. You're the one who chooses
But again,
whether or not
that's
to...
something that's thrust upon Hulk, and not something Hulk more or less does by Hulk. Like I will say this: like I'm pretty sure that Hulk would have decided to not have had any dealings with the Airshot if it hadn't been because like the narrative forced her to do it.
Yeah.
It's like a Telltale game.
The Viscount really forces you, right? The Viscount makes you go to talk to him, and he asks you to help out because you were being asked by name. So
I know, but you don't have an option to say no.
Yeah, but like that's because of the narrative of the entire story.
Realistically, you could just say no. Deal with it yourself. You're the one in charge, not me.
Right, Kendra. Yeah.
No, I'm gone.
I just don't like Hawk.
Yeah, I think it's really the narration. That's where the problem is that you don't have to force through a story that you don't want to choose, that you can't get out of.
You aren't giving any incentive to really care about the Airshot part of the story. Like other than how awesome the cinematic trailer for the game was.
Yeah.
I'm really pissed that that blood magic doesn't give you that ability that Hulk uses. Like it's even shown in
the trailer.
Like both in the trailer. Like it's also it has the animations in the game.
Yeah.
Because when you start off a mage Hulk, he or she will do it.
And it was very unimpressive. It was really unimpressive.
No, the thing with blood magic that bugs me is Origins and 2. No one actually comments about you being a blood mage.
Except for Win. Win does.
He doesn't say anything about it.
Win is not in Dragon Age 2.
Nobody says anything about you becoming a blood mage. And that's just, alright, but I've gone on way too long. I need to get to Inquisition.
Yeah.
Alright, for Inquisition,
I think one of the romance would have mentioned that. Oh, Hawk, honey, why do you have cuts on your wrist? Oh, no reason, just.
Good. Let Kendra finish her thought. Go ahead.
For Inquisition, my favorite is Solus. Yay! I find him to be a very in-depth character. He probably has the most romantic romance. And
And he's a big loner.
He's smart and brains are sexy.
Let me dissect that head.
I don't care about someone's hair. I actually like the original drawings of him way more than what they originally came out.
The
he had a
dreadlocks?
mohawk. He had a freaking mohawk and dreadlocks. He was awesome.
Oh wow, that's amazing. I haven't seen that.
Yeah,
That's the fire in Solus.
It was similar to one of the hairstyles that you actually have. Oh, sorry.
But no, I like Solus. He's smart. He's very diverse. He has very interesting thoughts on the way of things, even like before Dreadwolf, all that. And the fact that he's Dreadwolf really just ties it all together as to why. My least favorite would probably be... Least favorite's a hard one. I would
think it would say the first
Sarah
one that...
and Vivienne.
Sarah and Vivienne. Okay.
Yeah, to tie. I mean, Vivienne, I think, is just too full of herself.
Yeah.
She cares more about the way things appear. She's more interested in playing the game than actually helping people. She's more interested in advancing herself than helping people. Sarah, she's a well-written character, and she's a very realistic character in a way. I just find her annoying. I just personally find her annoying. Someone who goes out of their way to annoy people, even for a good cause. I just don't get it.
Kendra, did you find her hard to understand?
I'm sorry?
Sarah, did you find her hard to understand?
No, I don't find her hard to understand at all. I completely get where she comes from in everything she does. Like,
You just disagree with her.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily disagree with her outcome. I disagree with her methods.
Okay, fair enough. I understand that.
Kind of like I agree that the elves need to be returned, but I do not agree with Solus destroying the world to do it.
Yeah.
Very similar to that. Only I actually really love Solus. Favorite romance ever.
Hannah.
And then Alistair and Colin, I am ashamed to say.
Hannah, do you want to answer that question?
Yeah, I've actually been like thinking really hard 'cause it's so difficult.
If you're not ready, I can go before you if you're not ready.
No, I think I can do it.
Go ahead.
I've been playing through Origins recently on Human Noble. So for character I dislike the most, I think at the moment I'm feeling Rendon Howe.
I agree.
I agree.
And even meeting Nathaniel in Awakening, I thought I might get some kind of insight on his character, like why he did or anything, but I just think the guy was a power-grabbing jerk. I couldn't see any other side to
Redeeming.
it.
And
So-
having played the human noble origin, just really shows because
Personal.
yeah.
So that would be my least favorite, and
Favorite?
favorite would have to be Alistair, because there's so many different sides to him and he can have so many different outcomes. I think that just shows how diverse and wide he can be as a character. It does bother me a bit that like there's pretty much one line in the game that completely alters him, like he's hardened and then that's it, his entire outlook on life changes. Like I think that should have been more of a gradual process. Or something that kind of he discovered on his own, rather than you have to kind of be a bit of a dick to him to get it. But yeah, I think he's a really well-written character. Dragon Age 2, my least favorite is Carver, because I always play a mage and he always irritates me at the beginning. It's like nothing you can say can actually please the guy. He's constantly getting at you, constantly telling you that, you know, you're the reason the family's on the run and the Templars are coming after you, and I just don't think he's a very supportive person. Even when you friend him, he still has a bit of that attitude. So that's why he's my least favorite. Dragon Age 2 was kind of the hardest for me on favorites, because one of the things I love about that game is that they're all so flawed in their own way. Like they all have things that you could really dislike about them, that I kind of like. But I guess it would be Varric, because, you know, he's charming, he's humorous, and, you know, you get on really well with him usually. I mean, it's really hard to rival him. I've tried it, and you pretty much just have to be aggressive all the time and turn down his quests and everything.
Yeah, I think that's the only way you rival Manson in the game.
And then in Inquisition?
Inquisition, favorite, that would be yeah, I love the lyrium addiction storyline. I think it's great because the Templars never really had that focus before on the suffering that they endure and what they have to go through. All this focus on the mages, it's nice to finally kind of get the Templar side of what they go through to get where they are. And yeah, I can't stand Vivian either. Like, I agree. I agree that, you know, like, sometimes, you know, you need to watch out for mages because they are capable of some dangerous things. At the same time, she seems to fail to realize that he could have very much been in that position as well. She could have been in that situation. She just seems to think she's above it all despite being a mage herself. And I don't quite understand that. Like, had she have not, you know, been screwing the guy on the council, she could equally have been a mage in the circle. So I don't think she has any sympathy for that. So that's why she's like.
I'm not gonna say that you're wrong, but can I just offer one thing?
Yeah.
She, unlike most mages, she still has to endure Orlesian politics, which is almost as bad.
I think she enjoys Orlesian politics, though.
Just because she enjoys it doesn't mean it's
She gets
horrible.
off on it.
She gets off.
Really,
She loves it. She loves playing the game. She says it.
You pick the circle over Orlesian politics, or would you pick politics over the circle?
I'd pick the circle.
Really?
Yeah. Can I go next?
Nil, I saw Nil raise up your hand. Did you have something real quick to say,
Going
Nil?
off from what Hannah said about Alistair just completely changing after one sentence, it could be that he had a lot of faith in that Goldana would have been nice to him, would have welcomed him in with open arms, and being completely turned down by that, and in a figurative way being stabbed in the back by your sister that you had literally never met until just a minute ago, I probably would have changed quite drastically within a couple of seconds, because if I had put that much faith into my sibling to be nice and have that completely put against me, then I think I would change.
Yeah, I sympathise, but I mean, like, the quest doesn't change him. It's what you say after. Well, the quest probably does change him, but it's what you say specifically after him that determines whether or not he is hardened or unhardened. So, you know, it's kind of like the quest itself, and the way that changes him is very much up to the player. And maybe it's just the line that I don't like, that you have to kind of stand your ground, go like everybody's out for themselves. You know, you have to be very harsh to him after, as you've said, he's gone through this horrible thing, and it's like literally right outside the door.
And you can kind of just let him mope on, or you can tell him to get over it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a really terrible conversation.
Kendra, is what you're about to say have something to do with this?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
It does. I was gonna say, like, the thing is about like saying everyone's out for themselves to Alistair. At the same time, that's actually very realistic. I've had a time when I went through a huge disappointment, and one of my friends is like, yeah, well, sometimes people got to look after themselves, and it's like, you're right, I need to look after myself. It was very much like what happened with Alistair. And it took some time to think about it, but it's actually very realistic in a way, if it's somebody you're very close to saying it.
Makes sense.
Red Bull, I think, is next. Go ahead.
So this is probably going to be either piss off a lot of people or be very strange. My favorite character in Origins is actually Logain.
That's interesting.
Mostly because I think he's a really interesting character, and I can never decide whether or not he's actually a hero or a villain.
Did you read the book, by the way?
Yes. On one hand, he retreated at Ostgar, but on the other hand, it's highly implied that even if he had attacked, they would have just been slaughtered anyway. Yes, you could argue, oh, well, he's a bigot against Orlesians. Well, first off, I kind of hate Orlesians too, and secondly, they did some pretty messed up stuff during the Freldon occupation, and it probably looked a lot like Kaelin was just inviting them back in. Unfortunately, he didn't survive my game, which gets into one of my least favorite characters for Origins. I can't decide between those two. One of them I loved except for one moment, and that's Alistair. I got along with him so well, and then I try to keep Logain alive, and then he pulls this giant tantrum and says, no, if you don't kill Logain, I'm going to ignore everything I just said about marrying Honora and kill him myself. And I'm like, dude, what the hell? And then he's like, so then I'm like, well, I don't want, like, only one of you to rule, so I'm not going to kill Logain. And he's like, fine, I'll kill him myself. And then he kills Logain and decides to make himself king. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened?
I cannot really understand Alistair's point of view there, because, like, Logain completely shattered Alistair's world by killing off Duncan.
Yeah.
Like, because Logain pulled back, like, I can understand it from a tactical point of view, and like, but because Logain pulled back, he practically killed Alistair's brother and like his father figure and like his entire family.
No, I agree that. Sorry, I agree that.
And
Alistair...
also afterwards, he completely brands Alistair as like, or at least the Wardens as like the demons, and that it's all their fault and everything. So like, Alistair has a very, very valid reason to hate Logain.
I agree, he has a very valid reason to hate him. It still pissed me off because I had basically spent a lot of time saying, hey, you know that super hot blonde girl with the spiral hair? You should marry her and, you know, become king and queen together. And he's like, all right. And then as soon as I suggest we not kill Logain, he's like, no way. And then he makes himself king. And
I understand
Nora,
that.
Nora is left out in the cold. And then in Dragon Age Inquisition, I have this random warden named Stroud. But my actual least favorite character in Origins is Balin. Because I loved Alistair, except for that one moment. My actual least favorite character in Origins is Balin because I hate him and I want to kill him, but I need him to be king because otherwise Orzammar is probably going to get destroyed. Because Haremont is a terrible...
Dwarf Noble by any chance?
What?
Did you play?
Yes, I was a Dwarf Noble. That's why I hate him so much.
So was I.
Yeah.
So that pissed me off. In Dragon Age, so my least favorite character really in Origins was Balin, followed by Alistair at the Landsmate.
Dragon Age 2.
Dragon Age 2 was... really difficult choice between. I'm gonna say Varric, even though Sebastian is a close second, just because Varric is Varric. My least favorite character, you can probably guess who it is. Anders.
I can see that.
Stupid, sexy Anders.
Stupid, sexy Anders.
Well,
stupid, sexy, broody Anders.
Not just. I could go. I'm not gonna make this about a discussion about that, but it's really just. Even ignoring the fact that I disagree with his entire point of view and status, it's the fact that he, in my opinion, he just boils down to a demonically possessed terrorist who kills hundreds of people, lies to you about doing it, emotionally manipulates you into doing that if you're in a romance with him. He threatens to break up with you and will break up if you don't help him. And then almost sets off, and then almost single-handedly sets off a world war. So I hate him.
But and the question, Yeah, and the question with that is how much of that is Anders and how much of that is Justice.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I don't think it really matters at this point because he's a danger to himself and everyone around him.
That is true.
So
That's the point.
I don't know if it really matters who was in charge of it, besides the fact that he did it and I need to stop it. I'm not going to let him do it again.
That's a fair point.
Stab.
Inquisition?
Yeah, I'll be faster with Inquisition. Inquisition, my favorite is a really close tie between Blackwall and Cassandra. Blackwall just because he's one of the best reasons to replay the game, because once you know what he's about, there's so much amazing foreshadowing. And also it gets some interesting questions of, is he really as good of a person as he claims, or is that just him becoming the lie? And then Cassandra, because she's a lovable dork and I love her. And then she broke my heart by leaving to become Pope, and I got very sad. My least favorite character is, I really can't decide between Sarah or pretty much every Orlesian noble in Wicked Eyes and Wicked Hearts except for Gaspard. I just want to just straight up say, screw you guys, I just want to burn down Halam Shiral. I just put Gaspard on the throne, I'm done, I'm not playing your games. I hate Orlesians and I hate the Grand Game and I hate Orlesian nobility, but I guess I'm going to have to say I hate Sarah more just because I find her incredibly irritating.
My foot is completely asleep and it hurts.
Don't sit
In
on
other
it.
news.
In other news.
Did anyone else want to answer that question? I was going to answer it too.
I wanted to go off something he said.
Go ahead, Neil. Really quickly.
Sebastian's romance kind of annoyed me because if you look at it from a certain point of view, Dragon Age was kind of saying a chaste romance isn't an actual romance. And being an asexual, that doesn't really say the best thing.
Yeah, well...
That's true. I didn't think about that.
I agree, but the one thing is they actually got it wrong, that chastity does not equal celibacy. Sebastian took a vow of chastity, not celibacy, so he theoretically, as long as he was married to Hawk, would still be allowed under his vows to have a sexual relationship with her. They didn't really talk about that a lot, but they kind of went a little too far with the whole, oh yeah, religious people don't have sex thing. I mean, I'm not religious, but I'm not religious at all, but characters like Cassandra and Sebastian greatly increased my respect for religious people after I went through an anti-religious phase that I'm not going to talk about, but I think that Sebastian, they messed up. He has a vow of chastity, not a vow of celibacy.
Yes, that is true.
And they are not the same thing.
That is true. Good point.
I don't really know how you can call it a romance, though, because I tried to do a Sebastian romance, but as far as I understood, there wasn't really any kind of hints that he wanted that kind of relationship with Hawk until, like, Act 3 or some really late in the game. And even then, I think you get...
It's kind of like it's because of his whole religious thing. Like, you have to, like, really show him and, like, break him out of his shell and stuff before, like, he can realize, oh, this might be a person that I could do with.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, but then still, he doesn't like come comfort you when your mother dies, and he's not there for a lot of the kind of pivotal moments in the game, kind of romantically. Yeah,
Well,
it's not about
a lot-
the fact that they don't have sex.
A lot of that is because he's DLC.
Yeah.
And they just made they made the very, very poor decision to not make him recruitable in Act 1, which is a very dumb idea because it means it's harder to have a connection with him.
Yeah, that's true.
I didn't run into that problem a lot because I agreed with him most of the time, but there are a lot of other people I've seen who just, they don't get him because you don't have him for a third of the game.
Go ahead, Kendra.
I've never actually played the DLC, but I've seen several playthroughs with it. But the thing that bugs me about the Sebastian romance isn't most of the stuff. It's the fact that at the end of the game, if you choose the mages, he leaves you.
Yeah.
If you guys really had an emotional connection, he would stand by your choice. Fenris does, and he hates mages.
Yeah.
He stands by you. If anyone was going to leave you, it'd be Fenris, not Sebastian. But Fenris stays.
Sebastian will only leave if you don't kill Anders. He'll stay.
The Anders decision.
Yeah, but what if your Hawk's supposedly a pacifist and doesn't like killing people?
Well, that's part of the problem with the decision. Decisions are pretty much just kill Anders or let him go scot-free.
Actually a save file of Dragon Age 2 where I have both Anders and Sebastian at the post game, but that's quite simple. It's quite simple how to do that. Don't download the Sebastian DLC until after you've completed the game.
Oh God. But I mean, that's part of the problem with this Anders decision in the first place. Is it's pretty much just kill him or let him not suffer any kind of consequence.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's basically saying, do you support what he does? Do you not support what he does? That's basically what it's saying.
After my second playthrough of Dragon Age 2, I think I've just come to the point where I just kill Anders every time because, like, he just, like, the fact that he just, like, oh, I just, like, murdered 1 billion people and made, are the cause of, you know, all these people's death and, like, entire war and everything. But I could just walk free and breakdance on my way to wherever I'm going. It's like, no, fuck you.
I let him live mostly for things that happen in Inquisition in relative to that.
Well,
Even though I haven't played through certain things, I'll go to the Dragon Age Keep and do up something I haven't played before, just so I can see a new experience with Inquisition.
Aeschylus, I wanna get to other people who haven't spoken in a while. So please, if you've been dominating the conversation, please be aware of that. Aeschylus Shepard, you're next. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I agree with you. I think the whole Anders story is definitely very divisive. And my first playthrough, I did not have Sebastian, so it was much easier for me to keep him alive. I felt so much more pressure once Sebastian, when I did another playthrough and he was in it. And I understand why he feels that way, because, you know, he just killed the Grand Cleric, which was like a surrogate mother to Sebastian. I can understand his rage. And, you know, my character romanced him, so, you know, at first I couldn't do it because my character was still in love with him, and that was a huge betrayal. And then the second time I was so angry, I had to take him out. That's all I have to say.
Somebody, does anyone who hasn't really been able to speak much want to give their favorite, want to answer the question about their favorite characters from each of the games?
Actually, I did want to do it.
You want to do it? Go ahead, Aeschylus.
I have a lot of static from you, Aeschylus.
Yeah, same here.
I think we all do.
Yeah, yeah.
I can still understand you, though.
Is there a way for you to,
that there's slightly
like, unplug or replug your microphone? I'm not sure if that will help it. Try to do that.
That always works on the Xbox chat. Maybe it'll work now. Who knows?
All right, is that better?
Much better.
Yeah.
All
That's
right.
great.
Sorry
Go
about
ahead.
that, guys. I had no idea. No one said anything.
That's okay. Go ahead, Aeschylus.
Quickly, DAO, favorite, Alistair. Worst was Rendon Howe. There's just no redeeming qualities for Rendon Howe. Sorry. I'm stealing your thunder, Hannah.
Hey, that's cool.
Okay, plenty of hate.
DA2, my favorite character and the one I hated the most is actually the same character. It's actually Anders.
Interesting.
Because I just thought his story was very interesting. I understood where he's coming from. I thought he went too far, and then when he did the ultimate betrayal of your of Hawk, I hated him completely. But for story purposes, I kept him alive for DAI because I wanted to see how things turned out. DAI quickly. God, that's got to be the hardest because it's the most recent. My favorite was probably Dorian because I think he's just clever, and he's very interesting to talk to, and he has fascinating things that he says amongst the fellow characters. My least favorite at the time was Sarah because I didn't understand her, and I thought she was I just didn't agree with her position on anything. I just thought she was an idiot about the elves and about, not seeing their perspective and just, all right, you don't agree with them, but you don't have so much hate. But then again, I realized after a while and spending time that she was just probably so, she must have gone through so much to feel that way, to feel so strongly about it. And I realized there's so much more to her than we all realize. So the person I hate, there is not one person I hate the most, like I have a power or energy towards, but at this point, I think my least favorite character is probably Corythius because I feel like he's the least understood and because of all the harm he was planning on doing at this point. But at the beginning, I would say Sarah was my first playthrough.
Either Gavin or Crown, do either of you want to give your answers?
I guess I'll go. I can only speak for Inquisition, unfortunately.
That's fine.
For that, but well, everybody already knows Solus is Bae, but whom I was really a surprise sleeper for me was Cole. Like I really fell in love with Cole, and I kind of knew, I haven't read Asunder, but I saw like his kind of, I know I want to.
It's really good.
I saw him like in the promos and everything. I'm like, oh, he seems really cool, but like even right when even his entrance, because I went with the mages, and so you don't see him until what?
if you're planning on playing Origins, play Origins before you read Asunder. You'll appreciate it more.
Okay.
Appreciate it way more.
Major spoilers.
So yeah. So go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, it's just like even the way like his entrance, both of the times you get him, even his entrance if you side with the Templars and his entrance if you side with the mages, he reminds me of like a puppy, but one that will slit your throat if you fuck with him. He's like a very protective puppy, and he's so just he's a tall, stocky character and could easily be intimidating, but he's just so very gentle and very genuine. And his internal struggle is something that was one of the hardest decisions I had to make, was decide whether to make him a spirit or a human. Like I agonized over it because it's just you love him for who he is, but the way he is, he's suffering. So you also want to help him. The first time I picked human.
Okay.
I usually pick human.
I picked human.
And I see how it plays out. I might do spirit for the next time, but I picked human.
Yeah. And actually, usually 9 times out of 10, I actually side with the Templars. Because of a theorist I was talking to, and they were saying that the Templars really didn't have a choice because they were going under the banner of their leader. But I can see how the mages are doing that somewhat. But I was told by the theorist that they were the ones that went to that pretty much caused themselves to do it, while the Templars didn't. So right now, I'm in my first playthrough where I sided with the mages, only because I wanted to meet Dorian quicker for my character. My character really wants to romance Dorian, so he went with mages. He doesn't know this, though.
What's your least favorite crown?
Least favorite, I guess, it would have to be Vivian, and I wish it wasn't. I wanted so much to like her. I really did. Her clothes are on point. I just like her. I love her clothes. And I can respect the fact that she's very strong, and the way that she's very smart. So like I said, going back to Orlesian politics, it's something that I think she enjoys. And she enjoys outsmarting them. She enjoys playing the game. And I kind of like the fact that she can outthink some people. But what I don't like about her is that I feel like she can't find it in herself to be genuinely kind. Like she'll give a compliment, but it's a backhanded compliment. She'll kind of kick you while you're down. She'll just like go out of her way to be really nasty to people, and I don't get why she has to do that. And as far as like, she'll do things that are good, but I don't think she'll be like, what's the best choice to help people? It'll be like, what's the best choice to help people and also help myself? And I just really can't get behind that.
I actually have a respect for Vivian because even though she is rude, she has been raised in Orlesian politics. So if I was raised in Orlesian politics, personally, I'd probably be a bit like Vivian, because you have to be able to hold yourself, but you have to be able to at any time be able to defend yourself in vocal areas, which could be a reason behind the backhanded compliments.
I can understand that, but sorry. Then you have someone like Josephine, and I don't know if Antiva is part of Orlais, but Josephine is very skilled at the game and very diplomatic, and she's also not a nasty person. She can, kind of hold her own, but without being nasty about it.
Gavin, I want to give you a chance to answer the question if you wanted to.
He needs to be able to answer.
Absolutely. I do. What was the question again?
So, from each game, Origins, Dragon Age 2, and Inquisition, who is your one of your favorite characters and one of your least favorite characters of each game?
Dragon Age Origins' favorite character is Alistair, because he's such bro.
He's so bro. Yes.
He's so bro. If I had a t-shirt, that would have Alistair on it. Very nice.
Silly flex screws you over.
Varric for Dragon Age 2, because bro.
Varric
for Dragon Age or Inquisition, because bro.
Okay. And then your least favorites?
In Origins, it had to be Morrigan.
Oh, Morrigan.
That's interesting.
I can see that.
What I did for one of my playthroughs was I wanted a more interesting campaign where it's like a bit more grey, not just a hero. So like I got Alistair to make the whoopee with Morrigan.
Okay.
And I romance the
Zevran?
Sexy dwarf.
Zevran.
Yes. Sexy dwarf.
Sexy elf.
Yeah, sexy elf. Did you stab Morrigan at Witch Hunt? Did you stab her?
we don't bring her up anymore. Let's just say.
Oh no. Okay, that answered my question. Anyway,
That
go ahead.
hurts.
Keep going. How about,
In
Dragon Age 2?
Dragon Age 2 would have to be. It's so hard because you've got likable people and then you have so many people you can hate. It literally sets you up with so many people you can hate, and eventually you'll see over the 3-act structure. So like one would have to be the Hershock. I hated it.
Aeroshock, you didn't like it, Aeroshock, okay.
It's just like I'm always naive when I play it, like thinking, oh, I can do peace, even though I played this game 5 times. Please can we be friends? No. Yes, I lied myself.
You can do peace if
you can do peace. Yes, you can, but you can do it. You can do Dragon Age 2 without fighting the Aeroshock and without killing the Aeroshock at all.
Yeah, but
you have to. Yeah.
I would never do that.
You might have to. You might want to take a shower after you do. When you do that.
Cold one or hot one?
Even I wouldn't do that.
I don't know either.
And an Inquisition. Inquisition. It had to be. Probably Samson.
Samson, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, Samson, I can see that.
I mean, I hated him at first because he was... You can do comparisons with him and Cullen a lot. But
that's a good one.
I hate him, but I did end up liking him a bit. If you joined the Inquisition, like you kind of redeemed him. But I hated him because he was just so...
I was disappointed in him because he showed such promise in Dragon Age 2. Like, I thought he was on the right route in Dragon Age 2 because I tried to steer him towards the route, and then it just went horribly wrong in Inquisition.
Yeah.
So.
And I kind of hate him because he's also kind of a better villain than Corypheus.
Kind of.
Yeah, he's... Because Corypheus should have been much better.
It was kind of a terrible villain.
He's just twiddly mustache villain.
Has anyone not answered the question who wanted to answer the question?
Jessica did.
Yeah, I'll get to Jessica when she comes back. Anyone else?
Oh,
Otherwise,
she's not there.
Otherwise, I was going to get my answers.
I haven't.
I thought Jessica already answered.
Yeah, Dark
Alright.
didn't.
Dark, why don't you go ahead?
In Dragon Age Origins, my least favorite character is Nathaniel Howe. Because of how much I like, because the human noble was my not Nathaniel, just like the daddy Howe. I can't.
Rendon Howe.
I mixed up the name. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, Rendon Howe. Okay, go ahead.
You scared me.
You're forgiven.
You're forgiven. That was the right answer.
Because I played a human noble as my first playthrough, and like just how personal my vendetta against that guy became is just yes, fuck that guy. My favorite character is probably Flemeth. Because I really like Flemeth, her entire existence is so interesting to me, and just like I really like her. In Dragon Age 2, my least favorite character is Anders because I fucking love him in Awakening. I think he's amazing.
Yeah, I love him too.
Dragon Age 2, like how much they just butchered that character. Like, yeah, sure, he fused with Justice and all that, but like still, they completely removed like what was Anders without giving any proper build-up to it.
Do you think that Justice did that to him?
I think that's what BioWare wants us to say, but I think it's just BioWare being a bunch of dicks to one of the best characters they've ever made. And like my favorite character is Meryl because Meryl is the cutest.
I love the voice actress.
Meryl's adorable.
Yeah.
Voice actor is pretty good.
Yeah, like Meryl, Meryl is very, very well thought through, and like the voice actress did a really good job of portraying the character.
Oh yeah.
There's almost no way to not like Meryl.
Yeah.
Unless you're really against blood magic, and then I guess you could.
Okay, I'm gonna get killed for this, but she's good in my game.
Oh, that's alright.
I actually was not a big Meryl fan either. I didn't like her that much either.
I mean, I don't hate her. She's kind of cute. I just think she doesn't have any concept of consequences.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And just they changed her character from Origins to in
Yeah.
Gen number 2.
Yeah, like
and
they
everyone
changed
goes,
a lot of things between
Yeah,
Origins
she
and Dragon
seemed
Age 2.
and everyone
really
goes crazy about
different.
Anders, but they never
In
talk
Dragon
about
Age Origins, like she was this kind of
Seemed
like
slightly
she
more
was
disciplined and serious in Origins,
yeah, she was
but
like
kind of changed in 2.
She must have got justice put in her as well.
Didn't hear you, Gavin. What'd you say?
Blood magic makes you adorable.
Is that what Gavin said?
No, I couldn't hear him.
That's
no,
what I said.
I said they must have put justice. Mara must have taken the spirit of justice in herself too. That's why she changed.
maybe like
No, maybe if I learn blood magic, I'll be like 10 times as adorable.
Apparently, Justice is playing the field.
that would be hard. Like, but then like you would be so adorable that the universe would implode upon
Justice has a
itself.
list of people.
Yeah.
He has a list of people.
Justice is getting with everybody, it seems.
What were your Inquisition characters, Stark?
Yeah, Inquisition.
With Inquisition, like my least favorite character is probably Corypheus because of how boring he is as a villain. But I'll have to say also, like, there is one thing I really don't like about that is that Cassandra at the very start, like the very first line she says is, "Tell me why I shouldn't kill you right now," and then not 5 minutes later, she's like, "You are our only hope."
Yeah, interrogation
You
tactics.
want this? You want this? You want
So it's just like that's not like the character of Cassandra's fault. That's the Bioware writers just being fucking retarded. But like that's just something that makes me really hard to like Cassandra because of that.
Yeah, I think she was trying to. I think she was trying to interrogate you, though. You know, like,
Yeah,
that was
she
interrogation
was.
tactic.
She was, but like you don't say, "Tell me why I shouldn't kill you" when you in a situation like that. Like or like if you aren't going to back it up and like if they were going to have that line in the game, she should have been very suspicious of you up until the Haven incident, I think.
Yeah,
You know
that makes
what's even funnier? Oh, sorry. You go from that, and then an hour later, your Inquisitor, depending on what you do, is flirting with her, and she doesn't bat an eyelash. It's like, an hour ago you were in chains, and I was threatening to kill you, and now you're trying to have sex with me.
Poetry reading.
Exactly.
Poetry reading.
I agree.
That was good. Have you seen that scene,
Well,
Mark?
her choice in romance comes from the books she reads.
Yeah.
What book was she
Anyway.
reading that day?
My favorite character in Inquisition is either Iron Bull or Solus.
Okay.
I liked Iron Bull until I had to kill him.
I really like Iron Bull, and I really like how he reacts if you decide to make him a Talvashoth, because he's obviously very conflicted within himself because he really believed in the Qun, but he also really believed in his people, and he the character Iron Bull that he has set up for himself seems like much more close to the kind of person he wants to be rather than just be a number in a system.
It was really great.
Also, you have to bring him with you when you kill a dragon. You have to bring Iron Bull with you.
He's so excited. He's so adorable.
I know. I did.
I will touch myself. I will touch myself while thinking of this tonight.
With great respect.
Go ahead,
I
Shepard.
wanted to do that, but I was playing Two-Handed Warrior. So
I didn't want to hear that, but okay.
Shepard. I think Escalus Shepard was trying to say something. Go ahead.
So there's a really great character breakdown on Iron Bull on Twitter. If I find the link, I'll send it to you, Hark, so you can share with everyone. Which basically says that, you know, when you make that choice between the Qun or the Chargers, I'm gonna really ruin this now, so forgive me. I'll try my best.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so essentially, you know his heart is with the Chargers, but the truth is it's actually with Krem. Krem is a critical character for the Iron Bull for some reason. There's a relationship there, and you know the Qun is all about rules and discipline and following the Qun. So when the Inquisitor tells the Iron Bull that they're worth saving, that Krem's worth saving over the Qun, that's when he changes as a person, because he really wants to pick that path of being, on the side of Krem and the Chargers and the people he's built a family with, versus, following rules and following, the Qun. So that's why at the end, when he betrays you, if you pick the Qun, is because you told him that the Qun is more important than Krem and the charges were. So you essentially tell him what he must do, and based on what you tell him to do, will decide how he will move in the storyline. And I was so stunned when I heard that he betrays you if you destroy the charges. But when I read this breakdown, it was so fascinating because you have to remember, Iron Bull is a liar.
True.
He's a liar. He's a liar. He lies to your face, and he's lied to you all of that time. So, but the only true thing he had was Krem and the Chargers. That was real for him. And when you told him that wasn't important, that's when he said, "Well, I guess I'm going to stay the liar."
For me, romancing Iron Bull was me desperately wanting to romance James Vega and not being able to, but now I can finally do it in a way. So.
He prefers his nipples uncauterized.
Oh dear.
Can't you actually romance James Vega if you play as Femsha?
Well,
yeah, but it's like
not
sexual
really.
assault.
It's a one-night stand.
It's a one-night stand, which is...
And it's really iffy on the consent thing.
Yeah. I would rather have a full-blown romance without a sex scene than have a sex scene without the romance. That's
why I really like the Josephine romance.
Josephine's my favorite.
Which was who my Inquisitor romanced.
I romanced Josephine 9 out of 10 times, all the time, every day, 24/7.
She's a sweetheart, Josephine. I love her.
I know.
What were your favorite and least favorites, Ark?
I was going to get to that. Jess, did you want to answer that question first? I wasn't sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you want to answer that question, Jess, or are you... Jessica?
Huh?
Karamis Girl, did you want to answer that question, too, about your favorite and least favorite characters from all the games?
Actually, I already did answer.
Oh, you already did? Okay. So for me, Origin, surprise to surprise, everybody knows who my favorite character is. From not only Origins, but any game, period, which is Alistair. My least favorite character, we haven't mentioned him at all, is actually Zathrian. I was not a big Zathrian fan from the Elves. I understood why he did what he did, but it just bothered me that he wanted so badly to not only punish those humans that were torturing his Elves, but also their children and children's children and children's children's children.
And he also really didn't want to die.
Yeah, he also didn't want to die, and he had a lot of pride, and it just got... I was not a big fan of his, and so Zathrian was probably my least favorite. In the Dragon Age 2, it's a toss-up between Fainriel, because I really love his background as being a dreamer, and Seamus, actually, the guy who was the son of the Viscount, who was like a big Qunari sympathist. I really like their stories a lot. My least favorite character, I don't remember the name, but I refer to her as that mage with the Lady Gaga makeup. Because she had the horrible makeup. Horrible makeup.
That bitch you kill at some point because
Because she was kidnapping Templar recruits.
Yeah, the exotic wonder of the East.
No, that's a different one. This was
the one with the white lipstick.
Yeah, the one with the white lipstick. She was the one who in the second act, she was trying to escape with some of the mages, and there was this guy that was raising the dead, and she was actually didn't seem like a horrible person at the time.
Oh, Grace.
It might be Grace. And then if you can put her, regardless of whether you do or don't, take her back to the circle, she ends up turning really twisted and I didn't like that at all.
And she kills her
I don't think we're talking about the same person, because Grace isn't a different one. She doesn't have white lipstick. You're talking about the one during that one where you talk to the exotic wonder of the East, and you have to go down the sanctuary. That woman.
Not the one who was mind controlling Hawk. Not that one.
No, Tally, something like that.
I don't remember.
It's Tarone or something like that. Tarone.
Yeah.
Shepard, you're breaking up.
I'm not sure. I know.
Shepard Commander.
But for Dragon Age Inquisition, it was Cole. More so than Dorian, more so than Iron Bull. Even, I'd hate to say it, more so than Colin, honestly. Cole is still my favorite character in that game.
Oh yeah.
Little spirit baby.
Cole is amazing. And then my least favorite character, I was gonna say Sarah too, but only because I loved this character so much in Origins, and I hated how he turned out in this game, T-Gun. I loved T-Gun in the first game, and then he ended up being this like crotchety buddy-duddy man.
Justice.
I feel
like he exists a little too much to, rail on people who didn't banish the Grey Wardens. I mean, because he honestly seems like a straw man against people who didn't banish him.
Yeah.
Also, he's hideous now.
Oh.
He got the Justice bug.
He got the Justice. Yeah, that and Sexy Shell Brand. Sexy Shell Brand, something happened. Something happened with Sexy Shell. I don't know. I was not happy with that.
He got the Varric bug.
Yes. But those are my choices. I do want to, because it's 5:40, I do want to try to open up some more slots. So if any of you guys on the panel have already had your questions posed and answered, if any of you guys, I would like to have 4 or 5 volunteers to bow out.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Pam.
Ask this one. I kind of wanted to ask one thing, and then I can bow out and let somebody else come in.
Okay. Well, let me get at least 4 other people to bow out first, and then while I'm refreshing people, you can ask your question, and then we can have you bow out to Crown. So.
Actually, I have something I need to say real quick before I head out.
Okay. Is it a question or is it a topic?
It's something I need to tell you real quick.
Go ahead.
I'm getting my wisdom teeth out sometime next year. And I just wanted to let you know in case it affects the campaign.
Okay, tell me.
I don't know if it will or
if
not.
it's something about the campaign, just email me privately.
I'm just saying I'm just getting my wisdom teeth out, and I don't know if it's going to affect the campaign in the future or not.
Okay, we'll talk about that offline.
Okay.
All right. Anyone else?
See ya.
Thank you, Jess. Thank you.
Bye.
If anyone, you'll bow out. Thank you so much, Kendra, for joining us.
Bye, Kendra. Thank you.
Bye, Kendra. Nice meeting you.
Let me out.
Keep an eye on you guys. What's going on?
Don't let the dog spawn by.
Everyone keeping on.
I gotta go find Solus.
Okay. We have 2 more slots open, so for those of you who are watching, and if you have the link that I sent you, first come, first serve, you can jump in, you can jump back in. And Crown, why don't you go ahead and ask your question or bring your topic up?
I apologize if this has been brought up before because I know I was late to the chat, but I was wondering with the way things ended in Trespasser, with the Inquisitor kind of losing their arm and everything, and even more so if you're a female villain and romancing Solus, do you want to see like a completely new protagonist? Would you like to see maybe a dual protagonist, or you find like never really having your Inquisitor be like a complete NPC character? Because for me, I can understand, with me, especially with romancing Solus, I feel like her work is not done yet. Like, I understand why she can't be on the front lines because, everybody be like, hey, your girlfriend's coming, I think something's happening, but I don't want to see her just, behind a desk doing nothing because I don't want somebody else chasing down my stupid egghead boyfriend. Wondering how everybody felt about that.
Tag team protagonists, they need to do that.
I have a comment, but it goes way, way back in the conversation.
Okay. Can we? If we want to go ahead and pedal back. If we're going to pedal back, go ahead and do that really quickly, Nil.
Okay, it was about when we were talking back around romances, and it was anyone else annoyed how in Dragon Age Origins, because I was one of the players that wanted literally everyone to like me. So so I would constantly get comments from my romance partner at the time. Oh, are you with this person? Are you with this person? Are you with this person? And they would, that would just annoy me.
The classic BioWare problem when it comes to their romances, because that's the exact same problem I have with Mass Effect 1.
Just like, I just want to be everyone's friend. I don't want to romance every single one of you.
You want to be a Varric.
Yes, I'm trying to be very, very hard. I just can't grow
I'm
chest
halfway
hair.
there. I've got the chest hair.
I can't grow chest hair. I gotta go shave a dog and glue it to my chest.
Do you want Anders doesn't stick cats on his chest?
Yeah, let's go. I gotta go buy all the cats.
Now I have the chest hair. Meow. What was that?
I'm so
Nothing.
jealous.
Don't be.
Did anyone want to respond to that?
Pronounce a lot.
Chest hair cats.
For surpassing.
What was the question again? I don't even remember now.
I know. You have to roll by chest hair.
I'm here.
Hi, Shadow. Welcome back.
I love you, Avatar. Persona 3 is awesome. How you should play it.
Persona.
Did anyone?
I tried to say thank you.
Thank you, Shadow. Nil, if nobody else, anyone else going to respond to what Nil just said?
What was the question again?
Was anyone else annoyed by how in Dragon Age Origins, if you want to be friends with everyone, then you're constantly being questioned by your original romance partner, are you with this person or that person?
Oh yeah, that happened quite a lot, I think, especially with female wardens, because there's a conversation you can have with Liliana where she just goes, I love your hair. And I think it's really subtly hidden in there that if you go, oh, I love your hair too, it initiates a romance. And so a lot of people had issues with Liliana coming up to them later and going, you know, well, you were flirting with Zevran, you were toying with my feelings.
Yeah, when I romanced Zevran with my male, blah, 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 words. I swear I'm a proper English speaker. With Zevran, he was, he would never comment on any of that. Like I would constantly be I was playing as a male, so I would constantly be talking to Morgan because I was trying to make myself like her more by talking to her and learning more complex areas about her. And I would constantly talk to Liliana because of her stories. And Zevran never approached me about any of them. I don't know if that was a glitch in my game or if Zevran just doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
Zevran doesn't care. He's the guy that you can quite literally have a like if you're not
You
romancing
literally
him.
sleep with almost every night.
Yeah, but like also you can have a foursome with him, Isabella,
Liliana, and the Warden.
Which I never did because that's just
Or
cringeworthy.
Alistair. If you've hardened Alistair, you can also bring him into that.
Oh dear goodness, that's kind of scary.
Let the fan fiction begin.
I never like any of the sleeping scenes. I don't like any of them.
Have any of you played a dwarf?
Really awkward.
Wait, have any of you played a dwarf?
I have.
In Origins. Okay, so what happens is that the dwarf characters are not modeled to work with the romance scenes. So what happens? They are not. So it means that, like, if Morgan is bending down to kiss you, then your character magically grows 3 feet to kiss Morgan.
And the hands.
Yes, and then the hands.
The hands are terrifying.
Wait, and then, for example, if Morgan's supposed to be, like, grinding on top of the Warden, because it's modeled to be as if he's if it's modeled as if he's supposed to be human or elf, it's like she's like gyrating on his knee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She's like,
oh dear goodness.
Maybe that's what she's into.
I will say though this: the most amazing sex scene in Dragon Age Origins is the male dwarf and then Zevran.
None of them for me. I don't like any of the sleeping scenes.
But like that sex scene is just like it's so awkward and just like so badly.
Hey, at least I got to avoid that because when I was going for Morgan, and then Zevron's like, "Hey, why are you going for Morgan? I thought we were together." And I'm like, "Wait, what? No, we weren't. I didn't think we weren't." Apparently, I'd accidentally locked into romance with him, so then I had to say, "Actually, no, we're not together." Yeah. So then I lost 46 approval. Who
did you accidentally lock with?
I accidentally locked in with Zevron, and I was trying to go for Morgan, so when I had to tell Zevron, we're not together, I lost 46 approval.
Gavin, go.
Oh, I was just wanting to say the only that the Zevran and Dwarf romance, they were stiff before it happened.
Maybe. Nil, did you have to say something else?
Yeah, I have two little comments. One was about how when I first played Dragon Age Origins with an Alistair romance, I was very lucky and was able to avoid the sleeping scene because I somehow just whirled my way around it. And I don't like any of the sleeping scenes, as I said earlier, because I will run away because they kind of freak me out and scare me, and I don't like seeing any of that.
No problem.
It's just awkward.
Just slowly put the controller down and get a cup of coffee.
Yes, I will go make myself.
I will bleach this from my brain.
So, You should go. So I do want to open up another slot. So Nil, if you'd be so kind, I'd love.
I have one
definitely-
thing to say to Nil first. I want to answer her question.
Oh, you want to answer Nil's question first? Okay, go ahead. Answer Nil's question.
Nil, the reason why you might have thought it was a glitch was because actually he grew up in sort of like a prostitute sort of situation. He lived in one of those sort of houses with other women that would, excuse my language, whore themselves out. So that's why he doesn't care. To answer your question, that's why he never asks you about it.
That's a
Because
good
he's
point.
meant to kind of be an open relationship, supposedly. I don't know. I've never romanced Zevron. At least not yet. I'm just focusing on Alistair right now.
Good choice. Good choice.
Yes, good choice. Anyone else want to respond to Nil before? Okay. Nil, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
If there's time left over, you can pop on back in. I just want to open up more seats for people. Thank you so much, Nil.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mark. I'm sorry.
No problem. Oh no problem. It's you have to be aggressive, please, because it's harder for
You
me
don't
when
want
you
me
don't
to
have the
be
webcam.
aggressive.
Please.
Did we ever actually answer Crown's original question?
We haven't. We're getting to that. So
side questing. This is what this is. Side questing.
We're lost in the
thank you.
hinterlands.
So yes.
It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Again, there is a spot open. Anyone who was with us before wants to grab the spot. First come, first serve. Crown, could you please re-ask your question? Re-ask your question.
Bloody hell, what was it now? I wanted to know if people, given the way things ended in Trespass before the Inquisitor, it seems like they were going to take more of a backseat role. And are you okay with that, especially if you're somebody who's romancing Solus? Would you be okay with your Inquisitor being just being an NPC character? Would you want kind of dual protagonists? Do you think that would work? Because I don't think my Inquisitor, I think her work is not done yet. Her story feels unfinished to me, and I'd like to finish it out, especially it's her freaking boyfriend. I would like to have her play more than an NPC part in the next game.
Harenia has her hand up. Go ahead.
Hey, girl.
Hi. First off, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
You are still.
Again. Well,
Just shout.
Yeah. All right. So I'm sort of like with Crown because I romance Solus as well. So I'm not ready to give up on my eggy boyfriend yet, and neither is my Inquisitor. And I think that it's just a matter of getting around their new disability they have. I don't know. Like right now, I'm just headcanon that Dagna makes them a pretty cool prosthetic. Something like that. But even if like always probably not some like frontline fighting, I think that I do still want the Inquisitor, if it's their choice, to be still somewhat involved. Maybe not even like a desk jockey or just, I want them to be, like an organizer. So, yeah, just keeping them involved more than just reading reports, like. Because I feel like, especially if you're either close to Solus or romanced him and you want to redeem him, that your connection to him, you wouldn't just like, okay, I'm not gonna give up on my boyfriend, but I'm gonna let everyone else deal with it while I'm off on my own. I want them to still play a part because I feel like their part's not done yet. So it's not like, oh, let's just leave it to these youngsters to handle it for me. I think it would be cool though if you found a way to make them fight, but I don't know.
The Inquisitor is getting too old for this shit.
Not my baby. She's going strong. Arm or no arm. That's the one thing sorry, go ahead.
She keeps saying that.
I just imagine my adorable tiny pale elven Inquisitor suddenly turning into Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, I didn't see that whole arm thing. I was so shocked by that. I didn't see that one coming.
Oh my god, I'm
devastated. I really thought my Inquisitor was gonna die. I definitely was convinced I was going. I thought that the whole arm thing, when I saw it, and they really didn't properly sequence that out, I feel like,
right?
People were like, wait a minute, you see them walking up and they have no arm. You're like,
I thought it was a glitch. Of all the times to have a glitch.
Yes, most people thought it was a glitch.
Noticed it for a while, It's like.
Yeah, I remember watching Lady Insanity because I played the game really fast, like in 8.5 hours to finish it, so I can watch Lady Insanity. So, so she thought it was glitching out. She actually stopped the game, and everyone was yelling at her, saying, "No, it's supposed to go fade to black with just the voices."
I see.
And no, she didn't even notice it right away either. It was when they were walking away. She's like, "Oh wait, my arm's gone," and I'm like, "Yep, it's gone." And it's not
like
even like your whole arm. It's like half your arm, literally like up to here.
Red Bull, before you go, Gavin was raising up his hand. Gavin, did you have something to say?
I forgot what I had to say.
Poor Gavin.
Poor Gavin.
Just type it in
Poor
chat,
Gavin.
Gavin, so we'll remember.
He has been. I wanted him to be able to chime in too. So guys, please be aware again. If somebody hasn't really been speaking and you see them raising their hand up, please let them say something if they haven't been spoken for a while. All right.
Sorry, I didn't notice.
Go ahead, Red Bull.
All right.
Go ahead, Red Bull.
Sorry. I actually wasn't going to talk about my Inquisitor yet. I will if you want me to, but I was just going to say that I find it even more funny that nobody in the Trespasser meeting chamber notices that the Inquisitor is missing their arm. They just walk up and nobody mentions it.
That's true.
Like it's a normal thing, everyday thing.
I don't need to talk about my Inquisitor yet if someone else wants to go first.
Yeah, does anyone else want to respond to Crown's discussion point?
Which was what again?
What do you think is a story for your Inquisitor? She was talking about what do you think is going to happen with your Inquisitor.
Do you want your same Inquisitor? Would you be okay with them being a completely NPC character, or would you be open to the possibility of having dual protagonists?
Honestly, as long as I think they have a place in the game, which I think they should, it's fine. I mean, I'd prefer the Inquisitor to be more of a mentor type character / advisor. Maybe a party member, that would be cool.
He is fully voiced. He is fully voiced, so he would be like Duncan.
Remember Mass Effect 2? I don't know if anyone played Mass Effect 2 here, but there's a scene where you take over what's his name, Joker for a while as part of the scene, and I was so
that could be it.
thrown to left field. I was like, wait a minute, I'm controlling Joker now. I was like shocked, but
break your arm at them.
Exactly. The fascinating part would be is if you do a double protagonist where you have a new guy you play, and then at some point the Inquisitor comes in, and then you have to control the Inquisitor then.
That's what I was thinking.
Cool.
Yeah, more.
That would be awesome.
That
I would love
that way you have full control of what options you pick, which way you go with it, and because like with Hawk, I think a lot of people were complaining, and I know Hawk, you complained about it, that how you felt like that wasn't your Hawk. And so I think that's one way they could fix it.
Yeah, I badly wanted them to include the dialogue wheel for your Hawk in Inquisition as well, because I thought it would make sense, because instead they just put my Hawk in autopilot, and I thought it would have been better, because people would know how their Hawk would respond. It'd be better if they gave us the dialogue wheel for Hawk as well. And then for those of you who had not played Dragon Age 2, then you could just click an option where Hawk just auto-responds normally instead of you picking out the dialogue wheel, because I think that was the big thing that BioWare kept saying was the reason why they didn't want to bring back like the Warden, for example, is because of they don't know what your Warden is like, they don't know what your Warden would choose in a dialogue, and like so you give them the choice to choose what their Warden would say.
They should have done something like Divinity Original Sin did. Like if you play if you play two people in that, like each of the two player characters can chime in the dialogue with an NPC. Like if they had done that for Dragon Age Inquisition with Hawk, it would have been
better.
Yeah.
Hawk was pretty in character for me, but I was kind of a sociopath, so.
Yeah.
It is weird though how when your Hawk comes into Inquisition, they're against blood magic, like no matter what. But you can be a blood mage in Dragon Age 2.
Just like Clive was.
I mentioned this in the comments in one of your videos, Hawk. I honestly think that it's probably because specializations are really just a gameplay feature. In Dragon Age Inquisition, they became part of the story, but I honestly think that in Dragon Age 2 and Dragon Age Origins, they only existed to be part of the gameplay and they didn't have any effect on the story.
Actually, the interesting part, remember, Dragon Age 2 was Varric retelling the story. So it kind of makes you wonder, well, I know we made the decisions on what powers and abilities the character had, but it was Varric spinning a story, so we don't know what the true canon of the character is. I mean, we know what our canon is because we played it.
True.
But since it's really Varric retelling a story to Cassandra, he's making up whatever he wants.
That is
true. He likes to spin a story.
That's true.
Which is what makes Cassandra confronting Varric after Hawk joins the best scene in the entire game.
That was fun.
I like that scene.
It was very good.
Did anyone else have any thoughts on Crown's topic?
It's a great question.
Thank you. That's good.
I kind of want the approach that they took to the hero for Elden in Inquisition, which is, I think I want them to be a little more involved, but I think that I don't know if I want them to be as big as a party member, but I don't know if I want them to be as minor as the hero for Elden, where they're just like, oh yeah, here, take a belt that's infinitely worse than everything that you have. Just take a belt that's infinitely worse than everything that you have, and I'm never going to see you again. Bye.
Gavin, go.
Maybe they can be like a presence elsewhere, helping you in your campaign against Solus. Like this Inquisitor not Inquisitor, the Warden is holding a certain position, and that's helping you out.
Okay, anyone else? Crown, thank you so much for joining us again.
Thank you,
it was
guys.
Great to have
I
you.
love this. Oh, I hope we can do this again.
Absolutely.
Add me, find me. We can fangasm whenever you want. I'm up for it.
Well
then.
Yes. Well, I do plan on.
Apparently the stream has crashed, Tarek.
Oh,
no.
has it? Oh no, has it?
I know that.
At least when I'm opening up the thing, it says there's been an error. Try again later.
Oh.
It's working for me.
It's working for me.
Me too.
Yeah, I just
You
refreshed
know, it's
it.
working for me. So
I guess it's just for me.
It might be.
There
Yeah.
it goes.
My charisma level is through the roof. It's
Yes.
breaking the internet.
Herenia, not Herenia, Crown, before you leave, in case people are wondering, I do want to continue doing more open mic hangouts in the future. I plan on doing one for Game of Thrones, as in like the game. I'd like to do one for Tales from the Borderlands. I'd like to do one for The Walking Dead. I'd like to do one possibly for Life is Strange too. So there's a lot of other opportunities I would like to have, because I do want this to be maybe a monthly thing for people who like specific games. So hopefully, if you guys out there who did not participate in this, you might have an opportunity to participate in those. So thank you so much, Crown.
Thank you. See you guys soon, hopefully.
Thank you.
Have you on PlayStation?
Oh, good. Yeah, definitely have me on PlayStation.
Yes.
Crown, I also text you.
Crown, I'll try and contact you with my Tumblr. I'm just having problems with it.
Crown just gave us another spot. So again, if you were with us before, there is one spot free. First come, first serve. You know the link. Let's move on. Has anyone on the panel not asked a question at all today? Anyone not at all?
I haven't.
You have not, Shepard? Okay. Do you have a question or topic?
I've been thinking really hard for you guys. I want to give you a really good one. Let's see, which one? I have two of them down to. One of them was going to be, I'll give you this one, okay. So, I just blanked out on it. I'm pulling a Gavin.
Pulling a Gavin.
Memory loss, it's a serious problem.
Give me continue on rethink it.
Sorry, what
so,
are we doing here?
one of the things I liked was the different story paths in Inquisition. So I wanted your thoughts on, would you have liked to have had the option to have been able to do both the Mage Quest and the Templar Quest, or are you happier having like different paths for replay purposes?
Gotcha. And Shepard, if you can, I think you need to replug your microphone again. If you can. Who would like to answer that question? It looks like Gavin has his hand up or his finger up.
Yeah. Because of my naivety, I would try to. I would want to do the both of them. So you've got the mages and the Templars in the camp, so you could bring them together, maybe. You know, naivety. I just want peace.
Somebody else want to answer that? Go ahead, Dark. And then was that Sage who was going to go next? Okay, and Dark and then Sage. Go ahead.
I really I wouldn't if it were a possibility I would do it, but I don't think that from the way the story and everything is set up, I think it's best that it's split up in either one. It also gives the game more replayability if you can get past how bad the combat is. But as a story, I think it's best for the game that it's split in either. You have to pick one.
Who would? Someone else want to answer that?
Yeah, me.
Go ahead, Sage.
I like how they did it because it's really good for replay value, and it makes sense that you have to do one or the other because of time reasons, and that's all.
I personally like the choice just because I like the replayability of it. Part of me actually wanted there to be a third choice, even like a third faction that you could have joined, just because.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, I think branching storylines makes things more complicated, but I prefer those over giving you an opportunity to have all three or both factions with you, because I just think it's again, just for the replayability of it, I prefer that. Anyone else want to respond? Red Bull.
Harenya.
Okay, Harenya, go first.
She should go first.
Okay, well, like, I really would have liked to be able to get them both, because I'm just, I'm that person who just wants everyone to get along. Like, I'm that person when people argue, I start singing, "Why can't we be friends?" But I think that, one, it does help improve the replay value, and also there is, like, this sense of tragedy, like the what could have been. Like, when the Haven attack happens, and you realize that one of the final bosses is you either have to fight Fiona or Sir, what's his name?
Sir Barris.
No, you don't fight Sir Barris, you fight Knight Captain Denham.
Knight Captain Denham, yeah. But there is like this sense of tragedy with that, because, it is sort of like that what could have been, which plays into the replay value. Also, if we had managed to get them both, then Corypheus wouldn't really have an army. So it's kind of like, well, that ended quickly. So, but I think Hark did bring up a good point. It would have been really cool to have like a third faction, just to spice it up, because we've been dealing with Templars versus mages for so long.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's what I think.
Red Bull.
Very big personal biases here. I personally think that the Templar storyline, both the immediate mission and the consequences that follow it, i.e. the antagonist, are much more interesting than the mage version. But what I think I'd very much prefer is that the enemies in the world... Well, so I think it should still be one or the other. I just think they should be a little more balanced in terms of what you get from each, because you get some really good stuff and characters from the mage storyline, but I think that the Templar storyline has a better antagonist and a cooler mission. But the thing that I think that it would really benefit from, and I'm about to blank on it, oh my gosh, oh no, yes, if the enemies in the world changed to reflect what you sided with. For example, I sided with the Templars. I went to Theranfall Redoubt and stopped the Envy Demon from turning them into Red Templars, and then I go to the Emprise de Lyon, and there's Red Templars everywhere. Where did they come from? I wish that if you had sided with the Templars that you didn't fight very many Red Templars, and if you had sided with the mages, there weren't a lot of Venatori.
That's what I was thinking.
Does that make sense?
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, that's kind of how I assumed it would be when I played the game. Like, okay, I've sided with the mages, so no more Venatori. I'll be fighting Red Templars. And then I played it again, and I was a bit disappointed when you kind of had the same enemies and the locations, no matter which side you went with.
It's like, when you get to what Pride had wrought and there's the assault on the temple, like they're talking about, oh, there aren't very many Red Templars left, and I'm like, why were there any in the first place? I went to Theranfall Redoubt.
Yeah.
Though it isn't very realistic to think that, oh, you managed to save every single Templar, and also obviously most of the Venatori were from Tevinter and stuff, so that probably had to do with it. So I think it would have been nice that we're like, okay, if we sided with the Templars, then the Templar to Venatori ratio would be in favor of Venatori, and vice versa. Yeah. I think that's something that could have happened, but yeah, that always did bug me. It's like, I saved the Templars, why am I fighting Templars?
Dark, go ahead.
It's one of those problems that BioWare usually have, is that they set up a choice that's supposed to be very major and impactful, but all the minor, they forget to pay attention to the details about it. So all the minor details about this choice just doesn't have any effect on them at all, like they should have, because you should be fighting far less Templars when you side with the Templars, but yet you still do, and there's still a giant, humongous army of Templars that come and attack you at Haven.
They were the reserve.
Oh, bye, Shepard.
He might have. He'll probably come back.
Shepard Commander. Shepard Commander.
Does anyone else want to say anything about that topic?
Shepard.
Otherwise,
I'll move on to someone else. Okay. Anyone? Okay.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Slightly better.
Anyone
No,
else
good,
who
thank you.
has? No problem. Anyone else who has not asked any questions or brought up any topic today that wanted to? Is that Herenia?
I've not.
You have not.
I had a question. I just thought of it. So it's been implied that the next game is going to be in Tevinter, which is awesome. However, let's say it's maybe another game, or even within the same game, you know, because in Inquisition we could go between Hell and LA. What's another country we haven't seen before that we would really like to see? Personally, I want to see Ravane, because it sounds very interesting.
I actually was thinking, because I know that the Dragon Age Inquisition even jokes about this, that there are other worlds on the map that we haven't even explored or mentioned yet. Because I know during the sometimes, you know, the banter that happens when you guys are going into the war table, I think Cullen asks, you know, do you guys ever think about like some of the other countries outside of outside of Thetis and, you know, Tevinter and Orlais and all that? And they're like, nah, we never really think about it. So it's implied that there are other countries there. I think that if BioWare were to expand to other countries that haven't been mentioned yet, I personally would love to see some sort of Asian-inspired country, because we've got like something that's French-inspired, we've got one that's Spanish or Spain-inspired, and of course European-inspired, but we haven't really seen anything that's Asian-inspired, and I would love to see that personally. Gavin, you have your hand up.
I just like the idea of you're advising about and saying, no, there's nothing going on over there, but like they're saying the same thing about here. They're facing this big crisis, and they're like, oh, do you think the other countries are in trouble? No. We have to deal with the dragons now. Yeah, they're fine.
Dark, I think I see your hand up.
I agree with you, Hark. Like, I would like to see some what's beyond the part of Thetis that we've seen. Like in Thetis, I would like to see more of the Free Marches, and I would like to see Antiva and Nevarra. But what I would really like to see is something inspired by the Inuit culture or the Native American culture.
Ooh, that's
because that's especially Inuit culture is something that's like the only thing like in modern pop culture that has had anything to do with that is the Avatar universe in the form of the Waterbenders. Other than that, you would have to like scour the internet for the slightest detail about that.
The Dalish is kind of like that, though. I feel
No,
not really. I don't think.
No.
The Dalish are jerks.
What about the Avar, though?
No, the Dalish aren't like that at all. Like the Dalish, at least not from my point of view.
Okay.
What about the Avar, though? I mean, they have a connection with the spirits, and that's a very Indian.
They have something to they have some similarities, yeah, like slightly, but not in the way like I wanted to. But
Okay,
that's just
fair enough. Anyone else? Go ahead, Rachel. Oh, sorry. Is that Sage?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sage, go first.
I would like to see Saharon, especially after talking to Iron Bull about
That's what I was gonna
all the
say.
trouble going on there.
I was gonna say Sahara.
I agree. Yes. As anyone else wanted to say? Go ahead, Gavin.
I want to see some Irish culture. If you can see it up in the chat.
Yeah.
Yes. I would love to see some. I don't know if there's any, because I know that elves are traditionally like Welsh or Welsh.
Yeah.
Then dwarves are American. Humans are like British, and then Malay is French, and then Antivans are Spanish. So Irish would be pretty cool.
Well, I think Antivans are Italian.
And
Antivans are Italian? I thought they were for some reason.
Ravane is more Spanish.
Yeah.
Ravane is more Spanish. I see. Okay.
My friends call them fake Spain and fake Italy.
Fake Spain and fake Italy.
But let's just take a second to remind ourselves that Orlais is named after Orléans, the same city that gave New Orleans its name, which is
I see.
Yeah.
Shadow, were you trying to say something? Shadow? I think you're mute. You're mute, by the way, Shadow.
I think she might be AFK.
She might be AFK. Okay. Sorry. Did anyone else have anything to say about this topic?
I mean, Sage said Saharon, which is what I was going to say, so I don't have anything else.
Okay. Anyone else?
No one wants to see the Great Necropolis?
The Necropolis. Ooh.
Kind of scary.
Ooh.
It's not exactly the most romantic place to take Cassandra for a date.
No.
You could introduce us to her uncle.
Doesn't the sound of all of these demonically possessed corpses turn you on, Cassie? No.
Considering how the actual real necropolis looks like, it could be fine. Like, if you've ever been to Greece, there is the temple of Hades called Necropolis.
I've been to the catacombs in Paris.
That's kind of the same. That's the most romantic place in the city.
They've mentioned this in a couple games, but we've never actually seen it except for like a dream sequence in Origins with Weishaupt. I've always wanted to see what Weishaupt looked like.
Yeah. And the thing is, the dream sequence in Origins is just this is it's Ostagar. The dream Weishaupt is just Ostagar reused.
Mm.
Isn't Weishaupt in the Anderfels?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I wonder if
way
we'll
up
see
north.
that. It sounds like a very interesting place. Not
Very cold.
Hospitable one.
I want to do one more wave of people. So if I could ask Aeschylus Shepherd and Red Bull, if I could ask you guys to pop out.
Bye.
I appreciate it. Thank you guys for joining us, so I can
Thanks
at
for
least
having
create
me.
2 more spots. It was good meeting you guys in person.
I hope to be around for the Game of Thrones one.
Awesome. Yes, please
Yeah.
do. You're welcome to come to the next one. All right, so when these two pop out, when Shepard and Red Bull pop out, there are 2 slots left. Those are probably going to be the final slots that we're going to have today. If you want to grab it, it's now or never. First come, first serve. Okay. It's now or never. So
It's the final countdown.
I hope you guys have been enjoying yourselves so far.
Absolutely.
Love it.
I got
Uh,
a wave.
Yes, I think Hannah, I promised to have the next question, a next topic. So Hannah, if you remember it, go right ahead.
Yeah, I do. I'm really curious throughout the Dragon Age series, what particular moments stand out for you as being, the most touching or the most moving? What moments do you think of, and do you feel genuinely touched, kind of thing?
Go ahead, Herenia.
Okay, well, I don't know if this is cliche or not, but probably the one that sticks out to us right now was the Wicked Grace scene in Inquisition. I still can't get over how awesome a scene that was, because, not only do we get everyone together, so we get a lot of group interaction that we don't really get to see when we just talk one-on-one, but it's one of the few times where everyone's interacting and it's not about the Inquisition, everyone's just sitting back and having fun, and it's a really nice thing, because I feel like that's one of the first times we get to really see everyone just being themselves, and no one's dying, and it's a really funny scene, plus Cullen. Stripped down Cullen is always nice.
Yeah.
So that's probably one of the most touching scenes I can remember.
Yeah, I like that one as well, because everybody's all really chill. It's not the end of the world. Nobody's dying, and you don't really get many moments where you see all of your companions together. Normally, it's just 2 people. So that was a really cool scene.
I think, for me, it's the death of Leandra in Dragon Age 2. Because I really liked her. Oh, it's my mommy. Yeah. And then we find her and she's this Frankenstein's monster thing. It's
Want to grab it? It's now or never. First come, first serve. Okay. Nope. Now or never. So,
Sparta. I think you should mute the stream, Sparta.
Except.
It's okay. I think it's fine right now.
Oh, sorry.
He's got his earpiece now. So all right. You guys are the final 9. Woo! You're the final 9.
Yay!
The final countdown.
Now we have a battle.
If you guys out there, hopefully, I've tried to do this as fair as I could. So hopefully everyone at least got a chance to get on here once if you wanted to, and if not, then we will hopefully have you guys join us in whatever my next Hangout is going to be about. Sorry. So who else wanted to respond to that? Anyone else?
Could you repeat the question for me? Thanks.
Yeah. Repeat the question one more time, please, Hannah.
It was throughout the Dragon Age series, what moments particularly stand out for you as being the greatest or the most touching?
Oh, that's a hard question.
Out of all the Dragon Age games,
Or pick one. Pick one. It doesn't have to be the top one, but.
For me, it was kind of finding out Solus was kind of not betraying me, but like doing its own thing and saying your world must end for mine to begin.
Mm-hmm.
To me, because I kind of connected with Solus, I trusted him, and at the end he was like, "I'm sorry, but I gotta do what I gotta do," which I kind of understood. But I kind of felt betrayed at the same time. I basically declared war on him. I really didn't. At that point, I felt very betrayed. Or my Inquisitor felt very betrayed.
Sage, go ahead.
I think the most emotional moment for me was in Trespassers during that one scene where Josephine was really annoyed by how this Exalted March was going. She was like really worried. It was like right before your hand went and before you went to the final battle. It just how emotional she got. It really kind of made me feel emotional. But she's usually so calm and cool-headed.
Yes. Shadow. Yeah. Shadow is next.
All right. Well, you guys all know my little blunder with Connor.
Well, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was the most heartbreaking moment I had ever experienced in a game in this series. There's obviously another, but it's unrelated to the game, so I'm not going to say it.
Okay.
But really, when you had the choice of either having when I accidentally opened the door, and the Desire Demon came out, and I had to fight her and everything, and the mother said to me that I had to choose whether or not the mother was going to kill her or kill him, or I was going to, and I'm like, oh my God, what have I done? What have I done with my life? It just touched me so deeply, and
yeah.
that my mistake was so poor.
Gavin?
I can top you on killing Connor. I left Redcliffe to burn.
Oh. Really? On purpose or by accident?
On purpose.
What was your reasoning, may I ask?
The reason was the character was it was a human noble, Rogue, and he what I had after what happened in his origin, it broke him. I'm not gonna spoil it. If you know what happens in the human origin, basically it broke him, and he was just he decided to become a no nonsense, not dealing with any of this stuff. He's gonna defeat the Blight, get the powerfulest of allies. So he done most of the bad stuff in it. Well, not bad stuff. He was very anti-hero.
Gotcha. Nil?
Actually, on my first playthrough, I accidentally left Redcliffe to burn because I wasn't aware that there was a way to stay there until night. I thought you had to go somewhere and then go back. Evidently, I was very wrong because I forgot to go get Leliana. So I was like, oh, well, she's a character I probably need. Let's go get her. And then it gave me the cutscene. Oh, oops! I burned down Redcliffe.
I killed her too.
The most emotional part, I guess, was in Dragon Age Origins when up to the story about when when you're going to the Brood Mother, that story that you get.
Oh God.
I kind of broke down there. At that story, I was like, no, let's run through. Stop story. No.
Let's turn back now.
Yeah, let's just completely avoid this story. I don't like this story, and I hated that brood mother used to be an actual person, but right before they die, they had to see everyone else get killed off, and then all that stuff, and even after they're dead, the torture doesn't stop in a way, and they go on to become a brood mother, and that's just kind of that messed with me.
Shadow looked like she wanted to respond to that. Go ahead, Shadow.
I'm just saying that the broodmother story in general, when I watched it, my first reaction to the broodmother was,
Mine was, I'm going to kill that.
I got very sad
Put it out of
that
its misery.
That used to be a person.
I thought that the broodmother, when I first saw it, was called the boob mother, because she had so many of them. She had multiple pairs, so I was like, is that the boob? Oh, the brood mother. Whoops. Boob mother.
Darkspawn are not good at sewing. That's why.
Wow, good job. That's the best.
That just
the best
started
first
my mind
opinion.
right there.
Yeah,
That's
next
the
Dragon
best
Age.
first impression.
Next Dragon Age character creation, instead of the boob slider, it's the boob multiplier.
Goodness.
That's kind of hot.
That would be kind of scary.
Herenia, go ahead.
Okay, well first I just want to say that it's when I learned what brood mothers were, that's what made Bronca my least favorite Origins character. Since I was around for that, but I don't know. I also think it's very interesting that, because I found this out, that different brood mothers will produce different types of darkspawn, and it made me think the wardens in Inquisition, their goal to go eliminate the old gods. Why don't they go after brood mothers? Just kill off every brood mother they find, because without a brood mother, you can't make more darkspawn.
That's a good point.
Seems more practical.
That is a good point.
I guess the point that you have to go through all of the darkspawn to get to the brood mother. That kind of would wane people off. Yeah.
Dragon Age.
That's a good point.
Dragon Age needs to come up with some sort of genophage, but for brood mothers.
Yeah.
The brood mother genophage. That's how you would fix that. Yes.
That just gave me all the feels from Morden.
Yes.
All the feels just
all the feels.
crashed.
It had to be me. Someone else might have gotten it wrong.
No!
Right in my heart.
Garster shows up and goes,
my heart!
That was me.
After he says that, Garster shows me and goes, stand back, Martin, I can calibrate. Just put sunglasses on. Just.
Okay. I don't want to divert off. Go ahead.
That just made me really excited for when you post the next few sessions for the Mass Effect campaign with Bravo and Alpha combined.
I don't want to divert away from Dragon Age as much as I want to talk about Mass Effect. Let's go back to Dragon Age again. So
I actually haven't watched your Dragon Age tabletop thing yet, and I feel really bad.
It's okay.
I feel personally hurt because I'm part of that.
Oh
You're in
man,
Mass Effect.
so sorry. I'll go watch all of it.
I'm gonna be in your next Dragon Age campaign. Just saying.
But I'm gonna be in your next Mass Effect campaign. Just saying.
I would love to be part of it, but I can't. I don't think I can anyway.
We can talk about it. We can talk about it offline, guys. So let's try to get back into topic.
By the way, I made a Facebook just for you, Angel Art. I set one up while I was gone.
Thank you. We'll talk. You can give me the link afterwards. So.
Okay.
Back to
my Facebook heart.
Back to the question again. Other moments in the Dragon Age games that touched people, that really got to them. Anyone else? Before we move on. Oh, go ahead, Herenia.
I know I already said mine, but when someone else brought it up, let me just say that, because I've seen a couple of playthroughs of Trespasser, but most definitely, the scene with Solus is so much more heartbreaking when you're in a romance with him. Like that scene where, the mark really starts to take over and the Inquisitor screams out in pain. Like, the look on Solus' face is just, I want to reach to my screen to hug him, like, oh, you poor thing. And, like, they're both poor things, honestly, but that just, the whole thing, especially the music, the background song called The Dread Wolf, like, it just made me, it was just such a sad scene.
Okay, so anyone in the panel who has not asked anything yet, who has not asked a single question or brought up a single
This wave
topic?
or
I'm sorry. This entire day. Anyone who has not. If that's the case, I want to get to the audience questions because we haven't really gotten to the audience questions much.
I think you've answered one of those.
Yeah. Well, let's see. The one that's at a +6, I'm not sure if we answered this. Who do you guys think will make an appearance in the next game? I'm pretty sure Dorian will be there, and maybe Fenris. And do you think we will see Antiva, and will Liliana and Zevran, will they be there? So in general, who do you think will make an appearance in the next game? We might have sort of already answered that, but if any of you guys have anything else you want to chime in with for that question, go right ahead.
I think Dorian would be in the next Dragon Age game.
I'm definitely thinking of Tevinter, absolutely.
Yeah, because what was the correct term that he was in at the ending? He was what, a magister or a
essentially part of the magisterium.
Place in the magisterium.
So I would assume that we will be able to go see him. He'll probably be someone that would help us, like, great influence.
But the question is, what part would he play?
That's a very good question.
I'm putting it down.
Go ahead, Dark.
I think if we go to Tevinter, a possible character we would meet would be Sten. And we might meet him, like, if we are a Tevinter person, we might meet him as an antagonist for us, which would be very, very sad. Like, but because of the whole Tevinter-Kunari conflict, actually meeting Sten, like the Sten, not a Sten, would be a possibility.
Anyone else?
I don't know if he'd make an appearance, but someone I'd like to see is Fainriel from Dragon Age 2, because I know that there's like 3 different endings for him, but in mine at least, you know, he went to Tevinter to master being a Somniari or whatever. So I think it'd be really cool if he made an appearance.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I'd guess Varric and Sandal or Dagna, since Sandal was like a big part for a bit, and Sandal just a good character, and Varric since he's a main part in a couple of them. So
You think we might?
Do
I don't know how they would
Sandal
fit in.
and dude in Dragon Age Inquisition? We don't, do we?
No, we get Dagna instead of Sandal.
Which made me really sad because I really love Sandal and those two.
I did like seeing Dagna though because she's just such a minor part in Origins, and since she's a dwarf going to a circle tower, you really want to. Well, I did really want to see her, what happened to her after that, and I got to, which was really cool.
Yeah.
It was an example of one of those little side quests that you kind of don't expect to make any kind of difference, and so when you saw it, it was kind of a, oh, that I actually helped you, and it was like a nice feeling to see her come back.
It was.
It's like seeing Connor again in Inquisition.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that.
May have got Connor killed in mine on accident.
Same.
I wasn't because I got the notification and I heard a scream. I was like, what the flip was that? Because instead of battling like I probably should have, I wanted to get all of the loot and get my way out of there as fast as I could, so I was avoiding the battles, and then I heard someone scream and it told me Connor's dead. Oops. I never realized that. At all.
Anyone else?
Herenia?
I was thinking this may be implausible, but like let's say that in DA4 you might get a mission that could take you to the coast. What if you run into Isabella now that she's an admiral?
That would be cool.
That would be cool.
Sage?
She has the big hat.
I think Scout Harding because she seems to be really liked, and she can't die.
That's true. That's true.
And since they usually try to make like sometimes small characters into something more, kind of like what they did with Dagna, so they could do that with Scout Harding.
Absolutely.
I don't know though.
Inquisitor Harding.
Inquisitor Harding.
Inquisitor Harding.
Yeah, there you
I
go.
saw a fan art of like people headcanoning Carver as the Inquisitor, and then Hawk coming in and being an annoying big brother.
I have another. It sounds like nobody else. If nobody else has anything else to say to this, I have another question from the audience I wanted to pick. This question is from Blue Duck 1982. Out of all of the romances you've experienced, and I guess this could even span all 3 games, out of all the romances you've experienced, which is your favorite and most rewarding? Favorite and most rewarding romance? And I will ask, if it has anything to do with the Colin romance, please be gentle with me when it comes to spoilers. So please be gentle. I think it looks like Neil wants to say something about this first. Go ahead.
Josephine. All the way.
What is it about Josephine that you like the most?
Everything. Because I'm a very clingy and affectionate person. So, to see that Josephine was, and she's just so adorable. I mean, she's so oblivious, which is very similar to me. I won't pick up on anything unless you hit me with it with a brick. So, it's nice to see characters that are like that, and just overall completely adorable, which is great.
Someone else? Anyone else have a favorite? Oh, go ahead, Rania.
I also really liked how you fought for her.
You like who?
How you have to fight for...
how you have to fight for her.
Fight for Josephine.
All right, Herenia.
Okay. For me, it's really hard because I don't know, I love all the romances, even the ones I haven't even played, and like all that. So it's really hard because I love Solus's a lot. So, but I don't know, the one I felt the most attached to for a really long time was Fenris's, because I actually really liked Fenris. He was my favorite character from DA2. And my Hawk, I don't know, it's just, I don't know, I just see this with Fenris, like a lot of people like got mad at his brooding and stuff, but it takes a lot for me to get mad at people, and I just see this person who's so like emotionally damaged, and it was just, I don't know, I just found it very fulfilling when like, I don't know, my Hawk finally managed to like help him, like, see that, you know, he can actually have affection, because I friendship romanced him and stuff, so even after he broke my heart, as the elven boyfriends tend to do, but I don't know, I found his very worth it, especially after everything that Hawk and Fenris go through together.
Anyone else? Favorite romance? Go ahead, Esparta.
I have to actually say, compared to Cassandra and Dorian, my favorite is Dorian.
Really? Why is that?
Just because it feels more emotional. It's just more like you. I like to play both sides. I like to play the different perspectives. But I like Dorian just because you kind of felt the connection that he loves you. Cassandra as well, but I felt more with Dorian because he was like, it's like, don't worry, if I'm dead, I'm going with you. So either way, it's gonna happen. You're gonna have that like that loving feeling, you know. So that.
I definitely agree with Esparta a lot. I forgot, as soon as I finished my answer, I thought of the answer Dorian, and I was like, oh yeah, because I'm just starting to play it, and there's already so many emotions involved. And it's nice to have a really human character that's even written by an LGBT person, so it's more real and human-like. Because people also complain about Sarah because it was written by a straight male. So, but with Dorian, the writer actually based it off his own experiences. So there's going to be a lot more emotions in it because it came from real experiences. So it feels more real.
Yeah, I voiced my opinions on Zevran as a romance and Dragon Age Origins. I love his character to death. It's just I didn't like how he was a bisexual character who essentially was portrayed as a player or a slut, or like he loved to jump into bed with people, and I think that it was really refreshing to have a romance like Dorian who was not like that at all.
And it's
I think
also
that's important.
it's also a negative stereotype for bisexuals because it's already a bad stereotype that they're greedy. So having two characters, like, if you look so hard at Leliana and her backstory, people can say that. And also that she's a bard, she comes from Orlais and all this stuff, that she could be not as much as Zevron, but along with the negative stereotype that bisexuals are greedy.
Yeah,
and they're very, very sexual because they're interested in both gender. Well, in both binary genders.
To me, it's kind of sad because I do like Sarah, and I don't like the fact that people kind of portray them to be like that, which is not actually true. It's not true.
I actually really like Sarah.
I like Sarah too as well. I find her. I didn't understand her for nothing. I'm dyslexic, so when I was hearing her, I'm like.
I didn't understand her much either, and it took me a couple of minutes.
I had to actually rewind and be like, huh? What with the frog? What with the arrow? What?
Yeah, they tend to. What I don't like is that they tend to favor the rogue-like characters to be LGBT. Not all of them are. I mean, obviously you have people like Fenris.
The entire Dragon Age 2 cast.
Right, but they're but the LGBT characters tend to be more roguelike, and besides Fenris, I would love in Dragon Age 4 to actually have my knight in shining armor gay or bisexual, like, romance, because I've always wanted that, like, with Alistair, and I wanted it with Colin, and I didn't get it, and that is probably the one thing that I really would love to have in the next Dragon Age, if at all possible, is actually have a warrior gay or bisexual.
They should.
So Iron Bull does not count as your knight in shining
Iron
armor.
Bull. Yeah, I mean, Iron Bull is a totally different flavor. I guess I do consider. I mean, yes, Iron Bull, but he doesn't fit the. He doesn't specific. There's a specific trope that I
gallant, courageous, heroic.
Which is why I really like
figure from fairy tales sort of deal.
Yeah, which is why I really like. I mean, sometimes gay guys like to be swept off their feet by a charming knight in shining armor, which is why I really liked Rory, the Sorori Gilmore mod in Origins.
Just about to mention that.
Yes.
That was a really well-made mod because I can't use mods because I'm a console person and I really
love
don't.
That.
So that's
So
really
well done.
well-made mod.
Shadow, did you want to expand on that?
Roland is just so amazing because like his romance is just so perfectly made.
I love it.
And you don't have to be like one kind of person. Like I like the little aspect where you can be like a foodie sort of type of person with him, or you can be someone completely different, and it's just great. I love that.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite parts about his romance is you can define what your warden's hobby is. Like, when your warden isn't out saving the world, what does your warden actually like to do for fun? And he actually asks you. He's one of the few characters that cares. You know, yes, you're the warden, and you do this and that, but, you know, what do you like to do for fun? And the fact that he gets you a gift based on your hobby,
that's cool.
I love it. I love that he does that. Neil, you had your hand up.
Yeah, the one thing that annoyed me with Alistair the first couple of playthroughs is that you get such a heavy bromance vibe from him when you play a male character, but yet you can't pursue it. And it's just like, for a couple of different characters, you get such a heavy vibe of really big closeness, and you can't pursue it because of their preference. And for some reason, BioWare likes to voice like certain characters to be bisexual, but then they completely change it for them.
Yeah.
Like I like the everything everyone says about Colin, how he was supposed to be bisexual originally.
Yeah.
But then they took that option out.
Yeah,
which kind of annoyed me.
As much as I love Colin, I honestly saw Colin. I saw Alistair more gay than I saw Colin gay. So, or bisexual. I saw Alistair more of that, leaning towards that direction. So I think Dark was raising his hand up.
I actually really like that they have some characters where like you can have the closeness, but not necessarily have it be romantic. Because like that, like for example, like while I would really love to romance Tali in Mass Effect 2 and 3 as a femme ship, but I really feel that like the fact that you get so close and like you get this like it sort of like your best friend kind of feeling, and like I really like that not everything have to be about romance. And like of course there are so many people that are butthurt about like, oh my god, I can't romance this person because BioWare suck. Like the fact that you can become a really close friend with Cullen.
Yeah.
Without having to actually, like, without having him suddenly be like, we should totally touch butts. I really like that.
And it kind of makes sense.
Go ahead, Nell.
It kind of makes sense because in real life you can't change a person's sexual orientation just
Yes.
because you love them.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
And
That's
everyone
true.
everyone wants to mod the straight characters to allow them, but then everyone gets really angry when you do that to a character of a different orientation. Like everyone got very upset about the Dorian straight mod.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, you're doing that with the straight characters as well, but since
Right.
they're the majority, you're overlooking it and you don't care about any of their emotions in a sense.
Yeah.
To touch base with what Dark was saying, like one of the things I'm also looking forward to my third playthrough. Besides obviously romancing Cullen, I'm also looking forward to seeing the relationship between a female Inquisitor and Dorian, because I haven't been spoiled for it, but I know that there are some really neat things that happens with a female Inquisitor that flirts with Dorian a lot, and I'm excited to discover that on my own.
That is a great storyline.
A friend of mine who was avoiding all spoilers leading up to the release of the game tried to romance Dorian as a female Inquisitor without knowing that he's actually gay. So as soon as she found out, it was a huge disappointment on her behalf. So it's like, oh, okay, then fine. I really liked him, but still.
Go ahead, Esparta.
There's just one thing I gotta say. When I first saw Dorian, I love his mustache. That's all I gotta say. I just have to say this. He looks cool.
I had mixed feelings about it, actually.
He looks cool with the mustache.
Aww.
How is he able to keep that mustache without any modern tools is insane.
Magical mustache. It's a
Yeah,
magical
he's
mustache.
a mage. That's why
How
he's
is Varric
learned
able to
date
maintain
every
his?
day.
How is Varric able to maintain his chest hair without any modern tools? Like, it's the
He's
same
born
thing.
with it.
Be surprised.
He's
He gets elf root and makes it into conditioner
He's manly.
somehow.
He's manly. He works out. With I can do it too.
Yes, you can pull it off, Esparta.
Yeah.
Cosplay as Dorian.
Be the Dorian.
Yeah, you can cosplay Dorian totally. Totally.
I need to get a
Do
spray
it.
tan and I need to work on my accent, but I'll be good.
You would be an awesome Dorian. Anyone else want to comment on their favorite or most rewarding romances before I move on? Go ahead, Shadow.
Me, it's really a tie between Iron Bull and Cullen. I'm not gonna spoil anything for you, Angel Arts, with Cullen.
Okay.
Because
I've been told I'm gonna love it. I've been told I'm gonna love it.
you really are. It's just so.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, Cullen's for me as well is
canon.
best, and I
like
think
canon.
as well, without spoiling anything as well, his trespasser content is amazing.
Okay. Don't tell me anything.
Love it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Even if you're not romancing him, him with the dog is just so adorable.
I saw
him.
I saw the Mabari Hound. Is that how you say Mabari?
Mabari, yeah.
I was looking. I'm like, he looks so cute, just like scratching him. Like, I have dogs, so when I see my dog, they just roll over. Like, come on, we're waiting. Come on, we're just rolling over. Just not because we want to. Just come on.
I want the Mabari to be a bigger part.
Yes. But on Iron Bull, though, I love how his romance is it's not just like Zephyron. No, it's not exactly like Zephyron's romance. It's actually different. I was expecting it to be exactly like Zephyron's romance. It's why I put off watching it. But then I noticed messages on the Cullen romance videos and stuff like that, and I was like, you know what, fine, I'll go watch it. And then I did the same with the Soulless romance, and I broke my own heart. But with the Iron Bull romance, it's just so sensual, and it's in its own way very sweet, and how he treats the Inquisitor is very nice.
He's like a teddy bear.
Yeah, he's like a humongous teddy bear
with
that you buy
horns.
at the circus.
With horns. He's a big humongous teddy bear with horns that you just want to hold and be like, I love you, man.
Oh.
Yes.
I also think it's great about how he completely cares about your safety and your feelings before anything else.
Yep.
Kind of like when he wants to sleep with you and such.
Yeah, and then like he calls you
Consent is very sexy.
And it's just...
Yes. Even though I really don't watch any of that.
No problem.
That's okay. That's okay.
I love that the majority of people that romance Iron Bull as well pick dwarf, just for the height difference.
The height difference. Everyone loves height differences. Almost everyone. Some people don't. That's alright.
And then there's just like the post-sex scene with Iron Bull's thing. That's just hilarious. Everyone walking in on it.
Oh yeah,
I love Josephine's reaction.
Yeah,
Just
like,
And then Colin's just like,
guess who was covering their screen for most of that?
Who see this?
And the line for after they all leave, I think we may have blinded poor Cullen.
I think they may have blinded poor me. I agree with Colin.
He was giggling.
But then when Hart freaking messed with the editing, what he did to Cullen, oh my god, I couldn't stop laughing.
Oh, that's great.
It was the first thing that popped in my head. I was like, Colin seems to be enjoying this way too much, and I couldn't resist.
I just choked on my water.
I choked and I just started laughing so much I couldn't control myself.
I just choked on water.
Don't worry, I choked on my gum, so...
Thanks, I needed a daily choking.
The daily choking.
That happens daily. I'm not good at drinking. I'm not good at humaning.
I was gonna say I heard Iron Bull's into that, so. Anyway,
you chased her off a park.
No, she's on the floor.
Wait, who? Is that Carlo? Carlo.
I think this. I think we found the person we should link all the smut fanfic to.
No!
Don't do that.
Like, aha, we found
No.
Oh no!
We found you.
Oh no! Oh no! That's should I never go on the internet again?
You should not internet anymore.
Okay,
I
should
can
not
at least
internet.
empathize with Nil.
Like never come back to office. And they come back like, what's up, guys? Where's everyone?
Kendra, if you're
No,
watching.
I'd end up coming onto the internet and have like 10,000 links.
Yeah.
Kendra, if you're watching the live stream, we have a spot open for you if you want to come back. Go ahead, Carlo.
Kendra?
Yeah, my my chosen romance that I felt the most. Well, to be perfectly honest, I'm a bit of a cold fish. So, and
I think I heard that wrong. I heard goldfish.
cold fish.
Cold fish.
Frozen fish.
So,
Frozen fish.
I'm also a goldfish in disguise as well, but I like the one that because it's just most recent was Dorian, and I went the chased route with him, and like his reaction when you asked to actually just go slow and not actually do the whole dirty deed was priceless. So I thought that was more rewarding than seeing his backside. So and
I was pleasantly surprised by Iron Bull, because you were talking about Dorian, right? You were talking about Dorian? Yeah, I was surprised with Iron Bull about how thoughtful he is during the intimate process. Like, he actually asks you questions, and he has rules. Like, he tells you what the rules are, which actually, the rules are there meant to keep you safe and comfortable, which is great, because, I mean, if you look at Iron Bull, I mean, like, doing the deed with him, it's really awesome that he takes that into consideration. Yeah, it's awesome that he takes that into consideration, and that shows that he cares. So that's what I really loved about his romance a lot.
Consent is needed for everything.
Which is what makes 50 Shades of Grey the most shite ever made.
Oh my goodness.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk
my
about
cousin
that book.
has a scene of that as her phone screen, and cringe everywhere.
We still have a
Okay.
slot open, so I told Kendra if she wanted to come back, she can. If not, anyone who wants to grab it, it's fair game.
Crown, it's your chance.
Crown, it's your chance too if you want to come back.
Crown, come back. Baby, come back.
Come back, friend. We miss you. I'll marry you. Just come back.
Yes, you must
okay.
save Niall from the fanfics.
Please save me.
I did.
This little Nil does not want fanfics. I don't.
There was also
Don't read the fanfics. Do not read the fanfics.
Oh, there's Crown. Welcome back, Crown. Welcome back.
Crown, I said I would
Crown.
marry you. Crown, let's go get married.
Join us in sending her smut fanfics.
No! don't join them.
What was
Crown.
your favorite
Alexis?
romance?
Yeah, Crown, what was your favorite or most rewarding romance of all the games? Crown, did you hear what we said?
Oh, I didn't.
What is of all the 3 games, which one was your favorite or most rewarding romance? I guess for you it would be Inquisition.
Oh God. Let's see. Oh, sorry. Well, of course, it's frustrating. I love Solas's romance because and Kendra touched on it before. You can very much see the emotion and the passion between them two. What frustrates me about the romance is, like I was saying before in the chat, despite whether or not you wanted a sex scene, you really didn't get those little stolen moments away with him like you did. Like you go up to your character and be like, hey, we should have a moment together. And with Solus, doesn't necessarily have to be like making out or anything like that. They could have been painting together or whatever. I just wanted more of those little moments with him, especially given the fact that then he disappears for 2 years, and now who knows how long they'll have to be separated after this.
Sounds
So
like
my
my
heart.
kind of guy.
Also, somebody I'm interested in, even though I haven't gotten a chance to romance her, is Cassandra. Just after, because I know I love Cassandra. She's another one I just kind of fell in love with. At first, I didn't think I was gonna like her, but she's so gosh darn adorable. You can't help. And flirting with her, I know as a female Inquisitor, flirting with her is just the best thing ever.
Really? Oh, I have to
it's
try
really
that.
cool.
I have to
And
try that with my third Inquisitor.
You'll like it. And just the friendship you build with her as a female Inquisitor, just really, she opens up to you, she softens, and she just has all these layers that I didn't expect to get with her.
Cassandra was a pleasant surprise because in Dragon Age 2, I wasn't really much a fan of her. I didn't hate her by any stretch of the imagination. She just wasn't my favorite character. And then I, of course, was willing to give her a chance at Inquisition, and I just fell in love with her throughout the entire game. She was great. And I thought if I was to romance a female, I probably would romance Cassandra first, which is why now I'm like living vicariously through David Anderson, aka Arc's playthrough, watching him romance Cassandra, and just because there were all these moments when I was playing through the game the first time, I kept like, because David hadn't started playing yet, and I kept messaging us like, David, you have to play this game, Cassandra. Oh my gosh, Cassandra, do it,
do it.
I see. Let's go to Herenia, and then let's go to Dark. Go ahead, Herenia.
So, just something off of what Crown said about Cassandra, I've always wondered this. So, we know that Cassandra is such a fangirl for Varric's books. Did she become a fangirl before she interrogated Varric, or after she interrogated Varric? Because it makes me wonder, like, if she had been a fan of his books before she interrogated it, was like the entire time her trying to be serious while on the inside.
Right.
Oh, I like that. I like that theory.
I think she's a woman of duty.
I don't know
like
why,
that.
but I thought that question was going to be a shipping question.
I think she's really in love with Varric.
I think it partially is. I love that theory.
Yeah, I would go with that because she said she's read all the other books in the series, at least Swords and Shield, so I would think she was a fan of him before she had to, unfortunately, drag him in and be like, play bad cop.
Yeah, Cassandra's like, we need to drag this guy over, tie him up, and leave me alone with him. I'll deal with it.
Just her asking him questions.
Exactly.
Someone comes in, they're like, what are you guys talking about? We're not talking about there's a book in her hand. Nothing.
This goes
to cover it up.
Dark, go ahead, Dark.
This goes all the way back to what I said very early on about Cassandra and how like I dislike her interrogation part in Dragon Age Inquisition is how well that is written in Dragon Age 2, because like she's violent with Varric, but she never did the tell me or I'll kill you thing like in that way, and it's like Cassandra, I love you. I hate that they butchered my early impression of you in Dragon Age Inquisition.
I agree with you, man. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to say anything about the romances before I move on to the next topic?
This is off topic, but Herenya made a good like joke type thing in the chat, and it says, "Save nil operation now available."
I will say, okay, I will send Liliana after that because she will do all the bad things and send all the smut while doing it.
Oh, you mean the naughty things?
Oh dear.
Sorry.
Before we move on, I'd just like to say, yeah, the knight in shining armor thing has to be something in Dragon Age 4.
Yeah.
For LGBTs, you mean?
Yeah.
I agree. I agree with that.
I agree 100% with that. They need to do that for real. They really need to.
They need to do that. I think it's something that many men especially have been wanting for a long time, because a lot of the women have been benefiting from it for a while, and not only in this game but in other RPG games as well. So
general.
Dorian is very close.
True.
So.
I was just about to say that, like, for LGBT, like, Dorian is at least a huge step in the right direction. I think he's a fantastic.
Absolutely, and so many people all across the board, straight people included, love Dorian. Absolutely love Dorian.
Yeah.
I love Dorian, and I'm straight, so.
There, yeah.
Me too.
Hey, I'm here too. Yeah, I'm 100%.
So somebody also, Blue Duck also wanted to ask a question. This is a completely different turn, which I kind of like. Is what do you guys think of the voices in Dragon Age Inquisition for the Inquisitor voices? How would you guys rank, or
Oh my God.
how would you guys rank the Inquisitor voices, male and female? Go ahead, Nell.
They're pretty darn similar, and I would have liked a bit more variety.
Because
the females were a bit on the deeper side, and being a person with a pretty annoying voice, in my opinion, and kind of higher, I would want a bit more variety. And with the males, they have such deep voices, so when you make a cute little character that looks frail, kind of like if you make an elf character, they're usually not the most masculine looking, and the voice doesn't fit with the character's appearance or personality.
That's what I did with.
Esparta. Oh, sorry.
No, he can keep going. Go ahead.
Carlo, then Esparta, then Dark. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I did with one of my Elven Inquisitors. That I made him like as unassuming and as docile looking as possible, but I chose the American voice, just for a bit of vocal dissonance.
Go ahead, Esparta, and then Esparta, then Dark, then Herenya. Go ahead.
Well, when I was making my Inquisitor, I both made it female and a male. And both of them, I try to be as spunky, as sarcastic as possible, and I kind of felt all of them had like the same thing going for them. Like if some guy said, "Yeah, the world's ending," really, I haven't noticed. No.
Oh no, really? I didn't know the world was being destroyed.
I was expecting them, and I picked the sarcastic option. I'm like, and then he's like, "No, not yet." I'm like, really? I could have. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, nothing there. Okay. There could have been more to it. Like, they should make it kind of more unique for each voice, in my opinion. If you're gonna go for like a more of American voice, you should go for more like, no, it's not ending. No. Crazy.
It's not so much like the depth of the voice, but so much maybe the timbre of it.
Yeah.
Like, I know, like the British voice could be a little bit more refined, whereas like, the American voice, like what you were saying, could have been a bit more like raspy.
Yeah.
That's the thing I had mostly. Like, I was disappointed that it was just a change in accent rather than rather than an actual change in the personality of whatever was being said.
Yeah. That's why
I kind of feel it. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, just go.
I said that's why I think the pitch slider would be great for that.
Yeah, but like I don't think like the pitch isn't what made it bad for me. It's
There's
that
a pitch slider and a raspy slider.
yeah, but like I think like in Dragon Age Origins, like you could choose different voices, and like they would make your character like the small things, like for example during combat or whatever that your character said would be completely different, and like I would have liked that.
Specific.
Yeah, I would have liked that in like when they did it, like when they did it. But I understand why they didn't out of having to rewrite so many things and such.
Herenia?
That and the resources were limited in terms of like how many lines that you can record.
Yes.
Sorry.
Let's go to Herenia.
Well, Hark, you sort of stole mine because I was gonna mention the sliders, but
Okay.
But yeah, I think that one thing that I did notice though, because I've seen a lot of different playthroughs, was that the voice actors, there was a bit of a variety in some of the deliveries and certain stuff, and some of it was good, some of it was bad. I think that it would have been nicer though to have more of a personality differential, if that makes sense. Another thing though that sort of always bugged me was, like in Origins, because our characters didn't talk, when we chose dialogue options, that was literally what we were going to say. But with 2 and Inquisition, you know, you think you're going to be saying one thing, but it turns out completely different. And that's something that they could work on the next game, like make the summary for the dialogue more accurate, so that we're not.
Yeah. Sage Fox.
I think out of the voices, my favorite female is the Brit, and my favorite male is whatever Andy's is.
Oh yes. Okay.
The British voice
I like the British one. I like the
Although
British
none of them are femship good.
Yeah.
True.
That Jennifer
Anthony.
Hale is a being in of itself.
She gave us Prem.
Yeah.
Anyone else have opinions about the voice actor?
Shadow has.
Everyone was
Shadow.
very.
Hold on. Can we get to? Let's go Shadow first, and then we'll go to Hill. Go ahead, Shadow.
For me, don't shoot me with this, but I like the British male voice actor and the British female actor as
I like
well.
them both.
I love them both. They're very good. Especially the British one with the Quinari. It's so perfect. It works. It just works. I don't know how, but it works.
I really enjoy that you could pick British voices over because almost all games that exist just have Americans.
Yes.
Only fucking Americans. Go away. I don't like you. Go away. I like you, but
well, okay. Well. I
I
still
don't like
love
us
you,
very
Doug.
much either.
I still love you, Doug.
Shame.
I'm British and no comment.
There should be a Mexican voice in there somewhere. I'm just saying.
I'm all for that.
I think
we
with
could
the British
do with more games that actually have a British voiced protagonist.
I think Carlo, were you going to say something?
Oh, like out of the 4 voices, I did prefer I did like the British male voice the most, only because it was my canon Inquisitor's voice. My only criticism was that at least for me personally is that it could have been a little bit more airy, because that's what I imagined originally for my Inquisitor. But it's just that minor detail that I could just ignore.
Yeah.
So, otherwise, it's all well and good.
Okay.
The American female voice makes me want to punch babies.
That's not recommended. You probably shouldn't harm young infants.
What is it
Young
about it?
infants shouldn't be harmed.
I don't know. I just think it seems like it's not a voice that you can put to very many different characters. And I feel like the British voice, even though it's kind of a bit more airy, I feel like that could fit a different number of looks. And I felt like I would make a character and I would try, but I'm like, this doesn't fit. I don't feel like it's very versatile, I guess.
I suggest punching Corypheus instead of infants.
Yes.
Bloody children.
Okay. I probably can go on for at least, probably for only another hour, guys. So I'm going to open it up to the panel. I think everyone has had a chance to ask at least one question or one topic.
I had a comment. Everyone
go ahead.
seems everyone seemed at least minorly irritated about how Jennifer Hale was the one that voiced Krem, because Krem is a trans male. Though I may be different from everyone else, and I think that Jennifer's voice, from all of her skill, kind of fits Krem's character.
Yeah.
Personally, though people seem irritated that since she's a cis female, she voiced the trans character. I think she's an awesome voice actor and fit it.
When it comes to voice acting, I think that people are a little too much. Oh my God, we need to have a person of X orientation voice
to fit that
people of that.
character.
Yeah, because like they are not necessarily the best person to voice that character. Like, and that's just something that people need to realize at some certain point.
I personally agree with that. Herenya, go ahead.
I was gonna say about Jennifer Gale. First off, I didn't really know who Jennifer Gale was until I looked it up, so I didn't realize her awesomeness. But also, I liked her as Krem, one, because she sounded good, but also biologically it makes sense because from what we know, Krem hasn't undergone any sort of treatments and stuff. So for him to, even though yes, we treat him as a male, he's still biologically female, so it would be weird for him to have a completely male voice. So I think it would make sense for him to be voiced by a female just biologically. So I do like how Jennifer did make sure that her voice was still very low and stuff. So that's why I felt like it made sense just from that standpoint.
Yeah, because he would also do exercises with his voice to kind of make it deeper, because I do that sometimes. And he did say if you ask him about getting magical treatment, he said no, and he doesn't want any magic near him, which makes sense because I wouldn't either.
I wanted to sort of piggyback off of something that Nil had mentioned earlier, since we're on sort of the LGBT topic, and we haven't really said anything LGBT related, which I think a lot of
I feel special.
I think a lot of people would be interested in is because I think there's obviously a lot of LGBT stuff you can talk about in these games. But you mentioned how people were also getting up in arms about the mods that was changing Dorian from gay to a straight mod. And what are your thoughts on that, I guess?
I don't even know how that works, because isn't it a whole personal quest tied to the fact that he is homosexual and therefore won't get married, won't produce heirs? I mean, am I missing how does the straight mod deal with that major plot line?
It doesn't.
That's a fair point.
Quest goes the same, I'm pretty sure.
Esparta? I think we might have lost Esparta. I think he froze. Oh wait, go ahead, Esparta. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't like the fact of that mods because I feel like every character is unique, and that's how they impact the story. To kind of convert Dorian to straight, and he's portrayed like man, he followed his heart, not that I mean, it makes sense why he kind of changed his story or
You're breaking up a bit, Esparta. It's hard for me to understand what you're saying. Do you want to replug? You might want to replug your microphone.
Yeah, sorry.
There we go. There we go. Try again. Start again.
Sorry. I probably sounded weird, didn't I? I believe that's kind of already affecting his story arc because that's how he's supposed to impact the story, and mainly that's his own way, and that's how we kind of familiarize to him as being this unique person. Why take the time to convert him if that's not how he's supposed to impact the story in a certain way if we chose to romance him, right?
Yeah. For me personally, I'm perfectly okay with it because I know that the mods are just for fun. I understand it's not canon because honestly, I mean, I'd be a hypocrite because I played the snot out of the gay Alistair mod. I mean, I played the snot out of the gay Alistair mod, but I knew that wasn't. I mean, I knew that wasn't canon, and there were a bunch of things in his storyline that I had to ignore, like the fact that again, if he becomes king, the whole point is him to be able to produce an heir. However, with the mod, he doesn't care that I'm a dude and he can't produce an heir anyway. And I was still his queen of Ferelden. It's just for fun. And yes, there's stuff that goes on with Dorian that doesn't make sense, but that's not the point, because if you have this fantasy, if you really like Dorian, and growing up, you crush on people that, whether you're straight or whether you're gay, you crush on people that are not going to be attracted to you back. But it's it's just an escape. I mean, games are supposed to be an escape. It's a way for you to relive. If you wanted to be the hero of Ferelden, you get to be the hero of Ferelden. If you want to romance someone who looks like Alistair, you can romance someone who looks like Alistair or Dorian. So I have no issue with the mods at all, and I don't really take it personally if they try to change Dorian like that, because it's gone both ways, and I'm fine with it personally. Anyone want to respond to that or that as well?
It doesn't. Sorry. Oh, shoot. Oh, okay. I feel like it doesn't affect me personally, but I still have mixed feelings about it, considering
fair enough.
Considering past history with queer erasure in terms of entertainment media in whole, as a whole. But I don't know, it's because it's not something that affects me personally, and it's not something that I'm going to be out hunting for. It's I don't know, why should I bother with that sort of drama, and just leave that person be if they want to enjoy that sort of mod. I still think it's rather sketchy, but to each their own.
Fair enough. Go ahead, Neil.
I already stated some of my opinion, but it's fine because I don't have any personal problem against it, because as you said, games are meant to be an escape, so you can distress from something or distract yourself. But when you look on the political side and the emotional side of it and the morality that it holds behind it, because if you're changing someone to benefit yourself, that's kind of where it kind of turns off.
That's where all the negativity stems from.
Because you're either changing someone that's straight to accept you as a romance partner, or someone that is gay to accept you as a romance partner, even though if it were real, they would not want that, and they would probably be like, you're not letting me fully consent to this, and all of that stuff. But even though they're just a bunch of pixels, so I guess it's okay, but if they're taking it as in they can do this in real life, then they probably shouldn't be doing that.
Well, you're also playing in a game where you're ripping people in half and slitting their throats and killing, mass murdering.
Yeah.
So I mean,
you probably shouldn't do that either.
You probably shouldn't do that either, but that's built into the game too. So
yeah, it all depends on how close I think you relate it to life. If you just look at it as a game and escapism, and take it on the same lines as you get to slay a dragon and become Queen of Ferelden, then it's just whatever makes you enjoy your game, really, within reason.
Anyone else want to chime in before I move on? Somebody? Was that Shadow?
There was Sage, and myself and Crown that wanted to say something.
Okay, Sage, then Shadow, then Crown. Go ahead.
I just don't understand the hate for the people who make them buy mods and stuff, because the girl who made the Cassandra buy mod, she had to take it off of the Nexus because of how much hate she got. She put it somewhere else, I think. But it's such an optional thing. I just don't get it.
Yeah, don't form lynch mobs, please.
Shadow, go ahead.
I love mods. A lot. Ones that add to the game, sometimes ones that change people, like Alistair and Cullen. But when it comes to it, there's one certain mod that I'm like, why did you create this? Somebody made a mod where they removed Dorian's mustache.
No. And there was also
my God, I saw that. I don't get it.
The moles from Josephine's face.
Aww.
And that was very annoying because it's just like, why would you take that off of the person's face?
As someone who romanced Dorian, I don't like his mustache. As someone who romanced him, I do not like his mustache because I'm not a facial hair person.
That seems like it would be uncomfortable when
I'm with Angel Arts on this one.
when you smash faces against another person. That may be a bit uncomfortable.
I'll just say this right now, he looks better with the mustache. Trust me on that one.
I do agree with that. I personally do agree with that. Yeah.
I can't even picture it.
There's a beardless black. Oh, there's a beardless Blackwall one. Oh no.
Oh, I want to see that. I want to see that
I'd love to see this.
I'd love to
No,
see
let's
that.
link it.
Link it.
To have
Link
the
it.
worst haircut ever.
Crown and then Crown and then Herenia. Go ahead.
Just I guess piggybacking off of what everybody else has already said. Like I am certainly not going to get mad at someone for the way they want to play their game that they bought with their money. Like if the way you play the game doesn't affect the choices that I have to make in it. And with a lot of it, I think it's kind of, you have to be able to separate yourself from the choices other people make and realize that it's not usually a personal attack on you. It's not a personal attack on the gay community. It's just because I've said before that I would love to be able to romance Cassandra as a lady inquisitor, but I can't, and that's fine. I'm not going to petition BioWare for it or anything because, like Neil was saying before, you can't change somebody's orientation in real life to make them like you. But as far as mods, I think it's all, like you said, it's all in good fun. I think especially with mods, though, with being able to romance them, I think it comes more from a place of I really love this character instead of I think they would be more perfect if they weren't gay or if they weren't straight.
Right. Herenia?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I've seen pictures of Dorian without his mustache, and it is pretty, well, different. But I was just gonna say, Hark, remember, without his magic mustache, how is he supposed to kiss Art with the Vitar?
Yeah, that's true. I was talking about that. You guys are making out with this Kanar, and he's got Vitar in his face, and Vitar's supposed to be poisonous. So I said that's Dorian's magical mustache. His magical
that conversation
protects him.
Yeah, why is there no like dialogue option like for Iron Bull? Take off your Vitar so I don't die, please.
My face is not.
Like, what's that conversation after you kiss someone with a Vitar on? Oh, oops, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to poison you.
Time to go to Vivian so she can unpoison me just casually. I just looked at the picture of beardless Blackwall. Now I'm scarred for life.
Oh my god!
It looks like
Tyler
a completely
Hoechlin.
different purpose. Yeah.
Wow.
He looks like a different person.
He looks like 20 years younger.
20 years younger.
He looks like a baby.
He looks like Derek Hare from Teen Wolf.
I like beardless Blackwall without the version that doesn't have where his hair is actually short and doesn't have the mutton chops. I like that beard. I actually find that beardless Blackwall pretty attractive, to be quite honest.
Does anyone follow the completionist on YouTube? Because like he has this sometimes he has this thing he calls beard mode, like because like he grows this huge beard, and like sometimes he has to shave it off for reasons because like he looks like a Middle Eastern, so if he has to travel by plane, he cuts it off because like Americans are fucking insane about that. But like still, yeah, it's kind of the same contrast, like because you see him with his beard and you see him without his beard, and it's like no.
I think my main surprise with Blackwall is that his beard makes it look like he should have like thicker. I don't know if you call it thicker, wider jawbones.
Yeah.
Because his face kind of starts out wide, and then as it goes down, it kind of angles down instead of having a boxy type shape, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
the thing about beards in general, like they make your jawline look wider.
Yeah, my father does the same thing, and he has like a big bushy beard, and then, holy snap, he looks like a completely different person without it. Like, wow.
I don't want to change. I don't want to divert from the subject too much, but it's kind of related. But for my third playthrough, I was trying to find ways to make things a little bit more interesting because, you know, I replayed the game once, and I'm about to replay it again, and I was trying to think of things to make things a little bit more interesting and different. And so what I was going to do was try to, first of all, the easy thing to do is to try to swap people's power or weapon sets. So like I would actually give Cole a bow, and I would give Sarah the double daggers, and God forbid.
That'd be interesting.
I mean, I know it's blasphemous, but I really want to see. I really want to see a twin dagger Varric. I do want to see a twin dagger Derek.
Really? That would be interesting.
But I thought it'd be interesting, and I also thought it would be cool to maybe do a beardless Black War or mustacheless Dorian for the third playthrough, just because it's different. So like,
Just completely
I might do
flip
that.
the table.
Because even my world of Thetis is going to be flipped over, because I think my Warden and my Hawk in my third playthrough are going to be like sadistic, like killing all of your killing all of your party members. I'm probably going to do that just because I wanted to see what would happen if Warden ended up killing everyone that he could kill, and my Hawk ended up killing everyone he could kill for my third playthrough, just because it's anything goes like on the third.
That's interesting.
Cool. That would be cool.
So anyway,
I'd be down for that.
I'd be down for that.
I'm so jealous of you PC players. You get all these awesome mods.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I want them so
No,
bad.
I'm jealous of anyone that has a newer console for theirs, because the
There's also
Xbox
that.
360.
There's a way to mod the Xbox 360. It's just very painful.
Yeah.
No, it's also
You
that
have to, like,
we
sacrifice limbs and
like they say. Yeah, it's also how there's less nature evidently, and there's less like trees and NPCs and such, and the hair evidently looks better, and all the graphics are a lot better. So that's kind of sad. I cry every night because of it.
Sage. Oh, go ahead. Or Shadow. Go ahead. Or whoever. Oh, that was Herenia. Go ahead, Herenia.
Sorry, I was just gonna say to Nil. I originally played Inquisition on PS3, and I was totally happy with it, but you know, I really wanted to be able to play the DLC and all that stuff, but I was content not to. But I was thinking, my boyfriend got me PlayStation 4 for my birthday, so.
Woo!
Yeah, I'm currently saving up for an Xbox One, and so far I have about $100.
You'll get there. I had to save forever to get mine. For the longest time, all I had was a
Yeah.
PS2. So like, then I upgraded to PS4. I still want to get a gaming PC though. I really, really do.
I am saving up for a gaming PC because I'm trying to start posting videos on my YouTube account, and I have to work with this Chromebook, and it can't run Steam because it's on Chrome OS.
I just want to do
great.
computer.
Join the glorious revolution!
LP, what are you doing?
You see the Star Wars are done something like that.
LP is so spooky.
Yeah, that's what you did.
Join the revolution!
I already joined the
love to, I
revolution.
just
I
can't
got a
afford
PC. I can join the revolution.
I would love to.
I wanted to ask either Sage or Shadow if you guys had another question or topic that you wanted to discuss.
Yes, tell us.
Nothing I can think of, but Hark, you might want to try this mod I'm going to link.
Okay. Was that Shadow? Oh, that was Sage. Okay.
It changes like the profile pictures on the side. It's really
Okay.
nice.
Oh wow.
I'll check it out. Oh, interesting. Band of Misfits portrait replacement. That's interesting. I'll have to check that out. Thank you for that. Did you have Shadow? Did you have any other questions or topics you wanted to talk about before?
I know you weren't going to do this because the mod's not complete yet, but the Cullen by mod,
Yeah.
I've heard of it, and I've seen it in action, but it needs a few things, unfortunately.
Mostly the Inquisitor, unfortunately, has a lot of muted dialogue in that,
But
unfortunately.
you can see that they obviously had it planned because the last scene
Mhm.
is done completely voiced, everything.
Right.
So.
Well, usually that's where game makers will do that so that they will record all the voices long before the game is actually finished.
Correct.
So they do that to leave their options open when they make the game rather than limit themselves before they even.
Because it's
Oh,
more.
and they also leave the beginning of the game completely undone, and then they make the rest of the game, and then they go back and make the beginning, so any skills they picked up over the time can be put into that, so it's really good.
That makes
But back
sense.
onto the like beard stuff, I thought it was interesting that they let the female dwarves have beards.
What?
Do they? Really?
Yeah, I think I remember that when I was making a female dwarf. I remember calling my mom and being like, "Guess what they let me do? Put stubble on my female dwarf." I didn't go with
Kinda
it.
like,
because
that's great,
it
honey.
aesthetic.
That's good, honey. Yes.
In the words
No,
of
and I dragged my mom to look at the TV, and she was like, I'm gonna go now.
in the words of our wise leader Gimli, in fact, they are so similar in voice and appearance that they're often offended, that they are often mistaken for dwarf men.
I'm actually referred to as a dwarf by almost everyone who knows me, because everyone that I'm friends with is literally at least 5 inches taller than me.
Same.
How tall are you?
5'2".
Oh, you're tiny.
I'm only 5'3", so I'm tiny too.
5'2", girl.
Oh, is there anyone who's tall?
I'm very small. No, literally every single nickname I have has to do with something small. I'm called a kitten, small sweet potato, and dwarf.
Small sweet potato.
You are small because I'm 5'8", so yeah.
You're bloody
Give me
giant
some of your
to me.
height. Let me cut off your legs and put them on mine, because my legs are only 27 inches long.
I don't know imperial things. Like stop using the imperial measurements. Imperial measurements suck.
Let's get back to Dragon Age, guys. So,
I said small sweet potato, not sour.
sour sweet potato. Sweet and sour potato. Sweet and sour potato. We have 30 minutes left, guys. So does anyone have a burning question or topic they want to discuss?
I want a mod with that adds party members.
Oh, Mass Effect Andromeda.
I want a mod for an official Harding romance.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was something that I was wondering about. There seemed to be a lot of confusion on whether or not the Mark is still killing the Inquisitor. Despite having this, it seems like Solus took it, so that's why I didn't think it was still a part of her, and I didn't think it was still killing her. But some people
I think the last thing Solus said is that this should slow it down. Instead of killing the Inquisitor right then and there.
Right.
So I think by chopping off the arm, it would slow it down. But I think he implied that the Inquisitor didn't have that much time left.
It's kind of like
that was the implication.
No,
I don't know what that means.
Kind of
not
like
much
with
time.
the Wardens.
Yeah.
I regretted ever asking Alistair about the Wardens, because then I learned that they have a shorter lifespan, and at the time I was romancing Zevran, so that means that my Warden would die long before Zevran, and then I saw fan art that was of Zevran going into the Deep Roads with him because he didn't want to be alone. And
that's so
I
sweet.
kind of broke feels everywhere. Just
Actually,
splatter
I
on the floor.
Carlo, go ahead.
Actually, I did see fan art of of that sort of similar situation where the warden dies or something like that, and it started off innocently enough with Zevran saying carrying on a conversation as if we're normal, but he was actually sitting on a grave.
He was.
And just-
I saw that one.
I did not know that. Wow.
That was feels. I think Sage wanted to say something.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sage.
Yeah, about Solus, I think he said this would save you at least for now. I think he meant that because he's going to destroy the world, so he means save you for.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
You have a point. That might be what he meant. That is true.
Could be either one. BioWare.
That means Dorian and Art can still have their mustached horn babies. Yeah. This needs to be a thing.
Till Solus kills the world.
With Nanny Cullen.
Oh my God, yes.
British
read
Nanny
that.
Cullen.
It's gonna be a sitcom.
With
sitcom coming up.
With Friday night.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
I was gonna say Friday Night Wicked Grace with Barrick.
That means the same I face the Day of the Dead, and I would be coming like.
I was gonna say Wicked Grace, but okay.
Plot twist: BioWare is actually watching this stream.
They better be.
They need all the ideas. Let's just force feed them the ideas.
BioWare, I need a Mexican actor, please. Please.
I'm actually a voice actor. I've actually been practicing to be a voice actor.
I want a voice actor that is Mexican, please.
make male Mass Effect Andromeda protagonist be voiced by Antonio Banderas.
Yes. 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 I would be
So
happy.
shall we move on to the next question? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. Do we have another question or topic that people wanted to discuss? Anything?
Has anyone talked about like if they were hypothetically to design a character for the next game, what would you put forward?
An elven
So-
slave.
Elven slave. Okay.
Yeah.
Or
I mentioned last time Tranquil. I voiced that at the very beginning.
oh, a
The
tranquil would a tranquil.
Somebody else
tranquil.
mentioned a Cerebos.
Tranquil.
Oh yeah,
with,
Cerebos.
yes, Cerebos Tranquil with the ability later on in their story quest to possibly transform them back from
I also
tranquility.
Yeah.
I also was listening in since I was playing Dragon Age recently. There was a little conversation I overheard, and it was about how I think Mother Giselle was talking to a Tranquil about how if they wanted to get the right of untranquility onto them, but they said no because they would be mortally scarred by what had happened to them during their tranquil. So they're aware of how they're tranquil, but at the same time they're not, which is kind of cool because they realize that if they were not tranquil, they would be morally scarred by this, but they can't process it, which is pretty cool.
Esparta?
To be able to realize that you would.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's alright. That was it.
Esparta?
Oh, I just wanted to ask, when Solus was getting all of his elven people, are the Dalish going as well? I mean, they're elven too, but I'm just saying that they were kind of separated from the what was it called, from the reservation they were at, and these are like rogue, I guess you can say rogue Dalish elven race. Did they go as well with Solus?
I was under the sorry.
Sorry, Carla, go ahead.
Oh, I was under the impression that say all agents of Fen'Harel are Dalish, but not all Dalish are agents of Fen'Harel.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking too. That's kind of popped in my head. That would be kind of cool to have a Dalish.
So, and that's just what I think, but I know it really stole the next game then.
Anyone else? Karenia?
Yeah, I had a question. I don't know, I've been thinking about this. I was going to ask everyone, out of all the locations that we got in this new game, what was everyone's favorite map, whether it was appearance or just the content of it, and why? My personal favorite was the Emerald Graves, just because I just thought it was the prettiest of them all, and I'm a big elf nerd, so I loved how everything was just, elven lore everywhere, so I like the Emerald Graves.
Yeah, pretty much the same for me as well. I think the Emerald Graves was really well done. It was beautiful considering I like to play elves as well. So, and the fact that they included the Dalish was pretty cool.
Yeah, I liked that one. In addition to that, if you guys played the Jaws of Hakon DLC, that whole area was really, really pretty. It was very vibrant colors. I was fine until I got to the River of Spiders, but barring that, it's probably my second favorite.
Personally,
let Shadow go first.
Personally, I think that even though this technically isn't a character design thing, I personally think they should bring I think her name's Talus.
Yes, Talus. Yes.
They should bring her back, or someone in a similar sort of story as her.
Well, I think the end of the Mask of Betrayer sort of lends itself to that, especially since you guys are going to Tevinter, because if you remember, she was trying to get that list of names from the Duke or whatever, and the Hawk even has a chance to ask her if he could see the list of names, that she wouldn't even let him see it. So I'm thinking there hopefully is a tie to that, to something in the plot in Dragon Age, in the next Dragon Age. I think it was Carlo, and then I saw somebody else raise their hand. I don't know who else. It was Esparta. So go ahead, Carlo, and then Esparta.
Oh, actually, Sparta can go first because now I've lost my train of thought.
Yeah, go ahead, Sparta.
I like the Rift.
Okay.
When you went to the actual Rift, it was kind of cool to see how it would look. Because in Origins, they kind of speak about it in Dragon Age 2, and I've been wondering how it looked. And going into it was kind of creepy and weird, and all the things I never would have thought that would be actually happen to me. It kind of looked like the movie Halloween. It kind of looked like that, but a lot worse and a lot less happy, and that nice Jack Skellington singing at the time. But yeah, it kind of looked really creepy. I liked it like that. I always wonder how the Rift going into the Fade would look like.
Related to that, before we get to Nil, I don't know if you guys noticed, but the Fade in the Trespasser DLC, when you actually go into the Fade, it looks different to you as an elf as it does with any other race. Because
Really?
yes,
Yeah.
because if you read the book Mask of the Empire, I think.
I
it
actually have
talks-
that right next to me.
Yes, if you read that book, it talks about how the elves see things in the Fade a lot differently than humans and dwarves, and how all the colors are a lot more vibrant.
And it seems
when
to
an
be
elf-
more alive.
And it's a lot more alive.
I can play as an elf.
Makes
So-
much more sense now.
There are things, and I love that attention to detail that the developers put into that, especially because of what was read in the book. And so there are YouTube videos available that shows a comparison between the two, and it's really interesting to see that comparison. I think it was, who was raising their hand? Like, what was the order again? Was it Nil and then?
I think
Nil
it was
and then,
Carlo.
And
then
then
me.
Carlo. Oh, Carlo, did you think of what you were going to ask, Carlo? Go ahead.
A favorite world or something like that?
Yes.
Like the Frostback Basin was my favorite.
Frostback Basin.
But before we got the DLC, it was the Emerald Graves. So it's like, oh, okay, cool. So it's pretty much the same as a lot of other people's answers. So, but if you want something different, like what world I didn't like,
Sure.
I'd say maybe it was perhaps a Hissing Waste, because it was so expensive, and I know just the desert stretched for miles, and I found myself using the mount just to get from point A to point B.
Right. Instead of appreciating the map.
Yeah.
When it comes to my favorite place that I've seen, don't shoot me for this, but the Hinterlands.
The Hinterlands?
I
like the Hinterlands. Yeah.
Aesthetically, I love the Hinterlands.
Mhm.
Quest-wise, I hate it. Aesthetically, it's great.
I actually quite like the Forbidden Oasis map. Like, I always thought it was pretty darn cool. Even though it annoyed me a lot because traversing through it was very irritating.
Yeah, it's probably my least favorite.
There's so many levels
So,
to it.
it's my least favorite gameplay-wise, though it's my favorite aesthetically. But it's reversed with the Hinterlands. I like it gameplay-wise because it's very pretty and such, but I really don't like the map because the map is sort of boring and it's repetitive, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Herenia?
Can I just say, least favorite map, Fallowmire. The freaking undead.
Oh man,
I actually enjoyed that.
Me too.
Fallowmire. I don't like Fallowmire.
What I really liked about the Fallowmire was that when you actually save Fallowmire, it goes from night and stormy to sunny and bright.
That was really cool.
I love that change. That surprised me. I didn't expect that.
I wasn't expecting that because I didn't expect them to pay that much attention to detail because they haven't before.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
I
Were you talking about Crestwood or?
Oh, maybe it was Crestwood. It might be Crestwood.
Oh yeah, it is Crestwood.
That was
It was
Crestwood.
Yeah. The undead thing was Crestwood. Fallowmire is cool too.
When I was playing, there was this quest that was for Crestwood, but I wasn't aware that I had been to a place called Crestwood, so I was searching in the Fallowmire for 4 hours straight for this quest. And then I go onto the map because I'm like, okay, I'm done just wandering around looking for this. where is this quest?
Mm-hmm.
Then it said Crestwood. So I was wandering around in the fallow mire for 4 hours for
Bless you.
nothing.
I'd have given up long before that.
Because I was trying to do a completion. I was trying to do a complete playthrough, trying to get all of the quests because I don't want to be low leveled.
Mm-hmm.
Because I happen to do that with a lot of games. Because I
Yeah.
try to just go straight through the main quests and completely ignore the side quests, and then I'll be so low leveled. And so I try to do a lot of quests to get items, money, and such. And I never realized that I had been to a place called Crestwood. It was great.
Well, you get brownie points for determination, though.
Absolutely.
Yay!
Give her actual brownies. Screw the points.
Here's a cake. Here's ice cream. All of it for you.
Oh, yay.
The cake is not a lie.
The cake is a lie. I gotta
Yes.
cry.
So, anyone else have a topic? Otherwise, I was gonna try to bring up a topic. I think I see Dark. Dark.
I had a thing for the location.
Okay, go ahead.
I really like the hinterlands because, aesthetically, because it is as diverse as it is of an area compared to all the others. It's like the Emerald Graves is beautiful, but it's like this is a forest, this is a desert, this is a swamp, this is whatever. Like whereas like the hinterlands have both the mountainous areas and like the slight foresty areas and the big open fields and stuff, which I really like. Like instead of just having it, okay, this is one biome and this is another biome.
Mm-hmm. Any others? Does anyone have another? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Just a quick thing. Anybody who did the Emerald Graves, did you guys get that quest where you have to bring this ring to this little picnic blanket in the Emerald Graves?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did anyone get the quest in the Emerald Graves where you have to like collect 50 emerald, not graces. They're grace something. It was to get a flower crown. It was a Geek Remix video, like how to get a flower crown for your character, and you have to jump on this rock like 100 times.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's hidden.
100 times. Wow.
Yeah, that took crystal graces. You had to collect 50 crystal graces. Thank you, Harina. You're awesome. I didn't remember the name.
They're my favorite flowers in the game.
They're so pretty, but they're so hard to collect, so I never finished the quest. So let's just say I never got the flower crown.
Huh, I'm gonna do it now.
I didn't realize that was a thing.
Right,
Well,
yeah.
if you look up Flower Crown Dragon Age on Geek Remix, and you'll find it. Then you can get a flower crown for your character.
Can I make Solus wear it?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure you can. He has
Wow.
the character has to be level 19 at least, though.
Done.
I personally like the Jade Ham weapon. It's an actual
Yes!
thing of ham.
Oh my
It
god, I
is.
love that
An actual thing of ham. I was like, oh, I love this.
No,
So good.
I put that with Cassandra, and I also gave her the cheese wheel shield.
I didn't get the chease wheel shield.
I didn't get the cheese
I want
shield
that.
either. I want it too.
Yeah, the one.
I love Easter egg weapons in general.
Right.
That's something I really
Harania,
like.
you're a genius.
I'm just going to break off just off topic a little bit. Like when it is about like Easter egg weapons, I love that in Prince of Persia: Warrior Within you can find a flamingo
As a weapon.
Great.
as a weapon.
That's great.
That's amazing.
Okay, so we got to do something about like the next bogus weapon for the next game. Then.
Yes. Nice.
It should totally be a flower sword, just a sword made completely of flowers. And then
Well, I
every
like-
time you swung it, flowers exploded from the sword.
That would be funny.
Well, in Origins, there was the rainbow butterfly sword that I gave to Stan. I gave Stan that literally rainbow butterfly sword. I love that thing.
Keep an eye out for that when I play.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else have any topics? We have like just about 10-ish minutes, a little more than 10 minutes left to answer probably one more question.
My face is very warm right now. Not used to being liked by people.
Aww.
We like you.
We're friends now.
Yeah.
Oh, I love you very much.
Let's have a camera hug.
Oh, yay. Another one.
Plug my mic.
Plug my mic. You said you had a topic you wanted to bring up, Park?
I do. All right. So, has anybody here, before I ask it, have anybody here not played any of the Mass Effect games? Has anyone?
I haven't. But
I played all of them.
I have.
All right.
Oh.
I played all of them.
I played all of them.
Those that
Okay.
haven't, you should play them.
I don't want the last question to exclude anyone, which is why. All right.
Well,
It's okay. All right.
like,
My
we're
question.
planning to go. Yeah.
My question is, if you were to bring, if just for funsies, if you were to bring any Mass Effect character into the Dragon Age universe, which Mass Effect character would you, for funsies, want to bring into the Dragon Age universe, and why?
Morgan Freeman.
Oh wait, but it's people conking once. Who? I don't know who went first. Herenia, why don't you go first?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to bring Garrus just so that I can have him meet Alistair because I think that would be hilarious. Like the
I can
most
see them being
brilliant
total bros.
Like
Yeah.
the bros of both games coming together for the ultimate of broness.
Yes.
Yeah, Garrus is like the ultimate bro. I would go for him as well, I think.
You would like to bring Garrus as well?
Yeah, absolutely. You have to have a bit Garrus.
I would like to bring like Grunt
Grunt.
because Grunt happens to be one of my favorite characters,
Okay.
and I
I can just
Grunt.
imagine the conversation between Grunt and Iron Bull.
Yes. Absolutely. Sparta. Sorry. Sparta and then Crown, I think. Was it? Okay, Sparta, go ahead.
She can go first if she wants. That's
Crown,
fine.
go ahead.
No, I know who Grunt is, so I would take great joy in just pairing him up with Vivienne and sending them off on missions together, just to annoy Vivienne.
Oh, that'd be great.
That was all.
Go ahead, Sparta.
Solus.
Solus?
Yes.
Morden Solus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why Morden Solus?
It just imagine him
So
talking.
he doesn't die.
Just imagine when he talks to the other people in Dragon Age, he's
Yeah.
gonna be like, "So that's a critical failure right there."
Yes.
What do you mean critical
I
failure?
just
critical failure.
I just want Morden to make the Darkspawn genophage. That's
I
all
just
I
don't
needed.
want him to die.
Well, it's quite simple. You need to bring Morton because someone else might get it wrong.
Oh.
I gotta give you a high five.
High five for that.
High
All right.
five, high
High
five.
five.
High five.
Good one.
Good one.
Wow.
Who wants to go next?
That's off topic, but I like how he compliments when you get a headshot on someone.
Just imagine when Larry gets a headshot. There you go.
Garrus says, scratched one.
Yeah, I love that one.
Shadow, go ahead.
Honestly, hands down, I would either bring Thane or Caden, because both of them are not only my bays in Mass Effect, but just imagining Thane, like, sort of talking to someone like Sarah or Varric, it just kind of... And then, like, his spiritual self, I think, with talking with Cole would be very interesting to see. And then I could just picture Caden and Cullen being total bros with that. So, two of my favorite people being best friends of all time, yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah.
How about Sage? Do you have an answer for that?
I think I would bring James Vega and have him talk to Krem and see if he notices.
Yes, or have him talk to Iron Bull and see if he knows.
No, I want to watch Iron Bull and James spar.
Oh.
I already know who's gonna win.
I want to watch Iron Bull and James have a push-up contest.
No, I
I want to watch that
We all
too.
know
I
who's
want to
gonna
watch
win
that
too.
too.
I want to watch Grunt and Iron Bull.
You can beat me.
I want to watch that, definitely.
Or watch Grunt and Iron Bull have a sparring contest. That'd be fun.
There you go, yeah.
Who else
But it
wanted
would
to
all
answer?
be headbutts.
Headbutts, yeah.
All the headbutt.
All the headbutts. Hannah, did you answer that question already?
Who would I bring from Mass Effect?
Yeah, just for fun.
Yeah, I do agree that Garrus would be a good choice. Because I just find that whenever you have a scene with him in Mass Effect, he's just such a bro. He always cheers you up and makes like I think Dragon Age is like a lot darker, so you kind of need a comic relief character. Although Mordin's also a good choice.
Okay.
Yes, because you can have him sing the Solarian Scientist all the
There you
game.
go.
No.
Black Hole gets so mad and get annoyed with it. He's like, "Are you done?" No. Not yet.
And I think I'll ask. Does anyone else want to answer that question? Because I'll ask one more question after that. Is everyone good? Okay. My final question, because I do want to have the final question be related to the next Dragon Age, since it's fitting. If there was one thing, whether it's a game feature, whether it's a gameplay feature, whether it's a plot feature, whether it's a character, if there was one thing that you would love to have in the next Dragon Age, included in the next Dragon Age, what would that one thing be that you want to have in the game? Pick one.
From all the games, or just something?
No, for the next.
Dwarf mages.
Just in general. If there's one thing, it could have appeared in a previous game. It could have not appeared from the previous game at all. Dwarf mages. I hear from.
Dwarf mages.
Dwarf mages. Okay, Herenia.
I think one thing that would be really good is whatever like background your character has, like whether they have like family or friends from the past life, it would be nice if they played a bigger role. Like I was really bummed out in Inquisition that we never got to meet any like the Baelish's clan or the Kunari's mercenary group and stuff aside from letters. So like whatever people were in the GA4's past, I'd like if they still played somewhat of a role.
Very good idea. I like that too. It's a lot more like in Origins. You mean? Dark. Go ahead.
I would like to have a legit origin introduction to whatever character you get, like you did in Origins, because that just made the characters much more. I could connect much better with the characters because of that.
Anyone else? One thing?
I got
Go ahead, Carlo.
Okay. This might seem very trivial, but Troy Baker voicing a companion.
Oh
yes. Dragon Age 4.
One. I want Troy Baker to I totally would love for Troy Baker to voice act the Shining Armor Knight, the gay Shining Armor Knight. I want him to do that so bad.
I agree with that.
Want him to.
There you go.
He's such a
Unpopular opinion. I think that Troy Baker and Nolan North are overused. They're really good, but I think I would like more diversity in voice actors.
Opinion noted. Opinion
Topic of voice actors.
Go ahead, Shadow.
I would like to. These two would be very interesting. One of them I don't think has even touched on voice acting, but I would like Tom Hiddleston.
Interesting.
A voice actor. That's the one thing I was talking about that hasn't touched on, and I don't know if any of you guys know who this guy is, but he's a very talented voice actor. His name is Vic Mignogna.
I love Vic Mignogna.
He voice acts as Keldeo in the Pokemon movies and all that. And like Edward Elric in Full Metal Alchemist and stuff like that. He's done video games too, like Persona 3. He played as Junpei Iori. So, I would love to see him in this game as a character. It would be very interesting to see that. So BioWare, get on it.
I would like Yuri Lowenthal.
Yuri Lowenthal's a good choice.
Yeah.
If I say who I want, you're gonna say I'm a fanboy.
Never. Go ahead.
Do Kid Harington.
Who?
Kid Harington?
Kid Harington.
Oh yeah.
He voices Aerith, son of Aerith in How to Train Your Dragon 2.
Yeah. Even though he still knows nothing.
Oh my God, Benedict Cumberbatch.
But the one thing I do want to see in the next Dragon Age game is kind of more of when your character kind of make it at the beginning a darker story, like him to be in a darker story.
Okay. Herenia, I think I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as in terms of voice actors, I was gonna say either Benedict Cumberbatch or Martin Freeman because they are lovely.
I think whether or not, I don't know what role the Inquisitor's going to play for romance Llewellyns. I would really like more time with Solus, whether they have to, I know understand they can't be together, but I would really like it if they, even if they just have to meet for the little trysts, whether those are sexual or not, and then they each have to go back to the other sides of the battlefield, which would be tragically beautiful. I just really would like more time. Yeah, I would like more time with him. And also my arm back.
And also your arm. A prosthetic.
Just be Furiosa.
I would like more nugs.
More nugs. Yes. Well, if
everybody
Liliana
gets to
is,
meet the Nug King.
if Liliana is your divine, I don't think that'll be a problem.
Sure.
Neil, how about you?
With story-wise, I would like for the main character to have a bit more emotional moments, because in the games it's kind of like, oh, you can go through having your whole family killed and then you're completely fine. When in reality, a person could go through that and have like many mental disorders afterwards. Now, if a character could develop those over time, that'd be great, because I don't think I would be able to go through being just like waking up one morning, going to a place to make peace, but then turning out to be the only chance for the world to live, and go out completely like, okay, let's just go put our hand out and close everything. I don't think I would be completely alright after learning that, because
I see that. Yeah, they kind of touch on that a little bit on this with some of the actions. Like characters will ask you, "Are you okay?" or "How are you doing?" But yeah, they could probably develop it more for the next one.
Yeah, and like with Hawks type thing, like you can play it through your whole family being killed, and then they completely go out to be fine after that. And there's nothing different about their tone, their options of dialogue, or anything. I mean, if I saw my mother in the state that Hawk did, holy snap, that wouldn't be good.
I'll be personally breaking down, crying, and be like, I'm okay.
Yeah. And it's just like they handle it so comically, and that's ridiculous. I mean, you just saw your mother stitched together like a Frankenstein and being used by a necromancer. I wouldn't be okay with that. So if they could make the character, I mean, they already make the other characters more complex, but they don't make the main character as complex. And if they were to, and such, and since like depression and mental illness is so common, I think they should like add some of that into the game, so they can kind of like raise awareness, because it's already such a looked over illness. So I just think that would be interesting.
Dark, go ahead.
I think the reason why they have a less developed main character is often because of they want to have a slightly more bare bones protagonist, because the people will identify very much with that. So like they make the character more bare bones so that people can insert themselves more into it.
So you can add more complexity and headcanons onto your own character, even though they may not be canon, but in your mind they are.
Yeah.
In a sort of sense.
That makes sense.
Sage.
It does.
Sage, did you answer that question already?
No. I think what I would want is for the Dragon Age 2 type side quests, where they feel like really entwined with the main plot and just as important. If I could have one thing.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say as well, like meaningful side quests. Like in Inquisition, especially in the beginning when you mainly start out in the hinterlands, it's mostly go here, collect that, return here, get reward. And I'd like to see that, some of those side quests actually make a difference and have some kind of meaning. And that doesn't necessarily mean branching paths or, it becomes a big thing later on, but just why am I doing this other than just adding one bit of power to the Inquisition, something a little more personal, I guess.
Did anyone else not answer this question yet? Everyone answer? I'll answer the question too. So this is something that I don't think is actually going to happen because I feel like BioWare is trying to steer away from previous heroes. But just because if I were to, magically wave my wand and get anything I wanted, I would love for you to bring back your Warden as a interactable character like you did with Hawk, and actually do the same thing with Hawk, where you get to make his appearance, his or her appearance, and then pick a voice, an actual voice for your Warden, and then give you the ability, like I said before, to have his or her own dialogue wheel, so you get to decide what personality your Warden is. And I know a lot of people are saying, but your Warden could have died in Origins. Yes, but then your Warden gets replaced by the Orlesian Warden. So there's either your original Warden or your Elysian Warden.
He is replaced.
Yeah, Orlesian Warden doesn't matter. There's a Warden that you could have played in the DLCs.
I like that idea.
And
I
think that.
Go ahead.
I kind of liked how they let you recreate your Hawk in there if you put a customizable one.
Yeah.
Because I had a headcanon that my male Hawk romanced Anders and grew out his hair later on in life and his beard. So since I was able to recreate that, I was able to make the character that I headcanoned, which was pretty cool. And let's just say he pulled off a man bun very well.
Yes.
I didn't get mine in there.
Oh, Esparta, you haven't answered your question yet? You haven't answered the question yet, Esparta?
No, I stepped out for a bit. What was the question?
The question was, if there was one thing that you could have in the next Dragon Age, anything at all that you want, one thing, what would it be?
Kind of more of a start from when your character kind of comes in, kind of a sense of loss for the character, so you can see progression from that. So you can see if he or she overcome it, or even found happiness. I mean, to me that would be kind of an interesting story. Like it doesn't have to be like, okay, you're gonna be put into these shoes. Like you already went through a lot of transition, and now you're kind of going that climax. And whether you're kind of going to be normal from there, you're still gonna be affected. Like that's gonna haunt you, kind of.
I also wanted to mention that as a, not necessarily related to the next Dragon Age game, but as a giant wish list, which is never going to happen, but I would love for it to happen, is for BioWare to team up with Telltale Games to make a Dragon Age, to make up a Dragon Age dating sim. I want BioWare and Telltale Games to do a Dragon Age dating sim. I want that so badly.
Playing the shit out of this.
If I want to make myself.
I have no problem throwing so much money at that.
I would throw all of my money. Just
all
take
of my
it.
money's at that.
Take my money. Take the money.
There you go. Take it. Take it.
Just take it all.
Who knows? They could do something similar.
I'll sell my soul.
But it might. But I know. I like the idea of Telltales and BioWare, teaming up,
collaborating for something.
Life is Strange meets Dragon Age.
There we go.
So Dragon Age already strange though.
Even stranger.
No, Inquisitor Max.
Inquisitor Max. Okay, so on that note, it's because this stream's been running for 7 hours. I just wanted to make one more quick plug as a favor to one of my YouTube friends, MECHA'S. She wanted me to really quickly say that she is going to be doing a live stream on Halloween. I think she has more information on her channel. If you're interested in checking her out, I'll put her name, or either the link to her announcement or just a link to her YouTube name in the description. So if you want to, feel free to support her and check her out for that. For the rest of you, if you guys were a viewer, thank you so much for taking the time to watch us for however long you watched us for. I mean, it's been 7 hours, so kudos to you if you managed to get through that whole thing.
I actually got people to like me.
Oh.
Yes.
It's very easy to like you.
I made friends. I'm so happy.
Well, that's the whole.
You made a Latino friend, so you're all right.
Yes. Well, that's the whole.
For life.
Did you want to say something real quick, Harenya?
Yeah, can I just say that it has been like totally cool being able to talk with my fellow Dragon Age nerds and Angel Arts. It has been like such an honor to finally meet you. You are literally my favorite gamer.
Oh.
Wait, I have to show
You're-
everyone this. This is gonna be funny, but keep going on. Sorry.
Yeah. Did you want to say something real quick too, Nil?
It's been great talking to you all because I happen to not be very much liked, and to make like so much friends within a couple of hours is just fantastic. And you're such a huge inspiration. And I've been shaking this whole time. Even when I wasn't in the chat, I was shaking. As soon as I sent you the message, I started shaking. And then I haven't stopped. I'm still shaking. And it's just really, really nice.
I feel like
wow.
I did that when I sent him the fan fiction.
Aww.
Like, wow, this is.
I'd like to believe I'm fairly approachable. I like
This
to
is
believe
like.
I'm a very shy person, and
This is like. To be honest,
Yes,
to be honest, this is like the best day of my life.
Aw, thank you. Well, that's again, that was one of the main reasons why I wanted to do these open mic hangouts, not just so that I could interact with you, obviously, but also because it's a great way for you guys to make some new friends. And I encourage anyone who has participated in this to, like I just started it. So if you guys want to like hang out and just, I mean, my Dragon Age or my Mass Effect campaign, they do hangouts and stuff and socialize all the time. What were you gonna say, Dark?
I think we hung out for like 3 or 4 hours after the Mass Effect hangout, online thing. So
Yeah, like me making a Facebook profile just for you. Oh, man.
I love the helmet.
Yeah.
Yes.
I bought it. That's how much.
That's so cool.
Friend me.
Yes.
Friend
So-
me.
I'll friend
That's
everyone.
awesome, Miss Bada.
That's
Holy
awesome. That's
snap.
part. I love it.
I made friends for once in my life. I'm so proud.
So I encourage everyone out there, if you want to also make some new friends, people who are also passionate of the games that you're interested in, please join us for the next hangout if it's a game that interests you, because there are some really awesome people that you can meet.
Just don't send me
like
smutty
me.
links.
Yes, as part of just
Don't send me links.
I
Send
want
Nil all the links.
Esparta, go ahead.
I want to be able to send you a gift, which is the Dorian poster.
Oh,
Yeah,
I love that.
yeah. You're like an inspiration to me, so I kind of want to give back.
That's
Yeah.
really sweet. I am that poster's gonna go right up there.
Yeah, I wanted to send to you, and my name says hi.
Hi, what's your name?
His name is Eddie.
Eddie. Hi, Eddie. Nice to meet you.
Say hi.
Hi.
Hi, Eddie. Have you been watching this whole time? Oh yeah, awesome. Oh,
Feature Inquisitor.
Daddy's little Inquisitor.
amazing. You're raising him well.
I know, right? I go show you right
Oh
now.
god, I'm going to die of diabetes.
Oh, it's so sweet.
When you get a chance, Angel Arts, just send me.
Yes, I will do that.
Yeah.
I never
Thank you.
knew I could be this happy.
And thank
I need to make fan art too.
There we go. So hopefully, like I said, I will let you guys know the next time I do a open mic hangout. It should be a great time, and everyone, of course, who has been here before is invited to do it again. And if for those of you who've never done it before, I will definitely make it a point to give you guys priority if you've never done it before. But everybody is welcome. So thank you guys so much. Does anyone have anything last-minute things to say before I close?
We should friend each other.
Yes.
We'll deal with that offline.
Yeah.
We'll deal
We
with
should
that.
all be friends.
Yes, all of us
Yes.
are friends forever.
Why can't we be
Closing words.
Why can't we be friends?
Bye, everyone.
You don't have to log off yet. You don't have to log off yet. Just stay on.
Join the glorious.
Unless you want to log off.
Okay.
Because if you guys want to hang out after we go off live, you're welcome to hang out. It doesn't, because last time I did
Oh,
this.
I'm all down hanging out.
Last time I did this, people stayed on for like another 4 hours or so, but you don't have to do that.
I would smash my phone to hang out with you. I would destroy it in an incinerator.
I would
Join the revolution.
Let's not
No,
be too
you know how
hasty
far I
now.
would go? I would destroy my Xbox to hang out with you guys.
I would destroy an
I would
armada.
destroy all of my systems just to.
Do you have
I have
I
like
will
5
burn
systems.
my money. I will burn my money, destroy my Xbox, and burn my phone just to hang out with you guys.
All of y'all, do you have Skype? Because then we could like just be a big group.
Skype doesn't run on Chromebook.
I have Skype. We can hang out, man.
If you do that,
Skype still confuses me.
if we do that, I'll send a link to everybody else who isn't on here too, because I don't know what the limit is on Skype. But anyway, all right, guys. It's been too long, so I'm gonna go and sign off. So if anyone else wants to join me, until next time, everybody, love yourselves.
And love each other.
Love each other.
Love each other.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.